And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of WTL World Team League 2024 Summer KungFu Cup round number 7. I'm, of course, your Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players and by the amazing people in the chat as well. The bracket is live. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. I do recommend it. It is a massive, insane bracket. It is very stacked from players from all around the world. And we're diving into our first series. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione, we have our blue Zerg player representing Kaimin Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player himself. What time is it in Canada? I'll double check that. The red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And it is a rarity to see players from the Americas in KungFu Cup. Typically, this is not the ideal time slot for America's players, whether it's North America or Latin America. Typically, we don't see too many of them in this tournament, so I'm happy to see Trigger here. I'm happy to see some representation. Canada time. What time is it in Canada? 7 a.m. Depending on where you are. It's between 4 a.m. and 7 a.m. in the morning. So there's quite a range in Canada. There's quite a range. So from 4 to 7, regardless, very early on. I would not be surprised if Trigger has not slept. Not be surprised, but we are moving out. Meanwhile, we do see Shin going for the hatch first and going straight for the gold. Now, Trigger is aware of the shenanigans of Shin, and we will check, we will confirm, we do scout immediately. And how do we respond? Now, if we were casting Classic or Hero, they respond with a Forge into a Cannon Rush into even a Proxy as well. We have seen time and time again Hero and Classic go for some more aggressive responses. We can see Trigger going for the Cybercore. Cybercore response to standard opener here. He's aware of the expansion, has yet to really show us how he intends to punish it. I'm sure he does plan to, whether it's with Adepts or Oracles, we'll see. But now the main out of Shin is moving out towards that gold base, going to be saturating it as quickly as possible. Likewise, it is going to be a hatch gas pull out of Shin, a standard opener from our Zerg player, outside of course, the gold base. Let's go. Let us go. And again, I hope everyone in the chat has been enjoying themselves. Hope you all had a great week so far. Hope you continue to enjoy your week just because World Team League is back. With the arrival of KungFu Cup with some KFC action, we have World Team League Day 1, 2, and 3 on the horizon as well. Starting tomorrow, by the way, not on Friday. WTL is one day sooner this week. Specifically this week, as we do see Trigger just confirming. Meanwhile, as soon as the Leagues and Queens come out, we need to focus down these rocks as quickly as possible. So the rocks are being knocked down just so we can gain access to the side of the map, just so we can defend against the Adept. Speaking of, the first Adept is zooming on out as we speak. Ooh, these rocks are still quite high, so it'll take some time here to really get them knocked down. A couple more seconds, all we need. The drones are under fire. Up! Oh my god. We do pull away in time. Rocks are knocked down, and we have defended. Okay, we gain access to the other side. We can go back to mining. And Trigger won't quite commit yet. We do. Oh my god. Get another shot off. It takes 2 shots to kill a drone. And many of these workers are low, but it looks like so far we have deflected the initial aggression. Behind this Stargate opener here out of Trigger. Up! Oh, almost gets a drone. Casito, papi, casito. Meanwhile, across the map, Lings, they slip in. The Adepts are out of position, and we get 2 probe kills. Shin was the one that was meant to be losing workers, but no, instead, across the map, 2 probes go down. We confirm the tech. It's a Stargate opener into Oracle. Shin is fully aware, and Shin has a Spore on the way. We have 2 Queens at the third base. Sorry, 2 Queens at the goal base. Spore in production. Queens on the way in the main as well. We are getting ready. Link speed kicks in, and Shin will be losing all this. He will be bleeding out all these Lings, but is fully aware of what's going on. And again, we'll see if Shin can be punished. He needs to be punished. This gold base is such a massive influx of minerals here for Shin in the early game. We are now taking a third base, getting into additional Queen production. There we go, Evo Chamber on the way. Fast Evo Chamber into +1 melee. That was a 4-minute Evo Chamber. We'll see how aggressive Shin wants to be with those upgrades. We have seen, if this was a little bit earlier, I would assume this was going to be for a Bane Nest or for a Ling Bane Bust, but I'm not putting it off the table yet. As things they get across the map, we focus on a small crawler, but we get a surround on the Adepts. The surround is real there. The Adepts will be going down. At least the Oracle can maintain control. Hey, we get a drone. We get technically 1 drone and 1 Spore. Not bad. That's okay for the Oracle, but the Adepts a little bit less so. With the Adepts going down, that means that suddenly this third base is exposed. Usually we would have 2 Adepts here in position. Thankfully, the Oracle comes out just in time, and the Oracle will activate its Pulsar Beam, will force Shin to back the hell off. There's that +1 melee on the way that we did mention, and we'll keep our eyes peeled for some more aggression here out of Shin. I mean, going into a Link Flood would make sense considering we have the gold base, so I'm really keeping my eyes open for Bane. There it is! It's a Bane Bust. Let's go! 4-minute Evo Chamber into a 5-minute Baneling Nest. It is going to be +1 melee, massive Link Flood into a Bane Bust. Aggression out of Shin makes sense here with the gold minerals, and Trigger has to piece it together. He has to scout. Gets into the gold and does get 3 drone kills. Not bad. 4 drones even. Pretty good amount of damage, but again, we have not seen the main base. We have not seen the earlier tech. Don't know what's coming our way. Do manage to warp in. Behind this is going to be a standard transition, Forge, and a Twilight Council. Ay, the Queens are already here. It isn't just the Bane Bust. The Queens are waddling in as well. And this third base is going to go down. And bearing in mind, all we're looking to do is kill the third, and then we can drone. And you can see already, drones are on the way. Shin, he knows that, yeah, the third base, there's no saving it. Third is going to go down. That's 400 minerals down the drain. We're containing the Protoss to 2 bases. And from here, Shin can back off. He's not going to, but he probably should. Lings are going to get force fielded in. Lings are going to be going down here. Nice control out of Trigger. We do have shield batteries on the way. Overcharge going to be available as well. Shin just trying to force as much of a reaction as possible. That's a lot of that's a lot of shield batteries, a lot of cannons and pylons. Big reaction here out of Trigger. Remember, behind this we're just droning. Behind this we're just droning up as hard as possible. We're expanding. Triple Oracle moving out towards the natural base. This base is exposed, but we don't quite commit. We got eyes on the Roach Warren, on the lair. Trigger is now aware that he's been bamboozled a little bit. And again, look at this massive reaction here out of Trigger. And from here, Shin, he can just back off, drone up, tech up, which is what he's doing. Getting a 4th base, spreading creep halfway across the map. And the Queens should be waddling back home. There we go, we do waddle back. Making our way back over towards our own side of the map. The Queens, of course, they can help deal with these Oracles. And the Trigger is now in a rough position as Lings, they come in for another surround. Do you catch some of these Zealots? There we go, much better surround here. All the rest of the army. We got Adepts, we get Zealots, we get the Sentry more importantly. The Zealots will hold their own behind this charged on Archon on the way. And I'm curious if Trigger's going to move out with an Archon timing or if he stays back home. And I like this move out just because Shin has been quite greedy. We've been droning up a lot. Unfortunately, the Roach Warren's done. Unfortunately, now the Roach Warren is done, and now we can get into Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Now we have a more robust army against Archons. Oracles dive back in. Zealots have arrived, but the Queens are in position. Sorry, the Roaches are in position. The Queens as well. It's all in position. Yeah, the Ling Roach, it does come into reinforce just in time. And we're going to shut this down. Trigger does have to back off. He does have to retreat. Behind this, we have 14 more Roaches on the way. Now saturating the 4th, getting up to 62 workers. I mean, the saturation here is a little bit low for Shin, but the gold base does make up for that. And now here comes the next wave. Initially, it was the Ling Queen or Ling Bane Queen. We didn't see any Banelings. We had access to if we needed the Banelings, but if we needed the Baneling Nest, didn't need them in the end. But now here comes the Roaches and the Queens. They're walking out once again. The Stasis Trap could be massive though. Oh my god. And it's gonna buy a lot of time. Massive stasis here in the army. We're buying a lot of time. We have a backup stasis here on top of the ramp. This time we do spot it. Shield batteries are on the way, but where are the Zealots? Where is the buffer here for Trigger? It doesn't exist. It's not here. Not anymore. Zealots, they went down earlier. Shield battery goes down. There is no overcharge. We get into the mineral line, and we are snowballing out of control. Trigger, he just cannot hold on. Not against this army. Yeah, the Nexus will fall. We have reinforcements hitting the main army. Bailey's rolling in. No. They take down the Zealots. A backup Zealots on the way. We have Storm. Not bad. Storms do connect, but we need more than just a handful of Storms. It's just not enough. Archons are going down one after the other. GG gets called, and Shin takes game number 1. GG. A very aggressive style here out of Shin, and going for the fast +1 melee into the Baneling Nest, into just a massive Queen Ling Flood towards the 3rd base, boosted because of the gold. And unfortunately, Trigger just wasn't able to get a read on things. If you remember, as I quickly fix up the logo there. There we go. But if you recall, Trigger, he was active with the Oracles. He was getting some drone kills here and there, like 3-4 drones at a time. It was good. It was some good economic damage. But if you remember, we did not scout the tech. We did not scout the Bailey Nest or the Evo Chamber. We did not realize the aggression coming our way until it was already knocking down the front door. Until the Queens were already waddling up the ramp. And because of that, Trigger didn't have the foresight, didn't have the time he needed to prepare with shield batteries, to prepare and try to make a stand at the third base, or at least force a bigger commitment out of Shin. Because if you remember, when Shin rocked up at the third, when he realized there was so little to defend, he started droning. Shin, he started droning so fast after he realized that he would kill the third. Whereas if we were better prepared than Shin, he has to commit that much more, he has to double down, he has to trade, and he might still get the third, but it would have been a more costly endeavor there for Shin. Shin was, it felt like quite greedy in that last game, and I mean, for good reason. For good reason. Now here we go, we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ghost River, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Gaimin Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss, the red Protoss player, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Again, playing very early on in the morning here in the land of Canada. Let's say here, over there, in the land of Canada. It is around 7 a.m., maybe earlier than that. So shout out to Trigger for either staying up all night or waking up very early for this tournament. And we'll see how he does compare. See if he can bounce back and force the ace match. I want to believe he can. I want to believe that Trigger is a comparable player to Shin. But Shin does have the edge. He's the favorite player overall so far. Interesting. Going for a hatch pool opener. Going for a delayed gas geyser. Okay. Slight variation here out of Shin. Slight variation. And with this, we're going to be delaying gas a little bit, which is okay. I mean, we don't really need to prioritize that anytime soon. From here, going for a gate expand into Cybercore, standard opener out of Trigger. And we're loading into Ghost River. Now, speaking about the map a little bit here, I mean, talking about this all the time, but the map is quite small. It is a very congested map here. It doesn't take long at all to get from base to base, from natural to natural, and because of that, we've seen a lot of all-ins. We've seen a lot of all-ins on this map. We saw the aggression out of Shin already in Game 1, and we could see it again here in Game 2. I was about to say that because Shin was hyper-aggressive in the first game, maybe he will shy away from that in Game 2, just because you don't want to do the same thing multiple times in a series. But because it was so successful, it's possible that Shin may feel confident enough to attempt to do that again. I'm not saying the same build, but, you know, aggression. At least until Trigger can prove that he can hold against it and can make a game out of it. So we'll keep our eyes on Shin for now. Stargate open out of Trigger. Everything looking normal, as it should. We too have our initial Stargate. With that, should be getting into Oracles. The Adept has arrived. Is going to confirm the third base location. There's no crazy two-base all-in, which is, again, a rarity in this matchup. Adepts threatening Shades. Getting eyes in the mineral line. And the second Adept has arrived again. 2 Adepts, 1-shot drone, so suddenly this is becoming a lot more threatening. It's a much more threatening force here for Trigger. And we do commit to the shade. 1 drone goes down. But Lings are in position, and the first Adept gets surrounded. So will the second. This was not worth it for Trigger. A risky move. But trading 2 for 1, that's not a trade that we were hoping for. With that, that does mean that now suddenly Shin has map control, so we can move out. Now that the Adepts have been cleaned up, we can move out across the map, and these Lings can threaten the third base and delay the third. And Link speed kicks in. We're going for the third base. The probe isn't ready yet, which means we can get a kill on the probe. Yeah, the probe goes down. We're going for the pylon as well. Oracles across the map, and this is a big delay here. Trigger ideally would already have a third base in production, but alas, not anymore. Not with these Lings in position. Lings, they force the activation of the pulsar beam. Now Trigger can expand, but again, this is a delayed expansion. It costs us a probe, it costs us a pylon, it costs us energy on the Oracle. So a very nice start here from Shin. It goes to show, ooh, that's the Oracle, get some lava. But it goes to show how important it is to preserve those initial 2 adepts, right? The reason why Shin was able to do all that damage is because the first 2 adepts went down so quickly and so early on. It all kind of snowballs from one into another. Especially on a map as small as Ghost River. Speaking of small, that's a Roach Warren. That is a sub 5-minute Roach Warren here out of Shin very early on. I say very early on. Much earlier than his standard, so I'm curious here if Shin is going to make use of those roaches. Meanwhile, Oracle dips into the natural, 2 drones go down. Adepts, they threaten the shade into the natural as well, that we do commit. Yeah, 2 Adepts do commit in. Oracle threatening the 3rd. Lings get in position. 3 drones go down. Not a bad amount of damage. And do you see what I see? I see a Twilight Council, and I don't see any additional Forge. This could be one of 2 things. Either fast Blink or fast Glaives. With 4 gateways, I'm leaning towards Glaive Adepts. We'll keep an eye on a Trigger with how aggressive we want to be with this. If it's going to be Blink, it can be a much more defensive build. Regardless, Roaches are on the way. Roaches are on the way. Lings have already arrived as well. Yeah, they get on top of the 3rd base. No upgrades yet actually here from Trigger. We have the money for it. And there it is, Blink. Okay, Blink is on the way. Now, I'm a little bit concerned. This was delayed by like 10 seconds or maybe even a little bit longer than that. It doesn't sound like a lot of time, but on a map as small as this, especially if Shin is aggressive and he's droning, that could be impactful. Thankfully, we're droning, right? Thankfully, the Zerg player is droning. Shin, he's taking a 4th base. We're going for upgrades. We're taking up. It looks like this Roach Warren was a safety Roach Warren in case it was Glaive Adepts. So Shin just playing it out very safely here, and we'll just drone, only making 2 roaches. Like we barely made any roaches. Really, it's just for safety. And this means that Trigger can get ready for some aggression of his own. What I'm referring to is, Blink is going to be kicking in. There's no +1. There's no Forge, there's no +1, but we are taking up into a Templar Archives. Interesting. So we're still taking up. We did take an extra gas geyser, but we're not saturating it yet. This could be the beginnings of a 3-base all-in with a fake gas here at the 3rd. I'm curious. I am quite curious. As we're going for 2 more gateways. Okay, there we go. Forge is on the way. The Overseer will confirm the tech of the natural. Will confirm the Forge in the main. It looks like Trigger is macroing. She is just macroing up. We will be eventually saturating this gas. Guys, wait, how many gateways are we on? We're going up to 8 gates. We're going up to 8 gateways. I'm curious about the Forge. Okay, we're taking a 4th. Okay. I'm so paranoid. I'm like, is he faking me? Is he faking us out? Like, not just me, but also Shin? Like, is this a fake Forge? No, it's on the way. We are moving up. There's no reinforcement point. There we go. +1 is on the way. Storm is now on the way. We're working on that next step. Trigger is applying pressure, but he's not all in. He's not committed. Is expanding. We're calming things down. Meanwhile, Shin responding quite hard. Getting into 3-base saturation. Shin is on 69 workers. Nice. Getting into Ling Roach Ravager. Collapsing on the army. Triggering those stasis traps. Even picking up some stalkers. Trading roaches for stalkers. Yeah, but Shin is committed. Do you see what I see? I see no more drones on the way. We have somewhat saturated the 4th base, but Shin, he's maxing out on purely Ling Roach Ravager. Shin is still going to knock down this front door, looking to push in towards the 3rd base. Stasis traps are getting triggered by the Lings. And we have a wall of cannons and shield batteries ready for this. Storm is still a couple of seconds away. We need more time. We need more time for +1, and Storm still on the way. Vile's going to be connecting. They knock down the first shield battery. Overcharge is popped. And we go straight for the overcharge. Shield battery is going to go down. And it looks like we may just have too much. Even the Queen's modeled over. The Queens have arrived. Again, it doesn't take too long at all to get across the map, especially on a Ghost River. Yeah, as cannons are falling, shield batteries as well, and it looks like Shin, he's breaking down the 3rd base once again. This time with a later push, this time off of 3.5 bases. And Shin, it looks like he has broken down the 3rd base. And what does this mean? This means from here we can just go straight for the 4th. We can knock that down as well. Or we can try to go for the kill and go for the natural. As the Ravagers are going to be trading off. Ooh, some expensive losses there for Shin, but regardless, he's reinforcing with more roaches. Is pushing forward. Again, the Queens, they have that as well, taking down the Oracles. Nexus has fallen. GG gets called, and Shin will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Different forms of aggression here from Shin, both in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1, remember, was basically a 2-base Ling Flood, Ling Queen all in, and falling back into saturation, into droning into a longer game. Meanwhile, here we went up to initially, again, like around 3.5 bases, or just under 3.5 base saturation. And with that, we just committed with purely Ling Roach Ravager. For the most part, we were able to maintain ourselves leading up to it. Like, we barely lost any drones. I think like 5 or so workers had gone down in the early game, 5 to 6 drones. But from there, Shin was able to settle into his own economy and settle into his own +1 range timing. And yeah, with that, GG. GG, well played. Shin does take the series. My condolences to Trigger, but it means he can get to sleep. It means he can go and get some rest. It's very early in the land of Canada, and I would not be surprised if Trigger stayed up all night. So he can get some rest. Can get some rest. And ooh, we are heading over to the land of Korea for our next series. I believe our player here is still in Korea. I'm not entirely certain, but essentially Shin advances on to face off against Raynor. I know Raynor is going back to Europe soon. I just don't know if he's there yet. I'm a little bit uncertain as of that. So we're getting ready for potentially a ZVZ or a ZVP, bearing in mind that Raynor does often play Protoss instead of Zerg to avoid the mirror matchup. That is something that Raynor does enjoy doing, so I'm curious if he will here. I do know that it's very map specific. So I say map specific. Sorry, very player specific. I know that Raynor doesn't play Protoss against Dark, for example, just because Dark is hyper aggressive. And Raynor enjoys like chilling and calming down and getting up to 3-4 bases with his Protoss, and even working with Skytoss at times. So yeah, depending on his opponents, Raynor will either embrace Protoss or, you know, flex his Zerg. What's it gonna be? We'll find out. We will find. For now, you can see on the screen next to Raynor's name, I have the random icon. I have the dice. I'll leave it like that for now until we confirm whether he plays Zerg or Protoss. We'll see. We'll see. For now, though, we're switching our scenes over, and let's have a look at the bracket. Let's have a look. Exclamation mark B in the chats if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. From the top, we have a series that I was very tempted to jump into. I was very tempted for Rex vs. Spirit. Rex vs. Spirit in a ZVT looks like a banger of a series, leading into Solar, leading into either DRG or Milky Cow. That first like series on top of the bracket looks really fun. So I was tempted. Leading into Hero. But I'm getting ahead of myself because it looks like we have some walkovers. Lancer, he got a walkover in the first round, and apparently Hero is not available. That's a bit of a shame. I was really looking forward to seeing Hero versus Rogue, versus Lancer, versus Solar, versus DRG. I do think there was some really good matches, really nice series there for Hero, and he is not here today. I mean, he checked in, but something must have come up, and Hero isn't going to be competing, so that is a bit of a shame. That does mean that the upper half of the bracket is a little bit more one note. The top players there are going to be Solar and Rogue, and we know how that goes. We casted it live at the time, but for those that weren't here for DreamHack Dallas, we were the C stream, I think. We were the B or C stream for DreamHack Dallas. We were covering the open stage, and Solar and Rogue, they faced off twice in the open stage. In the open brackets is what they call the open stage. And, what was the open stage? And they faced off twice, and both times, Rogue, he won. He won both ZVZs against Solar, and he denied Solar a deeper run in the tournaments. For those that maybe weren't aware and maybe were like, oh, did Solar just not go to Dallas? He just not go? He was there. He just got knocked out in the earlier rounds. You know, he was never able to be featured on the mainstream, which was a shame. Solar's an amazing player, Rogue was able to just shut him down in the ZVZ, so there could be a rematch there. Could be a rematch between Rogue and Solar. Best of luck to all the other players up there. Scrolling down a little bit, we have Showtime against GG Machine. Young GG Machine even. I think that's actually Young Yakov. I think I know that Young Yakov and GG Machine, I think they sometimes have fun with their names, but I think that's GG Machine. Yeah. I say that because I see him online. Okay, good. So he's up against Showtime. Winner goes up against Ryung in the next round. I'm looking forward to a Showtime Ryung rematch. That'd be a lot of fun. We have seen them face off in the past. Scrolling to in this tournament even, in KungFu Cup. Scrolling down, we have Björn versus Skillus. It's another really good series. Skillus takes down Fiant 2-0. Now up against Björn in the next round. Is going to be amazing, I'm sure. And who else do we have here? Scrolling down, we have Trap waiting for Hydra or... Oh, there's Young Yakov. There you go. Trap waiting for the winner of Hydra and Young Yakov. We have Clem up against Lemon. Ooh, that's going to be a spicy one, as Vitas are done. And scrolling down all the way here, we have... Oh, did I scroll down too much? A little bit. We have Mana waiting for Oliveira versus Wayne. Oh, waiting for Oliveira versus Wayne. And likewise, Classic up against Potato in the PvP. Let's go. Big fan of SLT's Potato. It's a Chinese Protoss player. We have Reina versus Shin, which is our next series. Gumiho versus Geralt, just underneath us. We're going to be following the series into Gumiho and Geralt. We have Nightmare, we have Hearthstone, Lambo, and Goblin. And even Uwu Thermal at the bottom of the bracket. So plenty of amazing players are available here tonight. I believe Lambo is streaming his POV, so do recommend checking out either some POV streams or some of the other language casters out there covering some other matches. We're jumping in to our ZVZ. Let's go. I wasn't sure. Sporting in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Italian Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Rainer. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player from South Korea representing Guy Min Gladiators. It is Shin. Let's go. And as we get into this, it happened in the last game. A big shout out to C Grail in the chat, resubscribing with Twitch Prime for 13 months in a row, 17 months in total. God, thank you so much for resubscribing. I didn't notice. I apologize for not shouting you out earlier, but thank you so much. Thank you. Do always appreciate the support. I hope you enjoy the casting, the content, the emotes, and all things ducks. Quack, puppy, quack. As we're settling in. Okay, now we have seen Shin and Reina go back and forth. They have gone back and forth. This is a hard one to call. It's going to come down to who is feeling better on the day, who is on point, who is ready for some ZVZ chaos and some action. For now, Hatch Gas Pool. Standard openers. Standard opener out of Reina, standard opener out of Shin. Everything is looking as it should for the time being. We are settling into our initial ZVZ. And we will see where this leads us. Again, for now, everything's looking normal. We'll see if we get into third base setups. We'll see if either player tries to wall up on two bases and go for two base Roach and Skipling Bane. And we'll see when either player cuts worker production. Because as soon as we cut workers, ZVZ can get very chaotic. No boy. For now, everything is looking as it should. We have our initial scouting links on the way. Just going to be 2 links here from both players. The goal here is to send out our links across the map to get a read on any early Evo chamber, Baleen Nest, gases, saturation, third base. Our links are just moving out. Behind this, both players are joining. I'm going to be joining up. You can see that Shin even skipped a pair of lings, and he's going for a faster third. Third is on the way. Likewise, Rainer has his own third as well. Both players will confirm the third base timings. Queens are going to be wilding out. And there's that Baleen Nest from both players as well. So no one is playing two base, no one is cutting Banelings. Everyone is mirroring each other. So far, standard ZVZ. Just Hatch Gas Pool into a third, into a Baleen Nest. Nothing crazy for the time being. Nothing crazy yet. You see Rainer threatens a dive, but is going to be zoned away by the Queen. is going to be zoned away. The third hatchery tells us everything we need to know for the time being. Likewise, we confirm the baleen nest. That's all we do need to see. We know there's no need to really commit to any kind of dive. Ling speed does finish up slightly faster for Raynor, and hey, we pick off a Ling. Not bad. One Ling goes down. Oh, I do see a Roach Warren on the way here for Raynor already. Likewise, Roach Warren a little bit more hidden for Shin behind the mineral line. But Roach Warrens are pretty comparable in their timings. Bailings do morph in. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Raynor did skip his Bailings. He has the nest, don't get me wrong, but I believe Raynor has not made any Bailings of his own. So technically, gas-wise, Raynor is being a little bit more efficient. As he sends out Lings across the map, he's looking to hit that third. But last, Shin is in position, and Shin will defend. So technically, Raynor, he will have additional gas to, make use with roaches and upgrades, and work on +1, work on the lair. There we go, lair is now on the way. Meanwhile, Shin is making roaches. Okay, Shin committing to quite a wave of roaches early on. Now, it looks like Shin is going to posture. Basically, Shin, he's going to make these roaches, and he should reveal them to the Overlord. Behind this, we're droning up. Behind this, we're just freely droning. Yeah, and here we go. Speaking of revealing to the Overlord, the roaches, they move out. They reveal themselves to the Overlords as well. And the goal here is to force a reaction out of Raynor. This is the ebb and flow of ZVZ, is constant fake outs. Basically, we're just feigning aggression, we're making it look like we're committing to a push, and as a result, Raynor, he's making roaches. He's making roaches, he's making Lings, and Shin is droning behind this. Because in a ZVZ, or because the Zerg race is made in such a way where larva is used to make both drones and army, like, you have to be very careful with how and when you spend your larva, what you invest in. And ideally, you want to get the one up on your opponent. Oh, boom, as the Baleen does not quite connect. Spire on the way for Raynor. Bold move. We're going for the Spire. Raynor goes for his own counterattack. Shin has been making some roaches here to defend. Shin was able to drone up a little bit faster, but just now taking his gases, investing into his own roach play. And Raynor is the one being cheeky. He's saturating his gases, taking a fourth, droning up to 65 already. And working towards those mutas. Meanwhile, Shin staying on a bit of a lower worker count. Oh, Raynor, actually, he droned up quite a lot. We droned up to 70. This is a bit much, actually. This is quite greedy. Raynor, with this greed, does mean that he's going to be behind in the army supply here. And Shin, there's going to be a window. There's going to be a big window where he can go for a dive. He will not scout. Ooh, massive denial. The Spire is hidden. Shin is not aware. But Shin, he throws out his own Spire, and we're massing more roaches. Again, Shin, he has almost double the army supply of Raynor. Raynor is... He's still droning! I mean, Shin, he's cut workers at 55, and Raynor, he's droning up to 75. 20 more drones. I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned here for Raynor. Here we go. The roaches are moving out. Sure, we have some mutas on the way for Raynor, but Shin has a massive army supply, and we'll see if he can break through. Meanwhile, Raynor, Spine Crawlers. Spine Crawlers are on the way for Raynor. Here at the third base, roaches are pushing in. Mutas are revealed. And does Shin have enough to break through? Leaves out 2 roaches initially. The Queens are trying to hold their own. They don't have any transfuse, and Shin, he will break through the ground army. But how much economic damage? That's the question. As roaches are trickling in. Shin, likewise, running out of steam a little bit. He does break through the initial line of defense. But more roaches on the way. And Raynor, he's holding. Raynor's holding on at the same time. Ooh, a big lane counterattack at the 4th base. So Raynor, he holds against the main army, but that's going to be 8 dead workers. Ooh, a Ravager as well. Can we get the base? Can we get the 4th? We can. We can, and we will. The 4th base will fall. Good pickups here by Shin. Roaches, they waddle back home. And remember, we had a Spire, so Corruptors are on the way. You have a wave of Corruptors to defend. And Raynor has to go for his counterattack. He has to move out. He is moving out across the map. Shin amassing his own roaches. And can Shin defend? Looking at the units tab here, Shin down currently in the roach play, or in the roach count. Corruptor's going to be forcing the mutas back, shutting down Overlords. Roaches, they hit the 4th, And Shin, he has to buy time. He just has to build up his Roach count. 4th base goes down. And now the economy is pretty comparable. Remember, Raynor, he was greedy. He droned up to 75, but he lost 8 workers. Shin also droned up. So the economies are quite similar. In a head-to-head fight, these Corruptors will fare better than the Mutas, but we can see that we're done with Mutas. We're going into Hydras. So I really like the fluidity here of the tech of Raynor. His ability to just go from Spire Tech into Hydra Tech into Roach Hydra. I do think that this does fare better for Raynor. Meanwhile, the Mutas, they do dive in. And yeah, we're just going to sack them. How many drones can we get for these Mutas so far? 3 workers. Oh, we're going to get 4. We're going to get 4, 5, 6 drones go down. And again, Raynor knows that this is a one-way trip. He's happy to just throw these Mutas away, but he doesn't throw them, he trades them. He gets 10 drone kills. These Mutas have already served their purpose. And Raynor, he's maxed out. He's maxed out with Roach Hydra. And Shin is in a rough position here. Like, he's stuck on a lower economy, lower worker count. He's stuck on 3 bases. He doesn't have a 4th. He didn't rebuild. Shin is going to be quite committed. What I will say is that I do like Shin's army a little bit better. I mean, there's a give and take. Shin has a lot of Ravagers to work with and a lot of micro potential with his ground army. Raynor, Hydras, they can be really good supportive units, and we haven't made too many Hydras, thankfully. Well, the Corruptors are going for the Roach Warren. They're gonna get this. Oh no! No, we pull away too soon. 1 more second. Oh my god, so close, Papi, so close. The Corruptors, they back off. Shin, he pulled out. Stay in, Papi, stay in. And with that, Raynor, he can reinforce with Roaches. Corruptors coming in for a flank files. Ooh, some of them do connect. Nice splits here out of Raynor. And at least the Corruptors are buying time. They're keeping some Hydras busy. But alas, the ground army of Shania is being forced back. He's running out of Roaches. And Pure Ravager just does not really hold a candle to this army. And we're going to lose everything. Yeah, Raynor, he catches the main army. That's going to be everything falling down here for Shin. Barely anything left. And Raynor, he snowballs out of control. GG gets called. Raynor takes game number 1. Whew. GG. A solid game there from Raynor. It was risky going for the Mutas. I thought he was too greedy, and Raynor did take damage, but he could afford those losses. Remember, Raynor, he lost his 4th base, he lost 8 workers, but he held, he survived the push. His Mutas able to deal some harassing damage across the map, and yeah, Raynor was able to just take a lead from that moment. Risky, but did work out for Raynor. GG. GG, well played, does take a lead, and we'll see if Shin can bounce back. Again, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping that Shin can take game 2. We can go all the way to game 3, regardless of how this goes, but the pressure is now on Shin. Pressure is on Shin. And we'll see where this series takes us. As game 2, soon to be determined. There we go. Game 2 going to be on, ooh, interesting. Side Delta. Okay. Side Delta, quite a large map. Quite a large map here, and with Side Delta, of course, we have access to play 2 base as well. There's a ramp coming into the natural, so your 2 base setup is very defendable. 2 base play is a little bit more viable on Side Delta if our players wanted to embrace that. Otherwise, it's quite a large map. I wouldn't be opposed to Muta play. We just saw it in game 1. Do we see it again? Is it wise to do that 2 games in a row? It's up to our players to decide. Up to our players here. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Side Delta, we have our red Zerg player representing Basilisk from the land of Italy, living in Korea. It is Raynor. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player representing Gaimin Gladiators from South Korea. It is Shin. And Raynor does have the lead here. Raynor taking a risk in that last game, being hyper greedy, rushing into a Spire, and did get away with it in the end. Again, was able to just take control of the game from that moment forward. But we'll see where we take, or where our players take us here in game 2. As for now, hatch first. Getting into our hatch first openers. Should be hatch gas pool. But again, I'm really curious as to whether or not we take a third base, or if we stay on 2 bases a little bit longer instead. Curious as to how both Raynor and Shin will approach this. Now we do have our gases being taken, spawning pools on the way. We have our spawning pools here, and with that, we're just going to be mirroring each other. You know, I don't expect any crazy 12 pools or 13 12s, at least not on some of these larger maps. You know, maybe on Ghost River or maybe on Post Youth as well. That's another viable option. But outside of those smaller maps, should be seeing standard openers. So overlords do confirm each other. 2 overlords from both players. Checking the timing of the hatchery. And from here, it's about whether we take the third or stay on 2 bases. The reason why I mentioned earlier that Side Delta is a map where it's a little bit more viable to play 2 base is because of the ramp. This is applicable to PvP as well, which is why we see gate expands. But here there's a ramp coming into natural, which means it's that much more defendable. So if we did want to wall up and throw down a Roach Warren and an Evo Chamber and go 2 base Muta or just 2 base Roach, then we do see that a little bit more frequently. But here we go. The drones are moving out. Third base being taken by Raynor and third base being taken by Shin. Okay. Standard openers, Bobby. Standard openers. We're taking a third. We should be seeing a Baneling Nest thereafter. We're getting into our ZVZ. There's a Baneling Nest for Raynor. Should be seeing one from Shin. Is now on the way. And from here, we should now be droning. We'll keep an eye on our Roach Warren timings. We could try to rush into an earlier Roach Warren, but especially on a map as large as Side Delta, we don't see that too often. Lane Scout is denied. Does at least confirm the Baneling Nest. Shin has to back up. And Shin is making an extra wave of Lings. Okay, we have 10 more Lings in production. Whereas Raynor has been droning. So with that, Raynor does take a slight economic advantage. And we do have a Roach Warren on the way. Again, not hidden or anything crazy like that. Link Speed kicks in. And ideally, Shin wants to make use of these Lings in some way. Alas, just making defensive Banelings and staying back at home. Shin playing a little bit safer, which means Raynor is able to get a slight economic advantage. Raynor going to be the one to throw down the Baneling Nest, sorry, the Roach Warren early on, and there's +1 Carapace. Let's go! Okay! Raynor's going to be the aggressor. Now, what we're seeing here is this should be, I mean, Solar popularized this build a couple of years ago, but this should be a Roach Ling all-in with a +1 Carapace timing. +1 Carapace is not the best upgrade. It doesn't really scale amazingly into the mid-game. +1 range is better than this, but this does affect not just your Roaches, but your Lings as well. It does mean that defensive Banelings are not as effective. Not anymore. So it's a way to just send it across the map. Roach production has begun. We can see Shin has made a wave of defensive Roaches, just like the previous game. Looks like Shin wants to once again posture while he's droning, and this is dangerous. This is going to be dangerous here because Shin, he's faking a move out when Raynor is not, he's not faking anything. Like Raynor, he's going to be committing. Oh, I say that, we do have 5 extra drones on the way and extra gases. Never mind, I mean, +1 Carapace is still a ways off. Meanwhile, Shin, he pulls back. Did mention that again, Shin, he was faking a move out. Raynor, still droning. Cutting workers at 54. Roaches are amassing, +1 Carapace a ways off. I mean, we're almost done. And with the arrival of these overlords, Raynor should be committed. Yeah, I love that he's taken this Gas Geyser instead of the Gas Geyser in the main, so he's kind of giving some false information here to Shin, as yeah, Raynor, he's massing Lings, he's massing Roaches, a big push on the way here from Raynor. Now, thankfully, Shin is not overdroned. Shin, likewise, didn't take his gases in the main base either. Shin, he's on 56 workers and massing Roaches. So Shin, this is going to be his, like, the ideal situation for him to defend and to survive this. as Raynor has not droned in quite some time. And here we go, we pull the trigger. +1 carapace is now done, and we're sending everything across the map. Again, this build was a build that Solo did popularize. It's basically a hatch all-in, hatch tech all-in. There's no lair. No lair, no roach speed, no +2, no nothing. It's all on the table for Raynor. One way or another, the game ends. Either he kills Shin or he dies trying. But again, Shin didn't overdrone. Like, Shin, he has plenty of roaches. We have 28 against 19. Oh my god. Shin is more than ready. Again, calling Raynor's bluff. He's like, you're not droning, papi. No shot. Bailings do crash in. Decent connections on the roaches. But the concave is real, and Shin, he's gonna knock this down. Getting very committed here by Raynor. Biles won't be connecting. And Raynor, he just runs up against a brick wall. Lings are doing well, buffering. They do quite well here. We do have another transfuse available here for Shin. But Shin, he's just breaking through this. The roaches, the ravagers, the Lings. Shin will defend. Shin has roach speed, and now Shin can counterattack. Again, it was a risky build here by Raynor. He was hoping that Shin would be too greedy, take a 4th base and overdrone. But we mentioned, Shin didn't even saturate on 3 bases. Like, he didn't even saturate that. Stayed on, I think it was 56 drones, 54 to 56. And now here comes a massive counterattack. Raynor has almost nothing left, as he was completely all in. GG gets called, and Shin ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Once again, a risky move here out of Raynor. Game 1, it was risky going for the mutas, got away with it. Same with the overdroning. Here in Game 2, Raynor set up for a hatch tech all-in, and was hoping that Shin was maybe droning up too much, was going to be caught being too greedy, but it's Shin we're talking about. Shin, one of the more aggressive Zerg players out there in Korea. I say one of the more, it's like Shin and Dark, you know, Solo being more macro-oriented. But Shin, he stayed on a low drone count, he stayed on 56 workers at most, and was hyperfixated on making his own roaches. Likewise, +1 range kicked in for Shin, roach speed kicked in for Shin for the counterattack, and Shin did snowball out of control. And with that, we are going to the ace match. We're going all the way to Game 3. Let's go. Let us go. Do you have to give me the sub? Thanks. We have had some people gifting subs throughout the past week. So do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. I think it was Monteon. Monteon yesterday gifted 20 subs, which is crazy. Yesterday or the day before. Welcome, Monsieur Optimus Prime. As we're getting to the ace match, it all ends here. It all ends in Game 3. Now, for the most part, this series, it's been Raynor has been more decisive, right? We're taking these risks and taking these chances. You know, Game 1 joining up to 75 workers and getting into the Spire. Here, Game 2, cutting workers at 54, going for the hatch tech all in. What do we see this time? Where are we headed, Papi? Where are we headed? As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Italian Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Basilisk. And, oh my god, going for a 15-15. Okay, very safe opener here out of Raynor. The Italian stallion himself, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Gaimin Gladiators. It is Shin. Tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. Here we go. Now, for those that are curious as to how this plays out, basically, with a 15-15, it is a 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool. Very safe build. If Shin went for a 12 pool or a 13-12 or a pool first or a gas first, any kind of aggressive build, then Raynor would be safe against it. Just because his spawning pool would be a little bit earlier and he'd be able to, as you can see, the spawning pool is already on the way for Raynor. Still nowhere in sight for Shin with a standard opener. So because of this, we get earlier queens and earlier lings. We get later ling speed and later banelings, but you need queens and lings early on to defend. So Raynor was just assuming, or took a bit of a risk or a chance once again, in case and assuming that Shin would be more aggressive, we can see standard opener out of Shin. Standard opener, so I want to favor Shin here in the early game. And for Raynor, because of his delayed gas, we may even opt to delay the third base. We may even just play 2-base Roach instead. That is suddenly a bit of a more viable option for Raynor. The reason why I say it's now more likely that Raynor plays 2-base is because of Link speed. Is because Shin has a big gas advantage, and in a mirror matchup, this is a pretty big deal. Shin will have faster Link speed, he will have faster Banelings, and if we got into Link Bane aggression, Shin will have the advantage, a pretty big advantage. So because of this, usually Zerg players would, Raynor, he's not even fully saturating the gas. We're skipping Link speed. We're playing 2-base. We should be throwing down a Roach Warren, Evo Chamber, walling up on 2 bases, and again, being more defensive. And that means that Shin has the option to be greedy. Shin can take a third, can drone up quite nicely. Shin has to be careful. It's a fine line between being greedy and just dying, because if Raynor goes for a 2-base all-in, then Shin could just fall over. Speaking of, there's a third base for Shin, and Raynor, he should be staying on 2. Yeah, he's staying on 2 bases, he's walling up. So 2-base play at a Raynor, meanwhile 3 bases from Shin. So Shin, his advantage is going to be his economy. Meanwhile, Raynor, his advantage is going to be his roaches, as we should be throwing down a Roach Horn. Now, off of 2 bases, we could go a couple of different routes. We could play 2-base Roach. We could go 2-base Muta and go into a Spire if we take all of our gases. We could go for an all-in. We could just be 2-base Roach into a later third just for like a macro game. The lair is prioritized. Fast lair here from Raynor. Very fast lair. And as you can see, Raynor, he just skipped Link speed. Like, especially because of the opener, because you know that you're going to be behind in Link speed, we just skip it, and that gas is spent on the lair. Meanwhile, sure, Shin has Link speed, but does it really matter? Like, what can we do with Link speed? We can delay a third that isn't even here. So, like, again, Link speed doesn't really do much. It gives us some scouting. Airload gets shut down. Shin, oh, going for +1 carapace. Okay, we saw this in the last game. Remember, Raynor, he went for a hatch-based or hatch-tech all-in with carapace, and it looks to be something similar from Shin. Looks like the build that Raynor went for in Game 2. Meanwhile, Raynor, he's investing into +1 range. That tells us that Raynor is going 2-base Roach. Meanwhile, Shin, it looks like he's going Link Ravager. Basically, all the Roaches he makes should be morphed into Ravagers, and we're going to have a lot of Links as well. Now, what Shin is doing, this is almost like a blind counter to a 2-base Roach all-in. We can see that Raynor, he's taking, he's expanding, and Shin is now turning his own opener into an all-in himself. So Shin is going to be the aggressor. Shin is about to be the aggressor, amassing Lings and Roaches. He's cutting drones at 38 already, so very early drone count we're just stopping at. The Lings getting across the map, forcing out the transfuse. Nicely done, and no more transfuses left between these queens. No more transfuses. Overseer coming in for a scout. No saturation at the third. And here comes the all-in. Lings, Ravagers as well. Everything across the map, and Raynor, he knows. He's aware. Spine Crawlers are on the way. Doesn't have any transfuses, which is concerning. And Raynor, he's going to have to give up on the third. I feel like if he tries to save the third base, it's a bait. And he's going to be shut down. So far, really good reactions here. Raynor, yeah, he pulls back to the natural, gives up on the third, he can just force a cancel. No big losses. And can Shin break through? Oh, the Roach Warren is exposed. And the Roach Warren may go down. Spine Crawler does finish. Ooh, Vile's sending away the army. We catch out the Roaches. Massive surround here on the Roach army. Vile's a take down the Roach Warren. From here, Shinny backs off, and Shinny's droning. He's droning up. He backs off, he got the third, he got the Roach Warren, he got some Roaches. He's droning up behind this, and Shin should be safe to do so. And the question becomes, has he forced an all-in at a Raynor? Raynor's droning. Never mind. Raynor is droning up. Ooh, Overlord going to be shut down. That will supply block Shin. Raynor's moving out as well, taking down another Overlord. Big supply block there for Shin. And now we're entering a really interesting scenario here. Okay, so we need to take a moment to take stock. On the one hand, better upgrades for Raynor. Raynor, he's got +2 range and +1 carapace on the way, so a very strong 2-1 timing for Raynor. Meanwhile, he's down in the economy just because he has no third, so Raynor has some catching up to do when it comes to saturating this third base, but his Roach army is going to hit a really big power spike soon. Meanwhile, Shin, what does Shin have? He has more efficient mining, he's going to be able to drone up and saturate his third base. Because of his better economy, he should have a larger army with more Roach Ravager, but it's going to be lower quality Roach Ravagers, he's just now getting into +1 range. And Raynor, he's not droning. Raynor, he's not droning, he's moving out with a massive army. Trying to keep up with the Lings. The Lings, they do buy some time. Very nice moves here out of Shin. Just buying as much time as possible, forcing the army back. The Lings are respected. Raynor still trying to be active. And likewise, Raynor is now droning. He's droning up. Raynor's droning, so is Shin. Lings once again buying time. They commit. And they go straight into the main. Can we catch a queen? Oh, it's going to be close. And the queen does get away. We get one drone. One worker. Not quite worth it so far. And Raynor is moving out. I say that. Raynor backs up for a moment. He does get supply blocked. He wants that overload. Oh! He'll get it. Overload goes down. I mean, what's very close here between Shin and Raynor. Shin now one upgrade behind, working on +2 range. He will soon catch up on upgrades. Meanwhile, Overlord speed is on the way. Drop Lords being sent out. But they get spotted. Raynor getting ready. Raynor still droning. But Shin, he's already at 69 workers. Nice, but he's already at max like 3 base saturation. Shin, he's already done droning, which means he can focus on Roach production. Raynor is not quite there yet. Once again, moving out. Oh. Raynor is spotted. Has plenty of Ravagers to work with. Spire on the way for Shin. Bold move. It is a bit of a late Spire, but on the way nonetheless. Shin taking a 4th. Raynor, not quite yet. They slip in. Drop Alert is set up. As soon as Raynor moves out, that's when the Drop Alert moves in. Ideally, that's kind of how we want to play this out. In the midst of a fight. Raynor now taking his own 4th base. Is pushing. Is spotted. And here comes the Drop Alert into the natural. Yeah, both players have maxed. Drop Alert does slip in. And Raynor's being forced back, bleeding out roaches. Oh no! Raynor, a bit of miscontrol here, and he throws away a massive amount of roaches. That was what, 6, 7 roaches going down? 9 roaches going down. Oof. Meanwhile, Raynor going for his own drop play. 2 roaches are saved. So far, Shin having some better trades. But we have tunneling claws on the way for both players. Likewise, with this drop harass, Raynor can bounce back and try to pull Shin apart. We have an army on the right, we have an army on the left. We'll see if Shin can defend. So far, File's not quite connecting. Nice splits from both players. Shin pulls back, Raynor splits. Trying to push in the Biles. Once again, at the same time, drop into the mineral line. Shin not quite in position. Drones are going down. Likewise, detection is barely in position. Files not connecting. Drop loading into the main. Raynor sniping Overseers. Do love to see it. Queen overextends, and Shin, he's falling apart a little bit. Bleeding out queens, bleeding out drones, bleeding out a little bit much, but here come the mutas. Mutas are revealed. Hydrogen now on the way for Raynor. And how much damage can these mutas get done? As we are at a position, where's the main army? Nowhere it needs to be. Massive supply block. Yeah, Shin, he was here towards the south. He was distracted. Again, 13 drones go down. Rainer's done an insane amount of economic damage, but these mutas, they're paying for themselves. They knock down so many Ravagers, so many Roaches. And now Rainer's in a bit of trouble. He is massing up Hydras, is massing them up. But we have triggered a massive counterattack here from Shin, as he sends everything across the map. And mutas, they have no fear. They focus on the Ravagers one after the other. One Ravager left. And Shin is pushing in. The mutas will force back the army. Cloud's going to be forcing back Shin. Likewise, once again, 18 drones going down. He's all in. I mean, I say that. Rainer, his drone count isn't much better. More drones falling. Rainer, with his speed, it would just pull Shin apart. Popping up in all these bases. 23 drones going down. Rainer, likewise, though, only has 57 workers. Again, his own saturation is not ideal. But this Roach harass is keeping Rainer in this. Muta's hunting down more Overlords. Finally, Roaches are being cleaned up. There's still the one Roach on the right-hand side, threatening that mineral line. And both armies are maxed out. Rainer with better tech. Like, Rainer's getting ready for Lurker tech. We have a Lurker gen on the way. Hydra upgrades on the way as well. Rainer can take this. The Biles. Oh, this choke point is brutal. There's no pushing into this. Rainer, he cannot defend his fourth. His fourth is going to go down. A massive pickoff. Again, Rainer, he didn't mine through the minerals. He just can't go through. At the same time, Rainer attempting to harass. Shin bleeds out a handful of Ravagers, so a bit of an overextension here by Shin, but still well worth a base. Shin attempts to collapse in. Still have our mutas active. Mutas still out there. Rainer stuck on 2 bases, stuck on 47 workers as well. Like, his economy is in shambles. In a longer game, Shin can maybe pull this off. I say maybe because we have Lurkers. Like, even though Rainer, he has a worse economy, he's down a base, down in workers. Lurkers, they do scale better here in a longer game. Lurkers and Vipers. So Rainer can stabilize. He can stabilize and he can take another base. It's possible. Not easy, but it is going to be possible here. We can see that Shin is working his own hive. Hydrogen as well. Oh, we could have taken this fight, actually. Only 4 Hydras. Only 4 Hydras. Very limited anti-air for the Red Zerg. And now we have additional Hydras coming in. Obviously, it goes down. Lurkers have been spotted, and the mutas, they hit the 4th once again. Lurkers are pushing out. Shin in a bit of trouble here. Now, the Vipers, their goal for the time being is to zone away the mutas. Speaking of, the mutas come in! Up! Do we get a power bomb? Oh, do we get a power bomb? We do shut down both Vipers. Power bombs will connect. And at the same time, Rainer, he's gotten in between the bases. Pushing towards the natural. A brutal position to move into. Lurkers will be cleaned up. Roach Horn went down. Okay, no, never mind. Roach Horn's still alive. It's behind the base, but Rainer, he knocks down the 3rd. The 3rd will fall. Brutal positioning on top of the high ground. Rainer trading as efficiently as possible. Yeah, he has control of the high ground. Breaks down the 3rd. Now he's going for the 4th. Going for the kill. Making sure that Shin has no economy. Buying so much time as well. Dragging Shin further into the main. Hatchery's going to go down. A very chaotic game state for both players. Shin trying to expand towards the north. He lost so many workers. But Shin has Vipers. Now, once again, though, didn't mine through all these minerals, so pushing down here, it's going to be difficult. Shin cannot push past this wall. Rainer holds his own. Shin re-expanding, re-saturating. Comparable economies, but Rainer, he's going to be able to max out first. Shin, do we still have the Lurker down? We do. We can make Lurkers. Shin can make lurkers. We can see Rainer going for a split push, heading towards the third base. And Shin doesn't have the supply. He just straight up doesn't. He can't defend both places at once. Yeah, Shin is getting pulled apart. Rainer has arrived, borrows his lurkers. We have the yoinks. We do. We yoink too. The yoinks come in, but we get the surround. Do we have a blinding cloud? Barely a blinding cloud. But alas, the numbers are in Rainer's side. They're in his favor. Collapses on the army, and Rainer, it looks like he will clean this up. He will take the series. GG gets called, and Rainer will take the series 2-1, knocking down Shin. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very close series, very back and forth. There was some really good moments for Shin, and he did have a lead. Shin did have a lead at a time there, but if you remember, it was the multitasking of Rainer that really carried him in that game. Whether it was the tunneling claw of Roach Harass, or even the dive that he went for. If you remember when both players were maxed out, Rainer went for a dive into the natural. He snuck up behind the army with his lurkers, went into the natural, and then dove into the main. Then he dove into the main base, and yeah, with that, basically, Rainer was pulled apart. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into our next series. We're following our player into the next round. Whew. GG. GG, well played. And yeah, with that, we're going to be getting into our next series. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. Let's head on over and figure out where we are. Let us go. Okay, from the top. From the top. Interact. Will advance on, and from the top we do have Spirit. Oh my god, Spirit, he takes down Rex 2-0 up against Solar in the second round. Likewise, DRG takes down Milky Cow, so it's going to be Spirit versus Solar into Dongray Gu. Wish them all the best of luck. Likewise, scrolling down, we have Lancer versus Rogue in a PvZ. Do love to see it. Actually, that would be a really nice matchup. Best of luck to Lancer. Rogue, of course, has been on fire as of late, so it won't be an easy matchup. Will not be an easy series whatsoever. Wish them the best. Scrolling down, we have Showtime. Showtime takes down GG Machine 2-0. Showtime up against Ryung in a rematch. Again, that could go either way. I do remember the last time Ryung and Showtime faced off, Ryung did bring him down, but best of luck to Showtime. Best of luck. Scrolling down, we do have Skillet. Oh my god, Skillet! Nikita popping off, Papi popping off. He takes down Beyond 2-1, advancing on to the next round. Nikita has been on fire. Fun fact, if you are unaware, and if you did not watch ESL Europe a couple of days ago, ESL Opening Up Europe, Skillet, he took down Clem. He took down Clem and Spirit to be this week's champion. Skillet is this week's ESL Opening Up Europe champion, bringing down both Clem and Spirit. Clearly, Skillet's PvT is on point, as tonight he even brings down Beyond. So, Beyond, Clem, Spirit, they've all fallen to Skillet over the past 2 days. So Skillet has been on fire, at least in the PvT matchup. And scrolling down, we do have Trap versus Young Yakov, currently mid-series as well. Another PvZ. But Skillet has the potential to go for a deep run here in this tournament. Do wish him the best. Scrolling down, I would say that Skills' worst matchup is PvZ. That's the matchup that, to put it a little bit nicer, is the matchup that he's working on the most. And I think he's admitted it himself as well. He has admitted that that it's a matchup that he is working on actively and looking to improve in. So wish him the best of luck. Scrolling down, we have Clem. He takes down Lemon 2-1. I was really excited when I saw Clem versus Lemon. I was like, yo, that could go either way. And it did go to the ace match. Again, for those who are unaware, Lemon is the Taiwanese Protoss player, and Lemon has been on fire. He's been even threatening Gumiho in their own region, in the Asia region. So, yeah, Lemon, he does pose a threat to those Terran players out there, and even Clem drops a map, which, I mean, if you've been following Lemon, there's no surprise there. He's an animal. He's an animal, Pop. He's an animal. That's why I was freaking out earlier. But shout out to Lemon for forcing the ace match. Scrolling down, we do have Smile. Let's go, Smile. Oh, that's the Smile from Hong Kong. Yeah. I confused him with the Peruvian Smile. But Smile, he takes down Dave Lotos to 0 up against Clem in the next round. Wish him the best of luck. And scrolling down, we have Oliveira taking down Mana. We have Classic taking down Potato. Yo, Mana took a map off of Oliveira. There was a run that Mana had recently where he popped off. Mana Wikipedia. Was it in ESL Americas? There was a tournament where he, like a week ago, like within the past week, where Mana had some insane results. I think I'm thinking of Home Story Cup, right? Am I thinking of Home Story Cup? yeah, but that's it. In Home Story Cup, Mana, he took down Ryung. That's what I'm thinking of. So Mana, he took down Ryung. He made it into the playoffs of Home Story Cup. And, yeah, because that Mana been doing well here for himself. I mean, didn't take down Oliveira, but he took a map. So really nicely done. I feel like Mana, he floats under the radar for a lot of people. Does float under the radar. So it's really cool to see him doing well recently as of late. Taking down Ryung, taking maps off of Oliveira. Really cool stuff. I feel like Mana, it's hard to stand out sometimes, but like, it can be hard to stand out just because of like Showtime and Max Packs and Skilless, right? You have some dominant Protoss players in the European region, but Mana, he's been doing well, has been doing well. And of course, we have our next series. We have Rainer going on to face off against Gumiho. Let's go. That is our next series. Likewise, we have Gumiho. Oh, Geralt took a map over. Oh my god, the Polish Protoss players, Pappy. I was giving a shout out to Mana, but Geralt as well, forcing Gumiho to the ace match. Impressive. Lambert takes down Ubu Thermal, and Nightmare versus Hearthstone, still mid-series. We're catching him. Oh, trash in? Oh. Get out of here. So usually when especially when you have a Korean name that's like that's trashing pros, it's usually a Korean better. Usually it's someone who's like gambling and betting on matches, and then they, you know, they lose a bet. Get out of here. What a clown. He lost money, buddy. So we'll keep an eye out for them. This will try. I mean, yeah, they do. It happens sometimes in ESL Open Cup Asia. I say sometimes, like every couple of months, basically you'd have like Korean bettors impersonating casters to try to sneak into lobbies, so that they can bypass the delay, the stream delay, so they can get their bets in like faster than other people, like with a 2-minute advantage, stuff like that. So it's something we stay vigilant on, especially for the Korean events, to try to catch people like that. But here we go, we're diving into our next game, into our next series, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Italian Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Rainer. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. Let's go. Hello, Mr. 2-Rax Reaper. As Gumiho is going to be opening up 2-Rax Reaper here on the low ground, is going to be the aggressor initially, and I mean, I'm looking forward to it. This is another big reason why why I wanted to jump into Raynor versus Gumiho, just because, or Raynor in general, just because we were lined up to face off against Gumiho. Gumiho, of course, being our most recent Home Story Cup champion. Gumiho is our reigning champion from land of Germany, in a sense. But there were no Zerg players. The reality is there was no Serral, there was no Dark, there was no Solar, there was no Raynor, there was no Lambo either. The Zerg representative of the tournament was a Laser, if you recall. So we haven't been able to see too much of Gumiho's TVZ as of late. We are ready to embrace it. How does it compare here to Raynor? As for now, we are opening up a little bit safer. It was a 15-15 by Raynor. Very safe opener. Is going to allow him to get into and invest into earlier Queen production. And will be quite safe against the Reaper aggression of Gumiho. Let's go. Let us go. Reaper moving out across the map. We do have additional Reapers behind this. Should just be 3 Reapers. If Raynor attempts to expand, then we can invest into a 4th and 5th Reaper, but 3 Reapers is the minimum we need. So we get across the map, threading the mineral line. And the goal of this build from Gumiho is just to delay the 3rd and contain on 2 bases as... Oh my god. He almost gets a drone. Calm down. Drone pulls back. Reapers confirm there is no hatchery. And Gumiho is still making an extra pair of Reapers. Interesting. Making a 4th and 5th Reaper. And will allow this to complete. Okay, bold move out of Gumiho. This will delay add-ons. This means that his add-ons are going to be a little bit later than normal. We see why. Gumiho going for a 3rd... Gumiho, an insanely fast 3rd CC. Okay. Going 2-Rax Reaper into a 3rd CC into a 3rd Rax as well. Very greedy. Which means, obviously, we delay our add-ons. Do we delay our factory, delay our starport? We could even throw down the 4th Rax, but, okay, now, because of this, now it makes sense why we made extra Reapers. The reasoning for this is because without a factory follow-up, there's no Hellions. There's no Hellions, there's no map control either for Gumiho. So the reason why we double down and we make extra Reapers is so we can pose a threat and we can delay creep, we can, you know, chip away at the army, we can just keep Raynor honest and try to scout as best we can to make up for our lack of Hellions. Reapers go for the dive. Queens are in position. 3rd base under fire. Can we force another cancel? Ooh, it looks like we can. Yeah, the 3rd base getting very low. We force a 2nd cancel. But Raynor, he has a Roach Warren. Roach Warren is about to finish up hidden behind the mineral line at the natural. Roach Warren is on the way. Lair about to finish up behind this as well. Very fast Lair. Raynor skipping link speed. And Raynor will be moving out with Roaches, but I'm curious, is this just Roaches to defend, or do we intend to double down? Looks like we're droning. Okay, it looks like Raynor, he's only making a safety amount of Roaches while he drones up. So 4 Roaches have arrived. Gumiho behind this, getting into his 3 racks, followed by the factory and the starport. Stim is on the way. And there's that starport for Gumiho. Now Raynor will confirm the 3rd CC is already done, and now Raynor has a lot of pressure on him. What I'm referring to, we've entered a very odd game state that we rarely see, where the Terran is ahead on bases. Like, this is not often seen in this matchup. Gumiho, he's got his 3rd before Raynor even has his own 3rd done. Now, thankfully, Raynor, he delays with a changeling. Cute move. Very cute move there out of Raynor. Like, any delay is so important here. Just because Gumiho has been so greedy and has been so active as well. And now we're moving out with the Stim timing. Stim is done. Now there's no support. There's no medevacs with this. There's no Hellions. There's no, just no way to really support the bio army. This tells me that every Stim counts. Every Stim does count. We scan, we spot the Roaches. We back off. We see the mass roach army, and Gumiho gets the hell out of here. Does back off. Reiner joining up to 54 and continuing to drone, but moving out with his first wave of roaches. And without bunkers, this is going to be a tight hold. Oh. Has Gumiho been too greedy? Have we cut too many corners? Reiner going to be pushing in. And again, because of the delayed factory, like we have delayed tank production. Roaches push in. 2 Reapers go down. We do activate the first stim. And roaches are being shaved off. And can we dive on the army? Not quite. Medivacs have barely arrived before it's a second stim. Boys are being pulled. And so far, Reiner, he's trading well. Forcing out stims, denying mining time. Tank has arrived. Now Reiner backs off. And this entire time, Reiner has been droning and taking a fourth. Like, Reiner was not committed. He was not all in. He was just trying to make sure that Gumiho didn't get away with a fast third. And that was some good damage. Didn't kill Gumiho, but again, denied mining time, shaved off Marines. Spent energy. And from here, Reiner backs off, and we're getting ready for Ling Bane Roach Ravager. We have melee upgrades on the way. Hive as well. Very fast Hive here out of Reiner. Very fast Hive. Does unload. Thankfully, Reiner, he's in position. Has eyes on the drop. Oh my god. Goes to the vials. And so far, Reiner, he's maintaining his 4 bases, getting up to 80 workers. Hive is now done. Who is it? Oh, no, Rex. As looks like one of our casters is having some latency issues. Rex, of course, a Taiwanese Zerg player, is casting in his own native language on his own channel. It is a bit of a shame though that our connection is a little bit unstable, but hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully Rex can maybe join us for the next game after he resolves any issues going on. But he's gonna time out. Smooth. Emil, papi. And thankfully this is happening before any big fights. Like, we're not in any like major engagement or anything like that. It's like we're just macroing at the moment. Gumiho's being active, but there's no big fight, so thankfully this isn't really impacting you know, the players too much. So okay, Rex does timeouts. We dive back in. Okay, now that the Hive is done, we're going straight for the Ultra Cavern. Okay. Ultra's on the horizon. Vipers are on the way. Yeah, settling in. Scan does reveal the tech. Very nice scan here out of Gumiho. Fully aware of the Vipers, of the Hive, and of the Ultra Cavern. This should trigger a Ghost Academy. And a move towards Ghost production as well. We're in for a long one. I can. Do you see what I see? I see 2 orbitals on the way. Oh boy. We're getting to our orbitals. We're getting to our tank production as well. Double factory. And I can see already the lines being drawn. And Gumiho getting ready to turtle up. We're not quite there yet. Like, I can feel it. Seen long ZVTs on Oceanborn in the past. Now Ultra production has begun. We have Kindness Plating, Adrenal, getting into our upgrades. Then counterattack. Can we catch some tanks? Not quite. Bold move there by Reiner. We did have a quick unsiege out of Gumiho, making sure he did not cause any friendly fire. Nice moves. That was how many links? That was 33 links for 2 Marines. Not the best trade, but Reiner, he had a bank. Can bleed out some links. It's okay. Meanwhile, we spoke about working towards Ghosts, but even better than that, we have Liberator range on the horizon. Fusion course on the way. That's going to be for Lib range. To settle into tank Lib. No Ghost Academy yet. Sticking with Fire. As we do have the Ultras revealing themselves, the first tank is going to go down. The first tank does fall. We spoke about the wall. This is what we mentioned. This is what we were. This is what we did refer to. CC is on the way. Turrets, tanks. Likewise, we have walling off here on the right-hand side. Again, lines are being drawn. Viper coming in though to shut down the tanks. Here we have the first yoink. Oh, a brutal moment for these Ultras though. They do overextend up the ramp. One tank did fall. Nice power bomb on the medevac, but the splits from Gumiho does pull away. Splits against the power bomb, and it looks like Gumiho will maintain this position. Did bleed out one tank, but just the one. Oh, this is going to be an expensive loss of roaches. We bleed out so many roaches for a single tank. We did want to get rid of them, true, but that was 18 roaches for one tank. A brutal trade for Raynor. Getting into Link production. Working towards 3-3. Spires on the way. That's going to be for a Greater Spire and for Broodlords, if we need them. Oh, nice catch. Two Marauders go down. Nice catch from Raynor. Ghost Academy now on the way. More CCs, more orbitals. Now, because the orbital count is getting higher and higher, that means that we can get away with a lower SCV counts. We have 84 workers now, but over time, Gumiho is going to want to bleed out those workers and have a higher army supply instead. Like, the way this works is that Raynor should have the better economy with all these bases, but Gumiho will have the larger and more efficient army. It's kind of the ebb and flow of ZVT as the game goes on. Raynor has to be very careful with his trades, as he does immediately saturate top right, which I do appreciate. Tank goes down. But it's so important right now that Raynor, he is not saturating this northern base. He just has it for Larva, and he's prioritizing these center bases instead. Much more important as we go for a Doom Drop. And Doom Drop into the natural does force a big reaction. Gumiho is racing back home. At the same time, ooh, Viper overextends. Gets up Lightning Cloud. And the Ultras, they're busting through the tank line. We have not left enough Marauders. No Ghosts either. And the Ultras, they break through. At the same time, 22 SCVs going down, and Gumiho is being pulled apart. He just cannot keep up. The Ultras, they go to town at 27 workers. From here, Raynor can back off, but he did the damage he was looking for. How much did we get? Oh, we borrowed Banelings. But that was 5 Ultras for 8 tanks. 26 SCVs. A good chunk of bio. Scans to make sure we get eyes on any hidden units. Any borrowed links. Ghosts have now arrived. My eyes are still on these Banelings. There's potential. There's definitely potential. Again, the scans that you saw there are just to make sure there's no links borrowed. As it is very common to borrow links in that kind of situation. Scan does reveal the Banelings. Gumiho does spot them. And Raynor has Remax. So is Gumiho, but Gumiho, he had to burn through his bank. That's what's important right now, is that Gumiho did have to burn through quite a bank to replace all those tanks. Meanwhile, Raynor mining through top right. Not yet expanding bottom or center left. Love to see the center left base being taken while we can. And we'll love to see us snipes going up in the Ravagers. Raynor overextending a little bit here, but the goal is to delay the expansion. Gumiho is taking the center base. Now, what's scary about this base is that, well, as we go for the Mule Hammer, is that we can threaten center right. We can threaten that center right base quite quickly. Raynor at the same time with the secondary army, moving out, expanding towards the center left. So as Raynor loses this base, we can take this base instead. As we lose one, we can take the other. Oh, Raynor going for a massive counterattack does hit these CCs. They do buy some time. The lift is real. Yeah, Raynor threatening both bases, but so far Gumiho is keeping up. The orbital does go down. See Raynor making room, busting onto the planetary. Ooh, the SCVs did bunch up for a moment. Workers are going down. And the planetary looks like it will fall. Yeah, the repairs are not good enough. Planetary goes down at the same time. Banelings do crash in. 19 SCVs go down. Very nicely done here by Raynor. But Gumiho, he breaks out. And Gumiho does have the supply lead. He could try to threaten that hatchery, but alas, it doesn't quite go for it. Now, on the one hand, we don't have that many mineral patches left at this base, but we do need to try to mine as much as we can. The Mule Hammer is real. And we spoke about it earlier. Again, Gumiho, he's only on 45 workers. He has a very low SCV count, but we spoke about how at a certain point in ZVT, you don't need SCVs. Not anymore. It's all about the mules. And again, Gumiho's army supply is massive. He's got 153 army supply compared to the 108 of Raynor. So if Raynor takes a really bad fight, if he does overextend and bleeds out too much, then the push from Gumiho is going to be insane. It's going to hit like a truck. But we do catch some tanks. Very nice run by 2 tanks go down. Can we get another? Ooh, not quite. But very efficient trade. At the same time, Lings, they attempt to hit the center tower. They will. Center tower goes down. Lings burrow. More Ling Bane is amassing. Vipers are zoned away. And here come the Banelings. Raynor going to be committing here. Takes down 1 tank. Takes down the Hellbats. And it looks like we can get into the mineral line. And Banelings, they do roll in. Gumiho not quite in position. The ghosts finally rotate over. But it looks like this should have forced Gumiho to move out, and he should look to knock down this base. And again, Raynor, it is expected to lose this base, but he was able to mine quite nicely out of this and make it pay for itself. Lings is taking another tank. Wouldn't leave any bio. Yeah, only tanks are left behind. Massive pickups. Gumiho is getting pulled apart, and we needed some kind of bio left over. That's a kill on the CC. And Gumiho is going to keep on pushing. He knocks down 1 hatchery, and he's going for another. Bold move, but Gumiho will shut down 2 bases. Most of the workers are saved. Gumiho is going to try to chase him down. Once again, Pure Ling catching more tanks. Like, these tanks are just so exposed. And you can punish them so hard with just Pure Ling. Drones attempt to escape. Ooh, none of them do. 20 workers go down. But bearing in mind that even though Raynor lost 2 hatcheries, we have center left and we have a bank. Like, Raynor, he can remax. He can afford some of these losses. Raynor, though, we had a larva. Raynor is running out of larva. That's the one thing keeping Raynor down. He's been making so many lings that he actually doesn't have larva to spend his money. And if Gumiho pushes now, Raynor, he's gonna fall over. Wait, send it! Like, if Gumiho pushes in the next couple of seconds here, Raynor, he can't remax. That's why his supply isn't going up. Ugh, feels bad, man. No injects, no lava. Okay, Gumiho's rotating. Okay, he's rotating over towards the fringe bases, which means he's giving Raynor time to rebuild. Bane rolling in. More corruptors on the way. Raider Spies about to finish. Okay, looks like our plan here is for these Corruptors to morph into Broodlords. I would imagine. I would imagine the Broodlords are on the horizon here. Scan does reveal the Ling Bane. Hatchery goes down. The drones are saved. Rainer, he rotates over instead. Catches a tank. Bailey's, we get some okay connections, but not ideal, and we're bleeding out too much. It's becoming far too much here. Rainer, he doesn't have an army left. Broodlords are now on the way, but we need time. We desperately need time here, and Gumiho backs up. Okay. I was like, once again, if Gumiho did move out here and then, Rainer has no Ling Bane to defend. He has Hydra, Broodlord. He has very little support for his Hydras, but Gumiho, he backs off and he rotates. So Gumiho is playing this very carefully, and you could argue that Gumiho is respecting Rainer a little bit too much. Where Gumiho is not going for these kind of big pushes, he's just denying these fringe bases over and over again, playing it safe. Lings diving in, they get a surround, they go for the planetary. Planetary is saved, Gumiho rotating to the right hand side, being caught out. Broodlords are revealed. Rainer, he is burning through that bank though. Like, this slow and steady pace here from Gumiho, it's still doing well. Rainer, he once had a 4K mineral bank. Now he has nothing. Now, Rainer, he has no minerals whatsoever. Ghosts are coming in, the snipes are popping up. We catch a Broodlord. How many Broodlords left? 8. 8 Broodlords remaining. Massive fungal, but there's no follow-up. The fungal doesn't even matter. Yeah, snipes are going off, and Gumiho is still snowballing out of control. I was concerned that he was giving Rainer too much time, but nah, we were fine. Yeah, GG gets called. Rainer has nothing left, and Gumiho will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, I was so concerned that Gumiho was allowing Rainer to remax and to make use of his bank. But Gumiho was trading efficiently enough. Gumiho, he still had control of the map. He still eventually had control of the economy as well, as Rainer did eventually burn through his bank, and Gumiho did snowball out of control. GG, well played. Gumiho takes a lead. Whew. GG. All those borrowed units are wasting scans though. It's not like he's got infinite mules. He doesn't have infinite mules, but he has enough. Like, sure, they were forcing scans, but we had like 10 orbitals. It's a lot, Papi. It's a lot. Like, Gumiho, his economy he was holding his own with said economy. Was holding his own. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. I should also, as we have our lobby. Beautiful. Beautiful. We have our lobby. Game 2 is going to be on side Delta. I should also reiterate as well that it isn't just about, Terrans relying on mules to be able to get away with a lower SCV count, but also, like, in general, their army is more efficient, so they shouldn't be losing as many units. They should be able to maintain their losses a little bit more efficiently, even with a low worker count, and be able to rebuild and remax. That is also why it was really important that Rainer was able to catch those tanks. Remember, he caught, like, I want to say 5 or 6 tanks, like, consecutively there, which was really nice for Rainer. But alas, he just was bleeding out a lot of Ling Bane, and yeah, was having a hard time maintaining himself against Gumiho. And with that, GG. GG, well played. We're getting into game number 2. We're getting into that second game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of side Delta, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Cloud9, our most recent Home Story Cup champion. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the the Italian Zerg player living in South Korea. I got it mixed up. Representing Basilisk, it is Rainer. Here we go. Now, I believe Rainer is scheduled to return to Italy soon. I don't have any clear dates on that. I'm pretty sure Rainer and Basilisk spoke about it, so if you're a little bit more informed, then we would appreciate being let know. But I know that his return to Europe is imminent, from my understanding. Is soon TM. But it's been really cool to see Rainer, of course, traveling to Korea and competing in Korea. Is not something we see too often nowadays, especially post-COVID, right? Like, we once had a foreigner team house, right? There was a team house in Korea, and we had players coming in and out and rotating. They had a nice place to stay. They had a nice practice environment with friends as well. But COVID killed that. For those who are maybe unaware, because of COVID, basically all the players had to return. They had to kind of leave Korea, return to their homeland, if you will, and that meant that the team house had to close down, and we haven't really had too much of an initiative to bring it back post-COVID, unfortunately. Haven't had too much of an initiative. I know that I mean, I say that, I know that last year it was Scarlet, Estrella, Future, and Zane. They were living together in Korea for a little bit. I know that they were together for a couple of months. Under the Future and Estrella, they were streaming from there. They weren't really making content together, but you know, they were being active, and it was really cool to see. But that was only for a time. Hopefully something like that comes back. Would be nice to see. As for now, we are settling down. Gumiho opening up with a 1-1-1. Okay, interesting. As a reminder, last game, Gumiho opened up 2 racks Reaper into a 3rd CC. Very greedy follow-up from Gumiho in Game 1. Here in Game 2, aggression. We don't often delay the 3rd base in TVZ, but here we have. So a big delay in the 3rd, big prioritization of the starport of medevac production. I would not be surprised if we even throw down something like an armory with this. This could be the beginnings of a Hellbat push. As we go for the add-on sub, getting into Banshee production early on. So Hellions into Banshee. And we'll keep an eye on any other hidden tech here. On the potential armory, as Cloak is being researched. Hellions are amassing. Back at home, Rainer, hatch gas pool into a 3rd. Standard opener out of Rainer is joining up. Gumiho being active. He's got how many Hellions so far? 4 Hellions, soon to be 6. Do you have an extra wave behind this? Well, soon to be 5, technically. And Hellions, we just go for the dive. Oh my god, Gumiho. He goes to the dive, risky move, and he's going to get punished. He gets punished so hard, every Hellion goes down. If he wanted to go for a Hellbat push, then it's not going to happen. Not anymore. Looking up every single Hellion, that was not worth it for Gumiho. And with that, we've lost a lot of bite here. Now we have no map control. 3rd CC now on the way. And Rainer, he can freely drone. From this moment on, he can just freely drone up, just focus on Queen defense, and just skip out on Lings. Again, we have a handful of Lings here to defend, but that's all we really need. Ooh, and we have Cyclones on the way. Is this the beginning of mech? Will we see a 2nd factory? I'm feeling it. We'll see. I mean, Gumiho did flex his bio in Game 1. Now is it time for Gumi mech? Potentially. As the Banshee has arrived, gets a drone, and gets a 2nd worker, a 3rd drone as well. Very nicely done. The Banshee now making up for the dead Hellions earlier. 3 drone kills, we pick off Lings, head towards a 3rd base, no Spore in position. We could have dealt even more damage here. Get a 4th and a 5th drone. And there it is, double armory. We spoke about the armory earlier. I was getting ready for a Hellbat push myself, but I just doubled down, papi. We're getting ready for the mech. So Gumiho is making it up, is known for his mech as well. It's not a style that we see too often at this level of play. We saw it a lot more often in the last patch with the previous Cyclone, like Clem played mech, Beyond played mech, Maru as well. On the new patch though, the most recent patch, it has kind of petered out quite a bit. I think the last time we saw Clem play mech was like at the start of the patch, like 2 months ago, 3 months ago, like pre-DreamHack Dallas, post IM Katowice. But it's not something often done anymore after the change of the Cyclone. But Gumiho, he still does enjoy it. Still does embrace it. Still does embrace it. There we go. 4 factories on the way. Have our 1-1 upgrades. Hellion Cyclone rotating around. And looks like he will catch a queen. Likes mech on this particular map, I think. I mean, this isn't a bad map for mech, just because of your... actually... I was going to say your defensive setup here on 3 bases, but you do spread yourself a little bit thin here. As opposed to like Alcyone. Like Alcyone, you can turtle up quite hard. Regardless of things, they come in for a surround, they catch the Cyclones. And Cyclones get shut down, the Hellions as well. Ooh. Gumiho getting punished for being a little bit too active, and with that, Raynor once again strips map control away from Gumiho. And Gumiho's in a bit of trouble. And thankfully he has these Banshees, but outside of that, he has no army whatsoever. He has 2 Hellions, 2 Hellbats. That's his army. Gumiho building up towards tanks, trying to get his production up and running as well. The problem here is that with mech, you do need to build up and you need to like snowball out of control by being as efficient as possible. But Gumiho, he's bled out so much. 8 Hellions, 2 Cyclones. Like, he doesn't really have anything to threaten Raynor. And that means that Raynor, he can, again, freely drone. And he has. He's up to 83 workers. Like, Raynor, he has ideal saturation. He's on 4-base saturation already. Now he can focus on his army. He can work towards Hive Tech, Spire, Infestation Pit, 1-1 upgrades. Raynor's been so greedy, but he can get away with it because he shut down all the Hellions and Cyclones. So Raynor, he's already at the ideal worker count, and now he's focusing on his army production. For now, it's going to be Lingbane into Roach Ravager. He is getting into Roach Ravager, spreading all of his creep. Gumiho, even though he was working on a variation of Battle Mech, at this point, I feel like we have to turtle up a little bit. Now we're getting to tank production. No more Cyclones, just tank Hellion. We do have a marauding force of Cyclones that are kept back at home, but we're done with Cyclone production. So we could be in for a longer one. We could we could be here for a little bit. These Banshees, they've done well for themselves. Getting another 3 drones, very important. Do pick away at the economy. Additional Hellion tank on the way, still. Getting our 4th base up running. Gumiho getting up to his own 84 worker count. Additional factories on the way. Again, the army that Gumiho has is not going to be ideal against Roach or Ling Roach yet, but we're getting there. Once we build up the tank count. I love that because of this Raven, like, we can just clear up all this creep. Yeah, even without scans. So many tumors going down. Corruptors are on the horizon. We're getting there. We have Hurricane engines on the way. We have advanced servos. Getting into all of our mech upgrades. Gee, how many Hellions do we have? Like, the army is large. Like, Gumiho's maxed out, but a lot of the supply is in Hellbats. Like, he's made so many Hellions here. I guess just because it was a mineral dump for him to max out. And now we're pushing. Gumiho's maxed out, is moving, is pushing. We have 6 tanks. Not the best tank count here. 4 tanks with the main army. At the same time, it does hit the northern base. Drone's going down. Lingbane not quite engaging yet. It's giving her does threaten, but yeah, he pulls back. I appreciate this. He's going to be pulling back. We'll keep up with the Lings. Likewise, still active with some Cyclones and Hellbats, making sure that the base is denied. And Gumiho is going to rotate over instead towards the right-hand side. We'll knock down this would-be base. This would be sick. And tanks are sieging up the army, not quite in position, so that base should fall. At the same time, Raynor hits the southern CC. Hatchery goes down, but here come the Blinding Clouds. Yeah, we cover the tanks. The tanks, they do nothing. Ultras, they dive in. And we should be able to clean this up. Every tank going down. It was only 4 tanks. They do fall. Thor's having a hard time, and Raynor takes a fight. Isn't able to keep pushing. Actually, might be able to. No defensive tanks. Thor does hold. Raynor backs off. He's reinforcing. Gumiho rebuilding his tanks, getting into Liberators, getting into Thor production. We have to be careful not to make too many Thors. Thors are ideal against Brood Lords, yes, and we already saw the Corruptors, but still mainly working with a ground army. And this is the problem with Side Delta, is that you spread yourself so thin on this map. Like, the bases are so far apart. Yeah, Lings, they get into the mineral line, we get on top of the Hellbats and Cyclones. Raynor hiving in between the bases, and we're pulling Gumiho apart a little bit here. Ultras diving in. Raynor overextending a little bit. Takes out another tank. Now, this goes both ways, in the sense that if Gumiho was being active, likewise, it's difficult for Raynor to, like, go back and forth between bases, but Raynor has the map control. And Gumiho is stuck trying to keep up. And again, once again, Gumiho just not quite in position. It's so important for Gumiho to keep an eye on the army movements and where exactly Raynor is. We need some sensor towers, as they're just now finishing. And this is all that Raynor needs to do. Just time and time again, try to knock down these fringe bases and make use of this bank. The tank count, still only 4 tanks. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about this. With 21 Hellbats, Jesus, like, it's mainly a Hellbat army. Speaking of, we knocked down the Hellbats. Getting on top of the Thors, Lightning Clouds on the tanks. We don't quite break through. This feels like, there we go. I was like, this feels like a Euthermal army. Like, what's going on? Now we have some BCs on the way. My apologies, I missed the triple starport, but we're getting up to 4 starports, going for a big BC transition. Now we see why we were not really one to embrace tanks too much, as we're spending gas elsewhere. So, yeah, really risky style, I would say. Like, Gumiho is so vulnerable. I mean, look at the space here. Like, what do we have to defend? 1 Lib and 1 Planetary. Even down here, like, we don't really have the typical mech defensive setup, because we'd usually be working with a heavy tank count. And Gumiho's getting away with it, in a sense that Raynor, if he was aware of how vulnerable some of these bases were, I'm sure he'd be more aggressive, right? Like, I'm sure Raynor would be all over this. But I'm sure he's assuming that we have a better defensive line. Better than we actually have. So this is, yeah, really, like, I feel uncomfortable. Like, I feel like scared for Gumiho, because it's like, this feels illegal. but he's doing it. Doesn't feel right. Liberators have arrived, threatening bases. Aliens clearing up quite a bit of creep here in the center of the map. Honestly, Gumiho's done a great job at making sure that there's barely any creep to work with. Most active tumors are denied. Getting into +2 ship weapons, building up more BCs. Aliens are being active. Yeah, we're going BC Thor, straight up. BC Hellion Thor. Base is going to be killed, not a cancel. Not bad. Now, when it comes to Raynor, we've been focusing a lot on what Gumiho has been up to. Raynor has an interesting army. He does have Neural. I believe we're lacking Spellcasters. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, 12. We have 12 Infestors in the back line. 12 Infestors. We have very little Roach Ravager to work with. But that's a lot of Infestors. The reason why we made so many Infestors was because of the Thor count. Like, so for those that are curious, typically the best answer, the best counter to Thor is to mind control them, is to neural the Thors. And because of that, and because Gumiho is now going into BC, like, our plan was already to neural the Thors. And once we do, now they're going to be even stronger and even better against the BCs as well. So this is going to be, yeah, an interesting dynamic. We'll see if Gumiho gets a read on the high Infestor count, and if he's able to avoid that. Likewise, of course, we can always neural the BCs as well. It's going to be a little bit more difficult because the BCs are going to be further back. Like, the Thors are going to be on the front lines. They're going to be the buffer zone between the Zerg army and the BC. And usually, how would we deter Infestors from the Terran army? That's what tanks come into play, right? Tanks and Liberators, they typically zone away the ground army. But we have a low tank count. We have how many tanks? 6. 6 tanks, one Liberator. We'll see how this all comes together. So we're making 10 more Infestors. Oh my god. We're getting up to 22. 22 Infestors. Now, at what point do we have too many Infestors, right? Can we literally neural everything? Can we neural every unit with 22 Infestors? I mean, we could. Okay. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready for the neural. At the same time, massive link counterattack hits the natural base. Bungles will connect. The Biles. Ooh. They graze the army. Infestors have been revealed. And can they close the distance? Remember, the tank count might be a little bit low, but they are coming forward. They do push forward. Bungle once again connects. Ooh, a massive Dorito cannon here on the army. We dodge the piles. The army is vulnerable. Meanwhile, at the same time, Lings, they busting into the natural, busting into the main, came to the production. It's one and done here for Gumiho. Raynor being forced back. The BCs, they do head towards that northern base. And we expose the ground army. Yeah, the Yoinks are real. 2 tanks go down. And a Thor. BCs, they take down the base. Infestors are on the hunt. Oh, they're coming in. Gumiho backs off. He does spot them. Does spot the Infestors. Behind this, Lings, they're done with the natural. They head towards the third. Files go up. That tank count getting lower and lower. We're down to 2 tanks. And again, without tanks, I feel like there's nothing to really stop the ground Infestor army. How many Infestors are we up to? Still 22. Yeah, 22 Infestors. Crazy. Leagues are finally cleaned up, and we did get 15 SCV kills. Oh, but we are setting up with turrets, with more tanks, reinforcements soon to arrive. Raynor up. Doesn't quite get a tank. Ooh. Yeah, big volleys going up. There we go. 2 tanks go down. There's the first mural. Yamato on the on the Thor. And the Biles should take down the final tank. No more tanks! No more tanks here for Gumiho. More BCs, they dive in. Not too sure about that, since we can just neural it immediately. BC is neuraled. And Gumiho, where are our reinforcements here? Where are the reinforcements? There we go. I was like, I'm pretty sure we've been building up an army. There it is. The tanks that broken free. They were chilling back at home. I was like, I'm pretty sure we've been making tanks this entire time. And they have arrived. And most of the BC survived. Like, Gumiho did well. He took down a base, took down 2 bases. Tanks are pushing in. And And now Gumiho has a split force. He's got his tank army here towards the south. He's got his BCs towards the north. Ooh, we are cutting the infestors off. Uh-oh. Rainer's out of position. He's caught out of position. He's stuck here on the low ground, and we're looking to try to cut him off from the third. At the same time, BC is going towards the north as well. Rainer in a rough position. How do we break out? We're stuck. We're locked in. Like, Gumiho, he's just free to go for all these bases. Like, we're just cut off from the entire northern half of the map. Aye. Oh, God. Yeah, we're stuck on the low ground, and Rainer, this is not the place to be. He's being pinned back. Does neural some of these stores. At the same time, we're losing the main, losing everything. I think that's just game. I know we have a bank. We have 9,000 minerals in the bank, but we're gonna lose everything. Like, in one fell swoop. Like, Rainer's stuck. We're working on the tanks one at a time. True, we continue to scan. Like, Gumiho, he can't believe what he's seeing. He's like, oh my god, this is great. And Rainer's gonna lose everything up here. Every base is gonna fall. Rainer, he's gonna be stuck on one base, which means even though Rainer has a bank, he only has one base to make use of the larva. So he's gonna be out of larva as well. And yeah, everything's falling. Even top right, all the bases will fall. Rainer, he's stuck on one base, and yeah, just Rainer, he just misread the movement. He was getting ready for a push from the south. He was getting ready for this, but again, he just got out position. It's just, yeah, it's just over. I don't, like, we can't even base trade from here. Like, how do we base trade with this army? Like, Infestors are not designed for that. And here we go, the Ultras, they come in. We are breaking out, so the Thors are not here. Whew. So we do finally break out as the Thors moved out of position. But it's a little bit too late for that. As the Ultras are going to be able to break through all these tanks. Meanwhile, we are just repositioning up here. If you're wondering where the Thors went, they went up here towards the north. We are just rallying towards the top right base. And Gumiho has the entire map. Yeah, the final hatchery goes down. Alright, we got some work to do. As Rainer's heavily supply blocked. Rainer, he's rebuilding the infestation, but he has to rebuild the roach war, and he rebuild the everything. The spawning pool, sorry, the spawning pool, and everything. The lair. We got a lot of catching up to do. We have to also break free from the supply block, as we have no larva. So making as many overlords as we can. And now Gumiho can consolidate his army and bring everything together and go for the kill. Go for the final fight. I mean, I say the final fight. Gumiho can sustain himself in a longer game. All Gumiho has to do, realistically, all he has to do is deny these bases. It's deny these expansions. If he can just contain Rainer, that's his win condition. But he's going for it. He's going for the main fight. We have 22 Infestors. Murals coming in. Oh, big tank volleys though. The Infestors, they melt! The Infestors, they melt before the tanks. GG gets called, and Gumiho will take the series at 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Whew. Again, it was quite back and forth between Rainer and Gumiho. There was a lot of potential with all the Infestors of Rainer, and things were looking quite close between them, but alas, towards the end, it didn't matter that Rainer had like 6k, 5k in the bank or anything like that. He was outpositioned. Because that he was stuck on the low ground, he could not push in, and he could not save his bases. He lost, what was it, like 5 or 6 bases towards the north. Every hatchery fell, all the tech fell, we got heavily supply blocked. Yeah, it was just a really, really rough moment there for Rainer. Just misreading the movement of Gumiho and just being caught. Just being caught out. Just straight up. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Gumiho does take the series. He does advance on into the next round to face off against Nightmare in a TVP. Let's go. And if there was ever any doubt, you know, I'm sure there were people talking about how, like, oh, you know, Gumiho, he won Home Story Cup, but there were no big Zerg players to face off against him. I mean, if Reina was there, Gumiho showing off that he can definitely take it to Reina with his bio and his mech as well. He is a terrifying opponent, and very few players play mech quite like Gumiho. Like, I should also reiterate that this was a unique style out of Gumiho, going for, if you remember, he set on a very low tank count initially. He was going for initially battle mech into Hellion tank, into Hellion Thor, into mass BC. Like, it was a crazy transition, and there was a big period where Gumiho was vulnerable. We spoke about it, right? Where Gumiho, he was vulnerable to these attacks where Reina was getting damage done. He was knocking down bases, knocking down mineral lines. But then eventually Gumiho got into his BCs and was able to be active once again. And with that, Gumiho will take the series. And with that, we're getting into our next matchup. We're getting into our TVP. Let's go. Between Gumiho and Nightmare. Catching up in the chat. A bit late reply, but what you asked earlier. Rainer's title is last stream from Korea. Okay. Thanks for letting us know, Joas. I was curious as to when Reina was coming back to Europa. Thanks for letting us know. Give me his harm, he will be his harm. True. But yeah, with that, let's head on over to the bracket. Let's head on over and have a look at where we are and where we're headed. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We've had a lot of updates. We've had a lot going on here. Okay, let's try to catch up as Lambo took down Euthermal 2-0, but unfortunately Lambo forfeited against Nightmare. I hope everything's okay. I know that Lambo was streaming his POV. I know that Lambo, he was live on his Twitch channel, so I hope everything's okay. Hope nothing serious did arise, but Nightmare does take the series in the end with the walkover. And up next we have Gumiho versus Nightmare in that TVP. That is what we are covering next on the channel. Meanwhile, scrolling up, let's have a look. Meanwhile, scrolling up, we do have a Classic taking down Oliveira 2-0. Big win for Classic. Oliveira did defeat Classic on Monday in ESL Open Cup Asia. Oliveira, he had a very deep run, and he was able to shut down quite a number of Korean Protosses. But Classic gets his revenge, and Classic brings down Oliveira. Now Classic up against Clem in a TVP. Oh, that's going to be a spicy one. Do wish him the best of luck. I am sure that someone is casting that. I think the Chinese stream, they were covering Oliveira versus Classic. They should follow Classic into Clem. So they'll have you covered there. Speaking of, Clem took down Smile 2-0. Did take Smile down. We have Skillus he took down not just Bjorn, but Trap. 2-0 over Trap. Again, I feel like if you give Skillus any Protoss or any Terran player like Skillus, he can bring them all down one after the other. We spoke about it before, but Skillus, he knocked down Clem yesterday. Here today, he knocked down Bjorn. We saw him bring down Trap. I'm pretty sure he took down Showtime as of late as well. Now he's up against Showtime once again. So Skillus versus Showtime is also currently mid-series. Do wish them the best. Says, oh my, it happened again. And it happens again. I was alluding to it before, but we've been casting a lot of Rogue versus Solar. Winding it back, if you weren't here when we were discussing DreamHack, we were the C stream. We were one of the side streams for DreamHack Dallas, and we were covering the open stage at the time. And if you want, you can check out the VODs. The VODs are on YouTube, the VODs are on Twitch. We casted 2 best of 3s between Solar and Rogue in the open stage in the early rounds, and Rogue cheesed the hell out of Solar. It went both ways. We saw Solar be hyper aggressive against Rogue. Rogue was hyper aggressive against Solar. It was a very short series. I think both best of threes went to the ace match, and it was like a 20-minute series, like both of them put together even. Just really fast games, really short series. And Rogue defeated Solar both times, both in the upper bracket and in the lower bracket as well. And Rogue is the reason why Solar didn't make it out of the open stage. The reason why Solar was never featured on the mainstream at DreamHack, even though he's an amazing player, he's one of the best Zerg players in the world, but Rogue did deny him, and Rogue had a deeper run instead. And once again, Rogue takes down Solar 2-1. So it seems like Rogue has Solar's number as of late. When it comes to the mind games and the chaotic nature of ZVZ. Again, I'm pretty sure that series would have been a really fast one as well. Like, they're just so aggressive against each other. I don't know why, but they are. I don't know if there's any story behind it, but whenever Rogue and Solar meets, like, it's very fast games, like hyper aggression. So GG, congratulations to Rogue as he takes down Solar. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Rogue is the final Zerg player of the tournament. Yeah, Rogue is the final Zerg player, and we've got 2 Terrans in Clem and Gumiho, and we've got 3 Protoss in Showtime, Skilless, and Nightmare. Okay. So the bracket is progressing. Rogue is the Zerg Hope, waiting in the semifinals, and we'll see who faces off against Rogue. I mean, it's going to be a Protoss player versus Rogue, but will it be a TVT lower semis or a PvP or something else? We'll be here to find out. Harsum has Clem versus Classic. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Harsum, he does often play in KungFu Cup, and then he casts afterwards. Really cool to see. Speaking of, what does the Chinese stream have? They should also have Clem versus Classic, right? No. Looks like the Chinese stream, they're also going for Gumiho versus Nightmare. Okay, there you go. Speaking of, we have a lobby. We do have a lobby. Vetoes are done. We'll be following Gumiho into his next series, into the lower semifinals. Of course, Gumiho, our most recent Home Story Cup champion. Is our most recent champion, and we'll see if he can go for an even deeper run here. We're getting into our TVP. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkion, and we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. Here we go. See someone asking, where is MaxPax? Yeah, MaxPax is usually here for KungFu Cup. That's actually a good question. MaxPax wasn't here for KungFu Cup, and I believe, if not mistaken, MaxPax also wasn't here for ESL Americas a couple of days ago. So, maybe something's going on IRL, whether it's studies or something else. But yeah, MaxPax has been suspiciously absent from some of these events, from ESL Americas and from KungFu Cup. But I'm sure he'll be here next week. I'm sure MaxPax will be back next week. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'm seeing more of him next time. Hold on, I gotta open up the Google Translate. Gotta open it up. Just in case. Okay, we're good. We are good. So now it's going to be a double gas. So open a double gas, what does that mean? That means a faster factory at a Gumiho delayed command center from our Korean Terran player. So entering our faster factory can lead into faster tech. This could be for Reactor Reaper Hellion, could be for a Widowmine drop, could be for initially Cyclones. Gumiho is going to be initially the aggressor here, as Nightmare does recall the pro back home, getting a full scout, and back at home just going for a standard gate expand or gate cyber expand. Standard open out of Nightmare. He's now aware of the open of his opponent. Gumiho is going to be a little bit less economic early on, but now going for the CC after the factory. And we'll see what this all leads into. Meanwhile, the first Reaper gets across the map, and our tech of choice is going to be a Twilight Council from Nightmare. Should be Blink from our Korean Protoss. Should be able to get into Blink. I mean, we could technically go into Charge or even into DTs, but they are very, very unorthodox. Very rarely do we see something other than Blink from a Twilight Council. It's quite rare. The Reaper gets forced back, and Gumiho has yet to confirm what exactly the tech is. Gumiho is in the dark. Reaper gets forced back. And the Reaper takes an extra hit. Oh, the Reaper goes down. Very nice pick off here from Nightmare. Behind this, we're getting to a very fast tank. Oh my god. Insanely fast tank production. I was curious as to, okay, what is the factory for? You know, Widowmine drop, Hellions, Cyclones. No. It's for the tech lab right into the tank. Very aggressive build here by Gumiho. He's waiting for his medevac, and he's going to be sending everything across the map as quickly as possible. And Nightmare, for the time being, is unaware. Nightmare, he's working towards Blink. I'm working towards his second gateway. Robo's on the way. Safety shield battery at the natural. Now, this move out from Gumiho is typically designed to go for the pylon. This pylon specifically. This is Nacho's pylon. it is gonna not just the pylon, but also the tech as well. The cyber core, the Twilight Council, the gateway. Tank is moving out, and we'll see what we can get done. Blink is being chronoed as we speak. Drop is moving out. Headed towards this location. And again, for the time being, Nightmare a little bit distracted by the initial Hellion. Drop comes in, we're going for the pylon. And the tank should be able to focus it down. Ooh, does take some hits. And last the pylon will fall. Blink, oh, we dive in! We dive on top of the medevac. The medevac does go down. Very nice cleanup here as Nightmare punishes it so hard. Blink finished up just in the nick of time, and with Blink, we shut down the medevac, the tank, the Marines, and this was not worth of a Gumiho. Gumiho in a lot of trouble. I mean, sure, he got a pylon, but it wasn't worth it. Remember, Blink finished up just before the pylon went down. And now, the ball is in Nightmare's court. We've got 2 gateways here at the natural, 1 gateway in the main. It's 3-gate Blink. Going for a third. I was going to say that Nightmare could potentially counterattack, but back at home we're pretty well set up, and Nightmare does not have a Warp Prism. Does not have a way to reinforce, so he's going to take a more economic approach. A more tech-heavy approach. Liberator rocks up. Gets a probe. Gets 2. Gets 3 probes. That's okay. Liberator goes down, and we are rushing towards Storm. And again, Gumiho can't really threaten Nightmare. Even trying to force friendly fire. But yeah, Nightmare, he's free to take his third base, to tech up into Storm, into Charge, work towards his forges and upgrades. The Observer from Nightmare likewise is going to let him know if there's ever a move out. We can see that upgrades just began, and we have a third CC on the way. So Gumiho is macroing up. Gumiho is not going for a 2-base all-in. I just saw that. I just caught up with the chat. Maxpax is enjoying some sun, I think. I highly doubt he would ever do that. It's against his will, Pappy. Oh no. He's being tied up outside, forced to embrace the vitamin D. Smooch. But yeah, Maxpax has been MIA for a couple of days, but I'm sure we'll see him again next week. We'll keep an eye out for Maxpax. We'll see if we can spot him. As for now, we do have Nightmare saturating his third. Storm is done, and we have the High Templar loaded up. They're loaded up in the Prism. We have potential. We could try to storm the main army. We could even try to go for some storm harass. I mean, there's almost nothing here. We can just dive on the tanks. Tanks will siege. Nightmare backs off. But with this charge timing, Nightmare, he can break through this. 2 tanks and a handful of Marines and Marauders. We're looking quite vulnerable. Yeah, we're waiting for 1 extra warp in. And Nightmare, he's getting ready to go for the kill. 3rd tank has arrived. We're getting some SimCity going. Here come reinforcements. Suddenly, okay, this position looking more heavily fortified. And we're coming in for the storm. And it does dive in. The storms, they will connect. Oh my god, massive storms on the bio. And we break through the tanks. There's still 2 storms left, or even 1 storm left. We don't waste them, we hold on to them. Another massive warp in. And Gumiho, he's in trouble. I mean, there's nothing left. We lost all the tanks. There's a bunker. There's Marines and Marauders now coming out. We're going for the 3rd. We're going for the CC. The storms. They connect. I believe we have 1 storm left. Yeah, just barely 1 storm. Can we kill the 3rd base? The boys are being pulled. The storm. A risky storm. Didn't quite connect with too much there. Got some SCVs. With plenty of SCVs. It's fine. We have plenty. 27 workers go down. Archon morphs in. GG gets called, and Nightmare takes game number 1. Whew. GG. A very crisp timing there out of Nightmare. Remember, initially shutting down the drop play of Gumiho, shutting it down very hard, and then working towards 3 base saturation, storm and charge. And once he had what he needed, he just committed across the map. He saw how vulnerable Gumiho was because he had lost so much earlier, how exposed he was at the 3rd, and Nightmare went for the kill. Did go for the kill. Now Nightmare 1 game away from taking the entire series. Again, Nightmare, he has some killer PvT. We see Nightmare take down players like Clem and Bjorn and Cure on the regular. Gumiho is a different kind of Terran player, to be fair. He's very unique in his own way. But in the PvT matchup and the PvP matchup, Nightmare, he's world class. Is world class. Similarly to Skillus, Nightmare, his PvZ holds him back more often than not. Interesting how that goes. But I would say Nightmare similarly to Skillus as well, where the matchup that they are working on the most is PvZ, and if they were to be knocked down in a tournament, it's usually a Zerg player to do so. But they can look quite dominant against the other races, and here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Bleed Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Nightmare. Let's go. Getting into game 2, Nightmare needs 1 more here to advance on into the semifinals. He is so close to getting there, at least to the semis. Meanwhile, Gumiho, I mean, he's done well for himself. He took down Raynor. Not an easy opponent, not an easy feat to bring Raynor down. Likewise, Gumiho just hot off a Home Story Cup win. Not just a win, but also a weekend at Home Story Cup. Everyone knows that you're hungover for at least a week after a Home Story Cup. True. And we're going for a proxy. Had my eyes on the probe, and Nightmare setting up a proxy across the map, looking to go for, I imagine, a 2-gate opener. There we go. We have 1 gateway across, we have 1 gateway back at home. And the reason why this build is that much more powerful and potent on Ghost River is because of the rush distance by ground. Doesn't take too long at all for this gateway here to reinforce. So it should be a Zealot from this initial gateway and an Adept or a Stalker from the proxied. There we go, Zealot's on the way. The way this works is by the time this Zealot gets across the map, it's lined up with our 2nd unit. And then with this first gateway, we can reinforce with an Adept that can shade across the map and get across the map quite quickly. Then followed up with a Stalker. So it should be like a kitchen sink, like amalgamation of an army. And Gumiho is going double gas. Okay. This is, I want to say, a little bit more ideal for Gumiho. He's not being too greedy. He's getting into his factory. Into a 2nd gas geyser. First Zealot has arrived. Adept is on the way, as we mentioned, shade across the map. Stalker here on the front lines. Zealot will get some swipes in. Oof. Guys, let's get some shots to the face. Meanwhile, Gumiho going for the CC on the high ground. Very safe play to Gumiho. If it was on the low ground, it would be exposed. It would be vulnerable. With the Stalker, we can still... Can we get within range? Not quite. Attempting to knock down the front door. Reactor is under fire. Boys are going to have to be pulled to repair. Yeah, and the SCV barely out of range of the Stalker. Just focusing on the reactor. Oh, Reaper goes down. Additional units rocking up. SCVs are falling. We got one SCV so far. And can we break in? Once the Cyclone arrives, the Cyclone will clean this up. But the Cyclone is still in production for a couple more seconds. We got 4 SCV kills, and we do delay the CC. Just barely. Command Center does not finish. Bunker doesn't finish either. Boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled in. So many more workers go down. 6 SCVs in total. Cyclone does stand strong, but it's on its own. And once again, we get another SCV. Going for the depot. Behind this, we're expanding. We're not going all in. We've done enough. At this point, Nightmare, he's done enough damage. I'm sure is content. Takes down another SCV. Delays the CC even longer. Doesn't get the depot at least. The depot does survive. And Nightmare has to back up. With the arrival of the second Cyclone, Gumiho is secure, but his economy is so delayed. Thankfully, what do we have behind this? A Banshee. Banshee production here for Gumiho. Banshee is on the way. But we have a defensive robot. We can get into a disruptor. Into an observer. The other one. We do have access to observer production. This was assuming that we were going into Cloak, but never mind. It's going to be vanilla Banshees, so we don't even need Cloak. Don't worry about it. Banshees, they can counterattack, of course. They can try to get some counter-economic damage. Nightmare, he's up 10 workers. And Nightmare is doubling down. Nightmare, he has a 3rd gateway and a prism. His goal here is to break the natural. And Gumiho, what do we have to defend? We don't have a tank. The tank is on the way, but it's not going to finish in time. Here comes Nightmare. He's coming in. And we're going to make a short series out of this as we dive on top of the army. Cyclone does get a lock-up. We break the lock-up with the juggling. The Banshee's moving out across the map, but we don't care. Not anymore. We're pushing in. Natural base is denied. Banshee does make it into the mineral line. Boys being pulled away. One Cyclone falls. We do get the tank, though. The tank has arrived. And suddenly, with the help of this tank, we can hold. Gumiho can hold on. But he's contained. The reality here is that he's contained to one base. Nightmare able to reestablish his 2-base setup. Rotating around. Heading into the main. Barely within range of the tank. Risky move here from Nightmare. It does take some tank volleys. Oof. Yeah, bleeds out a Stalker, bleeds out a second Stalker. Not the best trades from Nightmare, but alas, he's at least containing. That's all. That's his goal. His only goal here is to deny the natural for as long as possible, to contain. Banshee did buy some time, but we're ready for it. We even have the Observer just in case there was Cloak. So Nightmare ready for that situation as well, for that scenario. And Gumiho's in a rough position here. He desperately needs to expand, but he doesn't really have what he needs to expand. Stim is still on the way. We have a Dark Shrine on the way. This is so smart for Nightmare. For those, I mean, again, like, we have limited scans. Right now, because of our low economy, Gumiho is so tempted to mule, right? He's going to be muling so hard here once he reestablishes his natural. And that means that DT is going to be that much more effective. Even throwing down the high-yield supply depot. Just to break free from the supply block. Workers being main outed over. Nightmare going for the mineral line. Just shaves off Marines. And I do appreciate that Gumiho is holding on to that energy. Lock on is brutal. But the Cyclone goes down. Oh my god. We trade as efficiently as possible. There's the Mule Hammer that we were waiting for, and that is going to be the moment for the DTs to shine. As the Dark Shrine is now done, and the Dark Templar, they're coming. Oh boy. Do we have a skin? We're going to have one skin at the natural, no skin in the main, so we have one skin available. So depending on how and when we use... Oh, we used the skin! First one gets spent, which means we have nothing left. DTs have arrived, and turret is on the way. We're going for the tank. We force a repair. DTs in the main as well. We do send away the prism at least, and it looks like the turrets will finish. Not bad. Oh, never mind. The turret will barely not finish. There we go. Barely does finish up in time. One more swipe, it goes down. The DT survives, forcing out another skin. We defend in the main. Did cost us 7 SCVs, but that could have been the end of the game. Then and there, like that could have been it. Very clutch reaction out of Gumiho. Able to prepare. Behind this, Nightmare's on 3 bases. He's got almost double the worker count of his opponent. Oh. Forcing out another scan. Oh, we get 2 for 1. Dark Templar and an Observer. Do love to see it. And here comes the main army. I believe charge is done. Yes, charge has completed. And very similar to the previous game, we're just going for the kill. We recognize that Gumiho is vulnerable, that Gumiho doesn't really have much to work with. He's pulling his own boys. I mean, he has to. Gumiho can't macro from here, but we're ready for it. We force field the ram. Oh, we shut down one of the medevacs. We catch the Marines and tanks. We'll siege. But GG gets called, and Nightmare will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. A very aggressive Nightmare here, both in game 1 and in game 2. Once Nightmare took a lead, he never let go of it. Hyper aggression here in the second game. Nightmare able to heavily delay the natural base for so long, and then delayed even further with a follow-up push. And Gumiho just had a really hard time from the get-go, even establishing his economy and establishing his second base. Stuck on one base for so long. And with that, congratulations. Congratulations here to Nightmare. He advances on to face off against Clem in the next round. Now, I'm not entirely certain if we're casting Clem first, Clem versus Nightmare, or the upper semifinals, as Skillus takes down Showtime 2-1. I'm telling you. Give Skillus a Protoss or a Terran, and Skillus, he can pop off. He can and he will. And with that, it's going to be Rogue versus Skillus in the upper semis. And Clem versus Nightmare in the lower semis. And I'm just trying to figure out what we're covering next. Rogue versus Skillus. Okay. Wait, is it? Yeah. Rogue versus Skillus coming up next. Let's go. When I just realized what I just said, so of course Rogue is the Zerg representative. I was praising Skillus's PvT and PvP, how he knocks down so many top tier. He has knocked down so many top tier Terran and Protoss players here in this tournament, and period. Skillus is often favored against them, but now he's up against a Zerg player, and this is where our practice comes into play. Right, I mentioned before that Skillus has himself admitted that PvZ is the matchup that he is currently working on, that he's trying to refine, that he's trying to build up. And how does this PvZ compare to Rogue? Oh boy. The pressure is on. As Skillus has avoided, he's avoided Zerg players almost the entire broadcast. Skillus did 2-0 Fiant early on. From there, he took down Bjorn, Trap, Showtime. Amazing results so far. But can he take down Rogue? Can he bring him down? As we're getting ready for our upper semifinals. If you're in the chat, predictions. Predictions will soon be open so you can place your bets on who you believe is going to advance on to the grand finals. I just need a moment to set that up. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, just give me a second. I'm just typing it out as we speak. There we go. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think is going to be our first finalist. You have 2 minutes to decide. Best of luck. Get your gamba going, papi. Get your gamba going. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Predictions. Okay. There we go. Here we go. So we are settling in. Pretty sure Papi is a term of endearment. Yeah. See, Papi, see. Oh, I just did it. Hope you're all doing well as we're settling into our first semifinals. Again, we're nearing the end of the broadcast. We have 2 semis left, and of course the grand finals. 3 series remaining here in tonight's tournament. And we'll see where this leads us. For now, standard opener Hatchgas Pool at a Rogue is entering a standard build. Meanwhile, Skillous going for a gate expand into Cybercore as well. Everything looking as it should for the time being. When it comes to the road of our players, I mentioned before that Skillous took down some heavy Terran and Protoss hitters on the way here. Skillous took down Showtime, Bjorn, and Trap. Meanwhile, Rogue took down some big Zerg players. He took down Solar in a ZVZ, which again, Rogue has been looking very strong in the ZVZ matchup. And he has taken down 2 Protoss players in Jeshi and Lancer. 2 Chinese Protoss players. I mean, they're very strong in their own right, but I would say that Skillous is slightly above that of Lancer and Jeshi. So we'll see what Rogue has to offer, and likewise the style that Skillous brings to the table. Now, we did cast Skillous yesterday in ESL Open Cup Americas. If you were here for it, you would have seen us cast Skillous versus Sort of, and it did go to the ace match, and we saw some weak points for Skillous. If you remember that series, you'd be familiar with what I'm referring to. But basically, in a standard game, Skillous looked crazy. He was able to just overwhelm and overpower Sort of, especially considering that again Sort of is still like recently returning back to the game, mainly streaming and still improving, and Skillous did look quite terrifying there. And then Sort of spiced it up. Sort of he went for a Ling Bane all-in. I think it was on Alkione against Skillous, and Skillous got caught off guard. He missed the Bane bust, and likewise Sort of also went for a Hydra timing as well in the next game. Basically, Sort of he was relying on these very aggressive, very risky plays that was heavily reliant on his opponent scouting him, and Skillous just wasn't able to get that scouting information. Skillous wasn't able to confirm, and in that series, Sort of won. Sort of did bring Skillous down, relying on, again, some more aggressive and cheeky builds to catch Skillous off guard. So likewise, I do want to say that I favor Skillous if this is a standard game, but if Rogue likewise spice things up, goes for some timings, goes for earlier tech, then he can catch Skillous off guard. As that PvZ was yesterday. So we'll see. We shall see as Skillous is taking his third, going for a Stargate opener, going for the Oracle. Standard build so far out of Skillous. Rogue on the flip side, setting up, droning up, making queens. So far, no early tech. There's no early Roach War, no early Evo Chamber. We'll keep an eye on Rogue for the most part. Again, Rogue is considered to be more of an aggressive player as well. So I feel like our eyes have to be mainly on him as the Oracles move out across the map. They'll be threatening the main base, threatening the mineral line. Rogue is able to keep up. So far, so good. Rogue does deflect the initial Oracles. Do have our Twilight Counts to follow. Twilight Counts on the Forge. It should just be +1 and Blink. Standard follow-up here out of Skillous after the third. Likewise, we have a Roach Warren thrown down for Rogue. This was around the 4-minute 40 mark, 4-minute 30-ish timing. Very safe Roach Warren timing here out of Rogue. This will keep Rogue safe in case it was Glaive Adepts as a follower. If this was Stargate into Glaives, then Rogue would be ready. So just really safe play here from our Zerg player. As the Oracles, ooh, they take a lot of hits. And they don't quite get much done. Skillus does have to back off, and my apologies, I assumed it was going to be Blink, but no, it's going to be Charge. Okay, +1 in Charge. This can hit a very early charge timing with Archons as well. I'm curious if we throw down the Templar Archives momentarily, or if we build up any Immortals. But this can be quite aggressive. There it is. This can be quite aggressive. We have the Gateway Explosion. We have the Templar Archives on the way, lined up for those Archons. Here we go. So typically, this push is lined up with the completion of the Templar Archives. The way that works is once the Templar Archives is done, we morph in 4 High Templar, morph them into Archons immediately, and we push. We just push across the map, and we send it. So a much more aggressive build here out of Skillus. Meanwhile, back across the map, Hydrogen has been thrown down. Rogue taking up into Roach Hydra. Okay, and the Oracles will confirm the Revelations. We have Revelations everywhere. I appreciate this out of Skillus. This is something that he lacked against sort of yesterday, but here we get Revelations everywhere. We see everything. We confirm the Hydrogen. And he's going to be feeling pretty good about this. We're going into Storm. We're not going for the Archon timing. We're going into Storm instead. Going for a later push with those upgrades. Oh, Adepts are caught out. Catch Adept Skillus, saturating his 4th, taking his gases. Do you have reinforcing Zealots to keep us safe? And Hydras are amassing. Like, Hydras can be quite threatening, but once we get into those storms, we can shut this down as the first Oracle falls. Would you confirm the Hydras are moving out as we speak, or at least being spawned in? Yeah, we have shield batteries, cannons on the way. Storm is more than halfway done. It should finish up in time for the fight, even if Rogue were to be the one to move out. Skillus is still building up. Now, we can see that, especially because Skillus has taken extra gases, we're going for the 4th. We're going for a 4th base, 2nd Robo as well. Looks like Skillus is getting ready for a longer game. He's getting ready for a longer game. Meanwhile, Rogue does move out. Likewise, working towards the Hive, working towards the Lurker Den. Oh, the High Templar looking exposed! Ah, the first Storm is spent. Would you use the first Storm as Zealots? Not quite where they need to be. Yeah, Zealots are going for a bit of a counterattack. 4th base is denied. And Skillus is going to be contained a little bit longer. They do manage to focus down a drone, but not much else. Oh, the Prism goes down as well. These are some rough losses for Skillus. Bleeds out Zealots, bleeds out the Prism. And I'm not so certain Skillus can really move out. Yeah, we have to back off. From here, we have to back off, and we're still looking a little bit vulnerable. Rogue has map control. Rogue is maxed out. And he's looking to knock down that 4th base once again. Skillus getting ready. He's setting up. Rogue spreading out his army, getting the concave. Storms are looking decent. Rogue does kite back. Yeah, very nice spread here from Rogue, avoiding those storms. Make sure they don't get value, get into the base. Storm does connect with the Hydras. Ooh, and we have what looks to be 1 storm left. Barely. And it looks like Rogue, he's going to be forced back. We shut down the Hydras. They're getting on top of these Roaches. The Immortals, they do so much in the back line. And Skillus holds. Skillus does hold on. Very, very clutch hold there. Defended with the bare minimum. With 4 High Templar, with our Immortals. Now we can threaten the counterattack. Now the scary thing here is that Skillus only survived with 1 High Templar. So he only has 1 Storm. Only 1 Storm left for Skillus. So he most likely won't commit. He's going to be pushing forward, yes, but I'm not so sure we can really dive into this. Yeah, we rotate around, clearing up some creep. 4th base getting up and running. So I thought one storm. And the Prism does sneak into the main. A massive warp into the main base. The Prism, is gonna load up. Gets the hell out of there, takes some extra hits. At the same time, we get on top of the main army. Massive storm of the Queens. But there's still a lurker behind this. And Skills, we can't push in. Oh, he cannot push into the lurkers. He's gonna lose everything. The Immortals go down. 2, 3, 4 of them. A massive loss, and that's gonna trigger a counterattack. Like Skills, he has so little to defend. He lost everything across the map. And once we deal with this Prism, I'm not so certain that Skills can survive a counterattack. It's gonna be close. Again, this one lurker, this one lurker here for Rogue did so much damage to those Immortals as he was trying to push in, as Skills was trying to push in. So Rogue holds, Rogue is maxed out. And Rogue could try to hit the 4th, but with taking things slow. Waiting for our hive upgrades, taking another base, maxing out on more lurkers. Yeah, Rogue, he's slowing down. So Skillis, his 4th base survives. He's able to get away with it. Moving out, running into the main army. Let's catch a lurker. Here goes down. Yeah, Rogue's still building up a higher lurker count. Spires on the way. No Vipers from Rogue, which is a little bit concerning. Vipers would be ideal in this position, as they can yoink and abduct every single Immortal. But last 0 Vipers for Rogue. And he wasn't able to punish that earlier move out from Skillis, so Skillis, he's recovering. He is stabilizing. Yeah, once again, this army looks just so fragile. Like, we can't push in. Prism gonna be harassing. We're able to keep up. Door base is spotted. And Skillis, it looks like he might be able to knock down this hatchery. Yeah, we'll go straight for it. Archon backs up, hatchery goes down. At the same time, Rogue going for his own counterattack, and again, there's very little to defend, forcing the recall. Shield battery. We do recall in time. At the same time, Nidus into the main. Uh-oh. And Skillis is not in position. Prism goes down. Nidus finishes the lurkers. They go straight for the main way, straight for the production. Oh my god, so many lurkers. Oh, we want to borrow it. Not quite able to get within range of the mineral line on the low ground. But the cannon goes down. Oof. Immortals, they take massive spine shots to the face. Immortals are falling. We do get some big storms though. Yeah, massive storms on the lurkers. But is it enough? It's not. As we do reinforce with another wave of lurkers. And the immortal count's being reset. As I say that though, we knocked out the Nidus once we clean this up. Not bad. We do clean up the army. At the same time, Roach is hitting the 4th. I know economic damage. Looking at the battle report, that was 19 lurkers for 4 immortals. Like, we did kill 4 immortals, that's true, but we have so many more left over, and Rogue is in a bit of trouble here. Like, Rogue is remaxed, but no longer does he have any lurkers. He has 2 on the way. Like, 2 lurkers, that's all he has left. Now, if we had some storms, if Skills had some storms left over, then we could push in. Speaking of, we do have 2 High Templar full of energy. Is that 2 lurkers holding line, 5 more on the way. It's just been a really tense game in general here between Skills and Rogue, just because both players have been like having their armies reset. Whether it's the Immortals going down earlier or most recently Rogue losing all of his lurkers, but now we're rebuilding. We are able to rebuild. Lurker count now looking much healthier here for Rogue. Gold base once again being denied. Skill is splitting up his army. Nidus into the main, but we have units in position. Nidus is going to be shut down. That storm. Likewise, Skillus rotating over, trying to keep up with the Hydras. Does have to be careful with the army. Storm grazing the army. And Rogue, he stutter steps forward. Nice, going to be shut down. And Skillus, he defends. He defends, he takes another base, and Skillus, he's so close here to maxing out. Once he can get this base up and running, we'll be able to max. And if Skillus can get there, I do want to favor Skillus. If he can get to that 200 army supply, as he will have the more efficient army. Our lurker count, we have 14, so to be 16 lurkers. Getting back up. Storms, massive storms on the lurkers. Oh my god. The lurkers, they take the storms to the face. Right, Rogue moving out towards the left hand side, getting us on the base. A lot of probes going down. Yeah, the base is exposed. We take down the shield batteries, going for the Nexus. There's no saving the Nexus. Does fall. Now, thankfully, Skillus, for the most part, he already mined through these minerals, but that does mean that Skillus can't quite expand here on the left-hand side. It's going to be more difficult to take that base. And Rogue, he does back up. Likewise, Rogue diving on top of the army. It does borrow in time. I say that we have detection the lurkers, they get punished. Who punishes who? We clean up the flanking lurkers, but we take down every immortal. That was worth it for Rogue, as he keeps pushing. And Skillus is not quite ready for this. Everything's rotating over, but it might just be too late. And the Nexus, it only survives. It only takes a couple of seconds, a matter of seconds to be knocked down. Nexus falls. We can retreat. Now, we spoke earlier, I mentioned how, like, if Skillus could max out, then I want to favor him, but he's never really exceeded 160 supply. Skillus got quartz, bleeding out base after base, Nexus after Nexus. Skillus can't max. He just doesn't have the economy for it. He's running out. Running out of steam, running out of minerals. Specifically minerals. And Rogue is coming back in. This time Skillus is prepared. This time he's ready. Oh, I say that. The expansion's going up. We have High Templar in position at least, but it may still not be enough. Hydras, they throw in the mineral line. Nice spread here from the Hydras. They focus on the High Templar one after the other. There's 2 High Templar left. At the same time, we're coming in for a flank. Engaging with the main army, just pulling Skillus apart. Oof. Storms are thrown down. I mean, the storms aren't bad, but it's going to cost us the entire ground army, the High Templar, the Immortals. And now Rogue is going for the kill. GG gets called. Rogue will take game number 1. GG. Rogue will take the first game and will take a lead in the series. Again, it was a very chaotic back and forth. Skillus definitely had his own moments, but multiple times Skillus got caught out on the map, whether it was early on when he was pushing towards the third, or even a couple of minutes ago when he got surrounded at the Zelnaga. Like, there were just these big moments where Skillus would bleed out Immortals and High Templar, just these expensive units, and Skillus did not have the best economy behind it, so he couldn't sustain these losses. And again, Skillus, he never maxed out. He never exceeded, I don't think he ever really succeeded 160 supply, at least not substantially. And Skillus was unable to hold his own. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Rogue takes a lead. And now we're getting ready for our next game. Going to be loading into Oceanborn. And again, it was a really interesting style out of Skillus, going into Charge, into Archons, Immortals, and Storm. A very active variation of that. What I mean by that is, whenever Christiana, for example, plays this style, he builds up and he maxes out with like, I don't know, 6, 7 High Templar with like 8 Immortals, then he pushes with like a Death Bull of an army. Here, we saw Skillus being a little more active and a little more aggressive early on, but just wasn't able to achieve too much with it. In the end, Rogue was able to keep up and able to shut him down. I mean, it was back and forth. It was back and forth. And now we're spawning in to game 2. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. Down in this series, can he bounce back again? He's already taken down so many strong players tonight. But can he bring down a Zerg? As they are typically the bane of his competitive career here. It is, for Team Liquid, Skillus. I was going to say that the bane of his existence, but I was like, that's a bit that's a bit much. I don't know. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And Rogue recently joining his new team alongside Bunny, if I'm not mistaken, both on Team Falcons. And again, that last game was more of a back and forth in their own sense. We had some moments where Skills was able to catch plenty of lurkers as well, had some amazing storms. But Last was never able to fully capitalize on it. And now we're settling into game 2. And I expect Skills to have a different approach. I expect us to be getting into a more blink-based composition instead. We'll see. We shall see. So now Skills, yep, taking his expansion, calming things down, settling in. I really want to see Cell versus Rogue ZVZ. That would be a lot of fun. I'm sure we'll get it. I'm sure we will. Go. Here we go, as we are going to be settling in. Just waiting for our tech of choice. Looks like another Stargate opener out of Skillus. Go Stargate into Oracle. But just because the opener is the same as it was in game 1 doesn't mean we're taking into charge again. As I mentioned before, I'm expecting something different here. Whether it's Glaze, whether it's Blink. Leaning towards Blink, but we'll see. It's also possible that Skills is maybe a little bit more comfortable going for something like Shasha Archon again. Just in general. Could be something that he's working on. Rogue is coming in for a scout. Sneaking in with his Lings. And basically we're waiting for the Adepts to move out across the map. Once they do, the Lings can go for a free scout into the main. The Adept is in position. Lings move in and we are ready for them. They have to back off. Nicely done by Skillus. Shuts down the Lings, denies the scout, and gets into his Oracle. Does get into his Oracle. From here, we're just going to be droning, getting into our queens. Rogue does have a decent amount of Lings here ready for a counterattack. He invested quite heavily into this. Last bleeding out some Lings, but his goal is to hit the third. Third base soon to be taken. Lings dive in. Adepts are in position. Once again, nice movement out of Skillus. He does keep up with the aggression. He shuts down the Lings and he will be able to expand quite freely. Meanwhile, across the map, first Oracle dives in. We get a turn. Just the one for now. But more than anything, just very nice movement here from Skillus, keeping up and shutting down the Lings time and time again. Not easy. The third base is unhindered. Oracles move out. Check the natural. We check the third. third base, getting 2 more drones. As Oracle does get out, does escape. Took some hull damage, but for the most part, some okay damage so far. There's that follow-up, +1 and Blink. I mean, I say that. Forge and Twilight Council, I'm making the assumption it's Blink, but we'll see. Especially after what happened in the last game. We'll keep an eye on Skillus. As all of our harassment is coming together, we have our triple Oracle, we have our 4 Adepts on the ground. And we'll see how much economic damage we can get done. As our link count isn't looking too high. But now denying creep. We do shade in. A very nice position here at the third. Using the terrain to our advantage. Lings, they have a hard time surrounding. Our Lings are going down. Drones are forced to be pulled. And we get 3 drone kills. And we even shade away. Barely. But again, really nice positioning at a Skillus. Does get away. Stasis trap being set up. I'm loving this choice to go for the counterattack as the Adepts are busy across the map, so is the Oracle. And we don't have much to defend. I believe they spot the Adepts, they back off. They want none of that. And ambitious at his Skillus as it looks like his Adept count is going to be reset. We get 2 more drones. And that was not too bad. I believe 8 drones in total. For 4 Adepts. Pretty good trade. And there's our transition. There's our tech. It's going to be +1 and Blink, as I did mention. So now we're working on quite a different composition. Still rushing to Storm. Still working towards High Templar and Storm and Archons. But with Link Stalkers, we have a little bit more mobility with our army. We can be more active. Meanwhile, once again, Rogue getting into his Hydra production. Hydra range on the way. +1 as well. Working towards those Hydras. Skillus, calm down, catching more workers. Delaying the 4th base, getting 5 more drones at the same time. I get the revelation off and checking the vision here of Skillus. We do have eyes on the Hydra Den. We're fully aware of what's going on. And that's where Storm comes into play. Is ideal against Hydras. Knock down the Overlord. Pulling back. And once again, Rogue he's rushing towards Lurker Tech. We have the infestation bit that's going to be for the Hive, for the Lurker Den as well. So Rogue is taking a more defensive stance, at least as he techs. Link's trying to move out. They do get caught in the stasis. Oracle's got eyes on the 4th. Hydras do move out across the map, but we do have High Templar ready for this. Like, we have plenty of storms available. We should be fine. And Rogue is droning. And pulls back. So really, Rogue was just posturing, just trying to force an overreaction while he drones up and tries to recover. Getting up to 82 workers. Oh my god. That's 4 base saturation here from Rogue. Is getting ready for a longer game. There's that Hive that we spoke about. There's the Lurker Den that we spoke about. But before we can talk about Lurkers, here come the Storms. Here come the High Templar. Here comes Skillus pushing right through the center. Now the Prism is not with the main army. The War Prism is moving out to harass towards the left-hand side. See if Skillus can break through. Gets eyes on the Hydras. No roaches. Storm is going to be ideal. Ooh, that's going to be 2 storms spent. Did waste 1. Again, the amount of storms that we have is a resource for Skillus. He has to be very careful. I believe 3, soon to be 4 storms left. Oh! Does pull back. The Prism went down. Lings, they go for the dive. Didn't quite engage, but Skillus does have to retreat. Back at home is 4th base getting up and running. 2nd Robo. Getting into Immortals. And Rogue has survived. Rogue survives the initial aggression. And we're getting into Lunkers. We've made it. The Lunker tech. It's coming in. to Lunkers, taking the center base. Take the center base. And this time, Skillus is going to be much faster here when it comes to transitioning out of this. We have a fleet beacon on the way. We saw that Skillus, he avoided Skytoss entirely in the last series, in the last game on Golden Aura. A big part of that was because I imagine his economy was having a bit of a harder time. Meanwhile, that's a kill, not a cancel. And the armies, they miss each other. Skillus is going right for the natural base. At the same time, Rogue, we commit to the counterattack. We commit to the base trade. Oh boy, now we do have some lurkers back at him to defend. Detection is going to be available with the Revelation. Yeah, we do have the Observer. Lurkers are going down. Storms, they connect with the Hydras. Skillus is breaking through at the same time. Rogue turns around. He's racing back home. Does get 22 probe kills here at the third. The third is going to go down. But can Rogue deal with the main army? As Rogue is remaxing with Lings and Hydras. Yeah, the reinforcements may just be too much. Storms are good, but we're running out of units. We're running out of steam. Running out of army. Here come the reinforcements. And we get a full surround. The Stalkers, the High Templar, they all fall. And Skillus, he almost has nothing left. He still lost the third base, or he lost all of his economy. Lost all the workers. And we can keep pushing. Rogue, he can commit. And Skillus, he does have some storms available. But it looks like only 2 storms. The first is spent. Another is available. We catch the oracles. Oof. Yeah, no more storms left. We have to morph into the Archons, and alas, we're exposed. We're vulnerable. We start to step forward. GG gets called, and Rogue will overwhelm. We'll take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. It was a bold move to commit to the base trade there, at least from Skillus' side. Did push in. He was able to break through the initial line of defense, but Rogue did turn back around, and with his reinforcements was able to get a full surround, was able to collapse on his opponent, and snowball out of control. GG, well played. Rogue just shutting down the main army and taking the series. Congratulations. Congratulations to Rogue, as he will take the series. And now we are getting ready for our lower semifinals. Here we go. You can see here on the screen, we have a Zerg player, our Rogue, our Zerg representative from the semifinals, making it into the grand finals. But is it going to be a ZVT or a ZVP? Who does he face off against in those finals? Will be Clem or Nightmare? Let's go. Let us go. I will be getting those predictions ready. We'll be getting them ready here. As we are getting things set up. Looks like our vetoes are done and lobby is being made. Coming into this, this is a hard one to call. I would not be surprised if Clem versus Nightmare goes to the ace match. I think I want to give the slight edge to Nightmare, but that's only because of his most recent PVT results over the past couple of months. So I think I do slightly favor him, but when I say slightly, it's like maybe like 60-40 sort of thing. Yeah, it can very easily go Clem's way instead, of course. Clem is a very strong player in his own right. Yesterday he did go down to Skillus, and he's fallen to Nightmare in the past. Even in this tournament, Clem did drop a map to Lemon. We have seen Clem be quite vulnerable in PvTs. I do think Clem has very strong and very solid TVZ. Like, give Clem Rainer, give Clem Dark, give Clem Solar, and I would favor Clem. I would favor him against these top Zerg players. Most of them, outside of Serral, I think I would say against every Zerg player out there, I would favor Clem, except for Serral. He's like the exception. Clem's TVT can be at times comparable or shaky against other Terran players out there like Gumiho and Ryung. Against Protoss, I know he enjoys it. And I know that Clem, he had really good TVP for a while, thanks to Max Packs. We would often see Clem versus Max Packs every single week, multiple times a week, and Clem's TVP improved as a result. That is true. That is very true. But there's just something about this matchup where we see players like Lemon or Firefly or Jeshi or Nightmare. I think something something that like goes like the thread that ties all these Protoss players together is their aggressive nature, that can catch Clem off guard at times. But we'll see. We'll see. So we're getting ready for our next series. Catching up. And catching up. Ooh, as you can hear the beeps, it looks like our game is set and we're loading into game 1. We go. And if you're in the chat, predictions, Pappy, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe will take the series. As a reminder, these predictions are for the entire series, not just for the game. So good luck. Good luck in the chat. Predictions open. Predictions are open, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. Clem, of course, being the strongest Terran player in all of Europe, in all of Europa. Has already made a deep run here tonight, going over his matches, going over his series. Clem, he was able to bring down Classic 2-0. He took down Lemon 2-1, and took down Smile 2-0 as well. So again, did take down purely Protoss on his way here. I think Smile's a Zerg player, but for the most part, top tier Protoss players were brought down in Classic and Lemon to make it here to the semifinals. So what I'm getting at is Clem is warmed up. Clem is warmed up, and Nightmare, we saw this against Gumiho, going for a proxy gateway. Let's go. Now, it is very common here to see economic openers from Terran players on Amphion, so that's what we're going to be seeing. It's going to be a Rax expand from Clem. Meanwhile, Nightmare going for a proxy gateway. It should be a Zealot back at home with a proxy Stalker, with an Adept as well to reinforce or apply as much pressure as possible to keep the aggression up and make sure that Clem has no room to breathe. So hyper aggression out of Nightmare. We saw this work against Gumiho, but to reiterate, when Nightmare did this build against Gumiho, we were on Ghost River. The rush distance by ground is a much shorter on Ghost River, so this build hit harder on that map against Gumiho. It's going to be a little bit slower here against Clem, but the upside for Nightmare, no factory. Delayed factory, which means delayed Cyclone production, which means I'm pretty sure Nightmare is going to have control of the low ground and may even force a cancel on the CC. I think this is ideal for Nightmare. Here we go. Zealot's moving out. Adept as well, so we can shade across the map. Stalker has arrived. It's going to come down to the micro and the control of both players, and how much damage Nightmare can get done before the Cyclone arrives, or before we get any further army to work with. Stalker is waddling in. Stalker does waddle in, does deny the natural. SCV is forced back. And we're already working on the front door. The SCV could try to dive on that CC once again, but the Zealot has arrived. And we'll chip away. And even look for the... Yeah, we'll hunt down the SCV. We'll find it. And we'll hunt it down. And again, the goal here is to cancel. Force a cancel on the base. Cyclone has begun. But the base is taking a lot of hits. Ooh, we do rally the Adept in. A big misstep there at a Nightmare. Bleeds out the Adept. Massive pick off. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when we have 4 units to work with, getting 1 is pretty huge. Building up the Marine count. It looks like Clem is going to be able to hold on. We do delay the CC a little bit longer, but the Cyclone is about to arrive. So very nice defense here at a Clem. But reinforcements also making it in for Nightmare. Taking down some of these Marines. Lock-on the Stalker. Ooh, and the lock-on is not broken. We don't break the lock-on. The Stalker goes down. If we had one more Stalker, we could actually focus on the Cyclone. Alas, is not the case. And Clem holds. Clem holds. Clem is not forced to cancel the CC. He has control of the low ground. And this is a much stronger start for Clem. Nightmare was hoping for more. He was hoping for much more, but there was a bit of miscontrol here and there. Again, he was unable to break the lock-on. He bled out the first Adept almost for free. I mean, that was, again, really huge. Extra Adept could have made the world of difference. When it comes to buffering and the amount of DPS we would have had. Oh, the lock-ons are baited out! Oh my god, the trap was set. We shut down 2 of the Stalkers. And Clem, he's snowballing out of control. He is shutting this down. Will bleed out a Cyclone, but takes out another Stalker. Bleeding out a lot of Marines, though. Has to calm down. Bleeding back to Cyclone. And back at home, what do we have to work with? We have a follow-up Robo. Robo's our tech of choice, going for additional gateways. Nightmare, he does need these immortals here to survive. But Clem is looking so comfortable. Is that 2-base saturation? Nightmare just getting into his own 2 bases. We have tank production, Ravens. And Clem is looking quite comfortable. We chillin', man. And now it's on Nightmare to recover. Again, especially because of the opener. Twilight Council is delayed, which means delayed Blink with delayed tech in general. Nightmare has some catching up to do. Drop comes in. Goes to the pylon. Oh my god. To save the drop. Likewise, save the pylon. Pulling back. Settling in. And interesting, Nightmare is not going for Blink, is going for Charge. This does make sense. Charge is a much more aggressive follow-up here from Nightmare, and I feel like going into a longer game based on our current game state is going to be quite difficult. So on 2 bases, we're taking up into Temple Archives, and we scout this as well. Oh. We do get eyes on the follow-up. Clem is aware. Go. Meanwhile, Raven harassed into the main, goes to the shield battery. Shield battery is focused down, not a bad pickoff. Here comes the main army. We have 2 tanks, we have plenty of bio, we have medevacs to support as well. Clem is looking to knock down that front door. Nightmare will have an Archon in time. It's barely morphing in, it's on the way. Oh. Diving on the main army, but we don't even have charge. Yeah, the upgrades are not ready. They're not done in time. Clem breaking through, sieges up the tanks, will knock down the gateway army. And we're getting within range of the natural, of the wall. The wall under fire. Charge did just finish, but we're about to lose our gateways. It's going to impact our production. And yeah, this is just a really rough start from Nightmare. It was just a really rough opener. Bled out too much early on. Didn't get enough value with his opener either, with the proxy. Now we'll break out. So we'll take down 1 of the tanks. Take down the second and potentially a 3rd tank. Oh, barely not. But Nightmare, he does force Clem to back off. Nightmare gets a bit of breathing room. He's able to try to stabilize here on 2 bases. But he can't really deal with the main army. Like, he can't push any further than this. Going for a drop instead. Is moving out with his Archon drop. He's going to leave that much less to defend back at home. Good feedback to the medevacs. Not bad. And again, Nightmare doing the best he can with what little he has. Does force the overcharge. Ooh. Mind shot's going up. Oh my god, the prism got shut down? The winner mines? No shot. The mine shots went off and I was wondering what happened to the prism with the 2 archons, but they also went down to the winner mines. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. And yeah, Nightmare is basically being choked out. I mean, Clem is taking a third. Nightmare is stuck on 2 bases. Never want to be down a base against a Terran in a TVP. Nightmare in a very rough position. And I'm not sure he can ever break out. You can see they're just trying to mine through these patches to expand, take a third. It's attempting to. Clem trading well. Nice force fields. Very nice force fields from Nightmare, holding the line. Okay, Nightmare holding on as best he can for as long as he can. Third base on the way. And yeah, Clem's just not letting up. Just rallying everything across the map. Now reinforcing with Ghosts, with Liberators. Alright, Nightmare is getting a third. Does manage to squeeze out a third base, true. Not really coming into play yet, though. Oof. So Clem is still just out trading Nightmare. Force fields are good, but once again, we just load up, we get the hell out of there. Liberation has right. We have freedom, Bobby. We have freedom. Overcharge gets hold. We focus down the Archons. We focus down the middle. We focus on everything that's left. GG gets called and Clem takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played again. The game was mostly decided early on. If you maybe tune in halfway through, if you maybe missed the opener, what happened was Nightmare went for a proxy gate. He went for a 2-gate opener, 1 proxied across the map, and his goal was to deny the expansion, deny the natural. It was to deny the natural base, to trade as best as possible, but things went south very quickly. He lost the first Adept, he lost his Stalkers, he did not trade well, he did not cancel the natural, and Nightmare fell behind. After the initial opener, he did fall behind, and he lost map control, and things are looking quite dire there for Nightmare because he delayed so much tech in favor of the aggression, and did not go well for Nightmare. And yeah, with that, he was kind of trying to claw his way back in. He's playing from behind, and alas, he just wasn't able to pull that off against Clem. It's so difficult. And such a terrifying opponent. Playing from behind, nigh impossible. You have to be one of the best players in the world out there, and even then, it's hard to do. And with that, Clem takes a lead. And now we're getting into game numero 2. Let's go. Let us go. Getting into the second game. Going to be loading into Ghost River. Now, I would have loved to have seen that opener here on this map instead. As we're loading into a much smaller map, aggression is more favored, but most likely we're not going to be seeing the same build 2 games in a row. I don't see Nightmare doing it again. No, not again, Pappy, not again. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner. In the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Bleed Esports. Down in this series, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. We are going to be setting up. This time, no proxy out on the map. This time, calming things down. Interesting, going for a low ground gateway. Hold up. You have my attention. The low ground gateway is interesting. So we're not going to be walling off the Reaper cliff here like we otherwise would. Are we going for another proxy? I'm curious. Because of the low ground gateway, it does mean that we can reinforce across the map that much faster. Okay, just scouting. We're just going to be scouting with the probe, just moving out, nothing crazy. But yeah, really interesting setup here from Nightmare. I guess the plus side of this is that the setup here, the production, the initial pylon is much safer. If we go for the pylon here, then an early tank push or an early cyclone drop as well could threaten the pylon and threaten the production, threaten the tech. So here it is much safer for Nightmare. Is far safer. Clem this time opening up double gas. Double gas opener into a factory. Not tempted to go for an economic build. Not this time. There we go. Nightmare does recall back home the probe. Ooh, barely goes down. Very nice catch. Nice catch out of Clem, and a wasted energy and a probe there for Nightmare. Aye, aye, aye. Zealot moving out across the map, but does run into the Reaper, and the Reaper will be able to shut it down. Yeah, nowhere to really hide here. The Zealot does take a lot of hits already. Does take a lot of damage. Nightmare trying to make use of the high ground. Oh my god. Dancing with the Reaper, and will eventually be shut down. As I say, that Stalker has arrived, and we save the Zealot. Do save the Zealot. Cyclones in production, getting into our CC on the high ground. Clem is expanding, not going for one base all in. And the Reaper is moving out for a scout. And where is Nightmare headed? What is our tech of choice? We're going for a Robo Opener. Now, we've seen this become quite common amongst the Korean Protosses, especially on this map. When I say Korean Protosses, I'm referring to Hero, Nightmare, and Classic. I've seen a lot of Robo play. It's a very safe way to open up in this matchup. What the Robo allows you to open up with is fast Immortal production, in case we have aggression that we're up against. Likewise, a fast Bay into fast Colossus as well, to defend against bio-based aggression in the mid-game. Or we can turn the defense into an offense with a Prism. And based on these two gateways on the way, it feels like a War Prism opener. We'll see. So Nightmare can be active. Let's move out, runs into the Cyclone, is going to attempt to focus it down. Nice kiting here out of Clem. Pulls back, saves the Cyclone. Nightmare does have to retreat. Ooh, shaving off Marines. Going for the Cyclone, does he bring it down, but it's going to cost him 2 Stalkers. Oh, not the best trade here from Nightmare. Dragging the army, dragging the Stalker into the Widowmine range. Back at home, no Prism, we're going for the Observer. And we can shut down the final Stalker. Very nice moves here out of Clem. And boosting forward, shutting it down. And we'll barely pick it up. Oof. Very crisp moves here from Clem. And Nightmare, he's in a bit of trouble here. He bled out so many Stalkers. Again, just going for the initial Observer. Fighting back, working towards his Twilight Council. Towards his upgrades. And do you see what I see? It's going to be Robo Opener into Charge. Okay. We've seen a lot of Charge here from Nightmare. I mean, from our Protoss players in general tonight. Going to Charge, not Blink. There's that early Immortal production here from Nightmare. And this looks like we're working and building up towards an earlier push. We are working towards an earlier push. Third base is being taken. Nightmare is here to get eyes on it, to confirm. Does confirm the third. Gateway explosion on the way. We're getting up to 6 gates. Nightmare working with the bare minimum amount of army. See if he can defend. Match going up. And it looks like we should be able to shut this down. Clem has yet to really confirm the follow-up tech. Not fully aware of what's coming his way. We got Temple Archives on the horizon. And we should be staying on a lower gas count. I'm curious how heavily Nightmare decides to saturate his third. I'm curious. As Clem is moving out. What do we have? We have 3 tanks. We have 2 Ravens. Disable was researched. Oof. So we can disable the Immortal. Clem has potential with this. They'll say dive in. Mine's going to be going off. Connection with the Zealot. We get on top of the tanks. First tank goes down. Second tank as well. Yeah, no disable on the Immortal. We bring down every single tank. Very nice defense here from Nightmare. Again, defending with the bare minimum. Impressive. That was 8 Zealots for 3 tanks, 7 Marines, and a Widow Mine. Only trading out minerals. Very efficient trade there from Nightmare. It was the ideal. From here, he's saturating, getting his third base up and running. Auto Tartaras coming in. Catching 2 probes. Let's catch 2 workers. Storm is still halfway done. But Nightmare is now looking quite strong here. Like, early on, I was a little bit concerned just because of the Stalkers that were thrown away. But after shutting down those 3 tanks, like, Nightmare is looking comfortable. He is looking quite comfortable. And you could argue that he's vulnerable until he gets some splash damage. That is true. But that's also why Storm is finishing up in a couple of seconds. Once we have it, like, we have plenty of splash damage to work with. It means that this Bio Army cannot dive in. Good base on the way. Nightmare, you got away with a faster third. And Clem is moving out for the second wave. Now, bearing in mind he sniped the Observer earlier, so Nightmare is in the dark. Ooh, actually in a rough position. Yeah, Clem getting up the ramp. But here come the storms. First 2 storms do connect. Takes down the Raven. And with that, Clem is being forced back. Do we have 1 storm left? Not quite, but the Gateway Army is going to be enough, and Clem gets forced back. On top of that, what's important is that all 4 High Templar were saved. All 4 High Templar, they all survived. We have 1 storm left. Clem gets shut down, and Clem has to retreat. Did lose that Raven. Thankfully has another Raven out on the map, able to harass. Throwing down turrets. Focusing down the shield battery. Now we have the Bay on the way. The Bay is going to be for Colossus to diversify our splash damage, Storm, and Colossus production. Let's go. 4th base on the way. Nightmare taking up. Meanwhile, Clem doing something similar here. Getting into his own 4 CC in the main base. Ghost Academy just finished up, getting to Viking production early on. To help against the Prism and the would-be Colossus. Ghost as well with their EMPs. And it looks like, despite the chaotic nature of the early game, where it's been quite tense with these move-outs from Clem, we survived it, and we're easing into a longer game. This is the power of Ghost River. Even though the rush distance by ground is quite short, because of all these ramps, because of all these choke points, we can cut the map in half. Cut the map in half and just go for a longer game. Take all these bases, max out. Meanwhile, Nightmare has so much map vision. We have Zealots here towards the center. We have Zealots towards the right-hand side. We're ready for any kind of move outs or any kind of drop play. There's a wall of Zealots here, a line of Zealots to scout. Nightmare is ready. And the game will slow down as a result. I'll slow down. Clem is posturing. Really, I don't expect him to commit to any move at any time soon, just because we're working on the armory. That's going to be for 2-2. Or +2 upgrades. Ghost production as well. Zealot does spot the movement of Clem. Nightmare getting in position. Oh, the Vikings can stone away the High Templar. We're moving towards the 3rd. Nightmare being so risky here with these High Templar. The drop is coming in. The Prism. Oh my god. Do you get the feedbacks? Do you feedback the drops at the same time? Main army pushing in. High Templar recalling back home. Oh my god, we feedback the ghosts. Quick moves here out of Nightmare, but that means that he will be forced to cancel the 5th. Fifth base is cancelled. Nightmare rotating over at the same time. Clem coming in from behind. Nightmare getting caught out. Ooh. EMP connects. We got one storm. Only the one. And Clem looking to collapse on this army. And where the other High Templar? We have one coming in, but Clem with the surround. We come in from behind. And it looks like Clem has too much. Just a really awkward position here for Nightmare. Does blink over. Does protect the High Templar, just barely. High Templar is saved. We force back the army. We do have a storm. That's all we need. Just the one. Clem is being forced back. Oh, we don't quite get it. They're going for the feedback instead. The Vikings do land. Oh my god. Clem trying to make a stand here. Does force out another storm, but we have two more High Templar behind this. No more feedbacks. Oh, sorry, no more EMPs, what I meant to say. As Nightmare is breaking through. Resets the Viking counts. Resets the ghosts. As every ghost falls. And Clem gets forced all the way back to its fourth base. Now, Nightmare, have we overextended? We need to get out of here. Oh no, the High Templar! Yeah, big overextension from Nightmare. He was doing well for himself, but he's gonna lose everything. Ay, ay, ay. And no need to push out that far. Now, something important here is that thankfully, because of the Vikings landing, the Viking out was reset. So Colossus, they stand strong. Colossus are suddenly that much more viable here to reinforce. But the High Templar count was reset, so we have no storms available. Yeah, no High Templar, no storms. They're just now warping in. It's only the one Colossus. We do get some swipes in, but Clem, he's looking to overwhelm. Yeah, just rallying across the map. Almost getting on top of the Colossus. Do you have a shield ready? Do you have an overcharge? The overcharge will hold the line. Just barely. And here come the reinforcing High Templar. Ooh, takes down a ghost. And this is getting scrappy. Earlier, Nightmare overextended, and here Clem has to be careful not to do the same. Still rally. Reinforcing with ghosts. The High Templar do spread out. If he does get eyes on these High Templar, though, going for a drop. Splitting up his army. Triple drop towards the south. Nightmare moving forward. Has banked up a lot of energy on these High Templar on those storms. Meanwhile, Clem getting back into Viking production. Getting ready for the Colossus. Again, still a very tense situation here. Nightmare has at least expanded. Triple drop going for the fourth base. Nightmare has left some High Templar to defend. Two of them. You have a storm. No recall as we did EMP the Nexus. At the same time, we bleed out a Colossus. Colossus is caught out. And Clem pushing forward. Nightmare in a bit of trouble. Getting in position. Another Colossus gets picked up. Oh my god. Yeah, barely goes down. No more Colossus. No disruptors either. Mind shots going off. Cells get cleaned up. But Clem is maxed. And can he make use of that army? Oh, but the flanking High Templar. Let's go. Oh my god. Does cost us a High Templar, but we do get the storms off. Storms do connect feedbacks as well, and Nightmare has momentum, but there's a planetary in the high ground. Yeah, the planetary to reinforce. Nightmare, he has to back up. Does have to retreat, rotating around. If there wasn't a planetary here, then he could have kept pushing. I mean, he still is. Bold move by Nightmare. We're going for the storms. A big connection. Reinforcements are on the way. Another massive storm on the bio. High Templar pull back. Drop coming back in, and we have Stalkers up. Do we have Blink? We do. That's not able to punish the drop. Ties on the southern base. I remember that Raven. Order Tower is coming back in. Do love to see it. Oh my god. And again, it's been quite a tense couple of minutes here. Both players back up. We're even on bases. Nightmare taking an extra base towards the south. Clan pushing forward once again. He does have 6 Vikings, not quite with the main army yet. They are coming in. Likewise, we have 12 High Templar for Nightmare. As long as we stagger the High Templar, then we will always have a storm. Well, Zealots do overextend. Massive EMP on the army. Colossus barely is saved. Oh no! Oh, only for a moment. As Nightmare is bullied back. Again, he has to be very careful with these High Templar. It does spread them out. Oh, the Prism! Prism falls. Not a bad storm, though. Oh my god. Insane Storm takes down the majority of the ghosts. Another storm coming in. Glenn taking too many storms to the face. The final ghost. We do focus it down. Up. Barely. The ghost falls once again. We get on top of the planetary. We have reinforcements, and it looks like Nightmare has finally done it. He has broken the back of Clem. Pushing on forward. We have plenty of High Templar. Ooh, massive EMP. Oh my god. They can say the EMPs. Remember, we had 12 High Templar. We still have more coming in. They don't stop, Bappy. The storms, they don't end. Massive storms on the army. How do you beat Clem with 12 High Templar? Despite the EMPs, you always have a storm, Bappy. Always. Oh my god. As the planetary has fallen, and Nightmare going for the kill. He knows that momentum is on his side. Reinforcements have arrived, catching the Raven. We have 1 High Templar left, but they've done their job. And now Colossus rallying in. And the Colossus do rally forward. Nice spread here at a Nightmare. He has the concave in his favor. Again, this time there's no planetary to fall back to. GG gets called, and Nightmare ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very tense game there. Again, like, once the action started, it really didn't stop. Clem was always in the face of Nightmare and almost broke him multiple times. There were like two or three big moments there where I thought it was over, where I thought Nightmare had been broken then and there, but was always barely able to hold on. Was always able to have just like a High Templar in the back line or some reinforcing Zealots just in time as well. It was very close. Very close game. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. And this could still go either way. I mean, I've already gotten what I wanted. Between Clem and Nightmare, I was hoping for an ace match, and we're going the distance. We're going all the way to game 3. But who will make it to the finals? Who will advance on? Still could go either way. Is it going to be Clem versus Rogue or Nightmare versus Rogue in those finals? Is it going to be? Oh, as we have our invites into the next lobby. Have our next game. And it looks like the ace match is going to be taking place on Alkyone. Okay. One of the larger, more macro-oriented maps in the map pool. I'm ready for it. Let's go. Let us go. Now, in general, both in Game 1 and Game 2, Clem has had a, I would say, slightly stronger early game. Obviously, especially in Game 1. But even here in Game 2, we saw Nightmare at times overextend, and we saw him in a bit of trouble early on, bleeding out some Stalkers. Did get away with a much faster third, though. Was able to barely get away with that. For that moment, Nightmare was looking a little bit more comfortable. But we saw how back and forth it was. Now, here we go. We're getting to Alkyone, the final game of the series. Our last match before the Grand Finals. Last game before the finals. Who's it going to be? Again, Rogue has been patiently waiting in those finals for his opponent. has been patiently waiting. And it all ends here. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Terran player, the French Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. The mule inside this chaos going about his business was magnificent. I think I missed that. I think I missed that during the game. Look, the mule has no part in this war, okay? He's got a job to do. Getting paid by the hour, papi. Not salary. He's not salary. He's gotta get the work done. Love to see it. So for now, we are moving out. Again, earlier we did see a 2-gate opener out of Nightmare in game 1. I don't expect that again as, oh my god, Clem going for a 2-Rax Reaper build. Okay. The turns have tabled. This time, Clem is going to be the aggressor in the early game. Now, the Probe Scout does dive in, and we do get eyes on at least one Rax, but we'll get eyes on the other. For now, Nightmare being as annoying as possible. Tasing away the SCVs. And Nightmare is reading this as a Rax expand. Is going to stay in the low ground to delay the expansion, but again, the expansion was already delayed because of the other Rax. CC up. Is going to be thrown down. Is spotted. And Reaper production is on the way. Now, there's a lot of potential with this build for Clem, with this opener. The idea here is to get across the map, is to... We can go one of two ways. We can catch the initial Adept. We can catch the Adept, focus it down, and then go for the mineral line. We can try to bypass the Adept instead. Likewise, getting to the mineral line as well. Reapers are looking for the probe. Looking for the probe. There we go. We have a second Reaper, soon to be a third Reaper as well, and a fourth. Just continued Reaper production with just building up a force. Likewise, Twilight Council opener out of Nightmare, working towards Blink. Adept is going to be moving out. And again, our goal is to shut this Adept down and to keep on pushing. Nightmare does commit to the shade. We commit in, which means we're going for the kill. We're going for the Adept. It's going to go down. Doesn't get a single Reaper. And now we push. Now we're moving on with 4 Reapers, soon to be 5. 5th one is on the way. The factory follow-up. And back at home, what do we have? We have a shield battery here at the natural base. Do we have anything in the main? I mean, we do have the Reaper Cliff at least. Shield battery is on the way. We have the 1 Stalker. Can we save our economy? Can we save our probes? We go for the dive. The Stalker's going to be shut down. There's no saving it. The Stalker falls. Do have a backup Stalker, thankfully. Do bleed out 3 probes. Shield battery does finish up. Whew. 4 probe kills so far. And Clem has to back off. Does back off. Does respect the shield battery. That was 4 probes for 2 Reapers. Not bad. We confirm the tech. We confirm the blink. And back at home, we are setting up. Oh my, and the aggression continues. We're following this up with a 3rd Rax and a factory before the starport. I mean, the 3rd Rax before the starport specifically. So we're working towards a stim timing. And tank production has begun. Reapers barely do escape. Diving into the main, getting another probe. Another 2 probe kills. Another 3 probe kills. We get 4. Can we get 5? Can we get 6? We can. 6 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. That's 10 worker kills in total for 5 Reapers. And again, we're getting ready for the next step, for the next push. Building up the Bio Army, tank production. We have the 1 Evo chamber, so eBay for +1. We'll see what Nightmare can get done in this counterattack. So Nightmare, he's got 3 gateways getting up and running. It's going to be 3 gate blink. can test the waters, but with our tanks, there's no breaking this position. Ooh. And we bleed out a Stalker. Oh, bleed out a second Stalker as well. These are expensive losses for Nightmare. Does overextend. 2 Stalkers go down. I'm sure Clem is tempted. Getting a safety turret, just in case we have a DT follow-up. Prism has ride. We have a charge on the way alongside Temple Archives before the 3rd base. Nightmare has yet to expand. Can we deny Stim? Not quite. We'll catch some workers, though. 3, 4, oh! 5 SCVs going down. We get 6! Not bad. We get 7. Okay, Nightmare not taking this line down. Because it does get 7 workers for 1 Stalker. Clem also moves out. And reinforcements on the way. Stim is done. Combat shields as well. Very strong timing here for Clem. He's got how many tanks? 3. 3 tanks. And 2 of them are moving out. The drop play continues. At the same time, Nightmare trying to slow down the push. Does force the initial siege. Oh my god. Nightmare does get away. And Nightmare getting a lot done across the map. There's no 3rd base to deny. And there's no 3rd base here for Nightmare. Clem going to be pushing in towards the natural. Takes out a Stalker. But doesn't have much left over. We'll go within range of the gateway. Gateway's going to be going down. With the arrival of the Immortal, we can break out. We can break free. Going for the 2nd gate as well. Prism is turning back around. Now, can Clem escape with all 3 tanks? Yes, he does on siege. Nightmare does spot them. The 1st tank goes down. We're going to get all 3. Yeah, they're all going to fall. Big overextension by Clem. We catch all 3 tanks. Now we can counterattack at the same time. Nightmare expands. He's taking a 3rd base. And we're pushing. We are pushing. Back at home, 0 tanks. We do have the bunker, thankfully. But Nightmare can threaten a dive into the main. The Immortals are going in. Going for the mineral line. 3rd base is on the way. 2 SCVs. The army forced to respond. Oh my god. Casito. At the same time, Clem's being contained. Clem will be going for a drop here towards the natural, but we do have an army in position. Somewhat. As we actually go for the main. Oh my god. We got a full scout. We confirm the storm is in production. But Zealots will be coming in. We'll clean this up. At the same time, Clem dropping at the 3rd. Does threaten the pylon. Ooh, and these Stalkers are under fire as well. Stalker's getting very low. And we got 6 probe kills. 3rd base now on the way. Now, I believe Nightmare is going to be looking to move out with Storm. His goal here would be to break the 3rd as Clem is moving out with everything he has. My god. Very aggressive. How many High Templar do we have? 4. 4 High Templar. All of them are in the Prism. Vikings have arrived. They can zone the Prism away. Prism takes some hits. And the Prism will fall. We spent 2 storms already. We have 2 left. 2 storms left. Now we're down to 1. Clutch snipe there at a Clem. Again, the storms, they were wasted. There's only 1 left. Despite that, do we have enough? Can we break through? And no more reinforcements. If we had the Prism, we could warp in some Zealots. And we could end the game. But alas, Clem, he's going to hold on. He shuts down those Stalkers. Big overextension by Nightmare. Ay, ay, ay. Again, all we needed were a handful of Zealots. But they're too little too late. Like, that was so clutch by Clem. To snipe the High Templar, to snipe the Prism, deny any reinforcements. This push was designed to kill. And now Nightmare's falling behind. Yeah, Yeah, now Clem, he's stabilized. We have plenty of Widow Mines. Going for a double drop. Oof, once again, Storm is forced out, and it is premature. And I'm worried that Nightmare's tunnel visioning a little bit too much. He's so committed. We got some reinforcements back at home. We can help defend. Ooh, massive connections. Macho going off the Prism. Prism is so low, has to back off. It's also getting damage done at the same time. Drop across the map still has not been cleaned up. We're getting into the mineral lines though. SCVs are falling, so are probes. The High Templar, they're struggling to defend. They will force a pickup. That's going to be 14 SCV kills. Not bad. 14 workers go down. Fun fact, that evens up the worker count. Clem still has mules. And Clem is moving out with his main army. Now we can still pull off a defense. Once again, Vikings in the mix. Liberator to reinforce. Nightmare has been barely holding on. We are going for a triple drop. Storm gets spent. And we have some flanking storms, but there's not much actually to storm. Yeah, Nightmare misreading this. The Prism goes down. High Templar as well. Triple drop into the natural. Yeah, Nightmare, he was expecting just the main army to be there. Alas, spent a lot of storm. 7 probes going down. 9 probes even. As Clem does focus on the High Templar. Massive pickoffs. And Clem is pulling Nightmare apart. Ay, ay, ay. Again, he was expecting to fight the main army, but alas, he was blindsided, bleeding out more Stalkers. Expensive losses here for Nightmare. Losses he can't afford. Not on 50 workers, like he's on sub 3 base saturation. How many High Templar do we have left? 3 High Templar remaining. And the High Templar are the only thing that have been keeping Nightmare alive in this game, and don't quite have a lot of energy left. Snipe goes off, down to 2 High Templar. Storm doesn't quite connect. Yeah, it was a bit of a desperation storm there out of Nightmare, and it's not paying off, Pappy. It's not paying off. Going for the feedback. Snipe goes off. Do clean the mines for the most part. The mines are shut down. But the drop comes in. It's only 3 units, but 10 probes go down. And Nightmare getting pulled apart. Is getting pulled apart at this point. And a big reason for this is, we mentioned before that Nightmare was pretty all in. He was committed earlier when he was pushing towards the 3rd. But alas, he was shut down before he could really get his push going. And Nightmare did decide to commit. Oof. Massive mine shots. Nice snipe on the first High Templar. We have 2 storms available. We don't want to waste them, but alas, it's an uphill battle here at this point. Decent storms. Some of the best storms we've had all game. But alas, Clem, he can just stim on forward and break through the defenses here of Nightmare. There's nothing left. Only Stalkers remain. And Clem, he has done it. He's looking to make his way into those finals. As he swims on forward over towards the last mining base here of Nightmare. Gets every single probe. Just securing his win. And again, Nightmare, he was so close. Like, honestly, I said it before, if Nightmare had saved the Prism earlier, if he had been able to reinforce with Zealots, like, Clem dies. 100%. Clem dies then and there. But it was so crucial that Clem, he caught the Prism, he sniped it, he shut down the High Templar, he forced out the storms. That was just such a tense situation for Clem, and he handled it so well. And Nightmare just didn't really have much after that. And GG gets called. Clem takes the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem as he does take the series, and my condolences to Nightmare. He did force the ace match, and again, he had a really strong moment in this game, really strong timing available to him, but alas, he did fumble the ball at a really crucial moment. I say fumble the ball. Clem was able to shut him down at a crucial moment, and with that, Clem snowballed out of control. GG, well played. Clem advances on to the grand finals, and he has a Zerg player waiting for him. Oh boy. It is going to be Clem versus Rogue. And I've got a lot of love for Rogue. Rogue, he's been doing quite well for himself in the in the ZVZ matchups and against Protoss as well. But here in this finals, Clem is coming as the favorites. 100%. He's coming in as the heavy favorite. We'll see if Rogue can fight back against him. We'll see if Rogue can prove himself and prove himself to everyone watching here. I mean, Rogue, he's been back for, what, 2 months? 2.5 months? He's been back to competitive play for the past couple of months, and he has been improving, but he's still not quite at the level that he once was. He's still working his way back up. This is going to be a big sign, a bit of a tell here to get a glimpse of what his ZVT is looking like. We shall see. As one of the best Terran players in the world is looking to face him down. Oh boy. Here we go. We are getting ready. We'll get the predictions ready in the chat as well. We'll get the predictions going. We'll get the predictions going here, and hopefully we don't get left behind. We got you. As vetoes are underway. And this is going to be our final series of the night. Going to be a Zerg versus Terran Grand Finals. I mentioned before that Clem has some of the best TVZ in the world. Unless you're Serral, like, I would favor Clem against almost everyone. Against pretty much everyone else. Whether you're Dark, whether you're Solar, whether you're Raynor. Clem is a beast in this matchup. So best of luck to Rogue, which is why it's going to be quite impressive here if Rogue can hold his own. Rogue can hold his own here against Clem. I feel like the best chance for Clem to have fallen would have been Nightmare, and I mean, it did go to the ace match, but Nightmare was unable to stop him, unable to bring him down. Now it comes down to Clem versus Rogue. Otherwise, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. Again, World Team League, WTL is going to be tomorrow. Is a day early. Is going to be Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. Going to be skipping Saturday. Just as a heads up. And looking at the road of these players, I believe Clem hasn't played a Zerg player tonight. Am I crazy? Let's have a look here. Yeah, Clem, you took down a Protoss in Nightmare, a Protoss in Classic, a Protoss in Lemon. It's been TVPs. It's been TVP galore here for Clem. Rogue on the flip side has taken down nothing but Protoss and Zerg. Jeshi, Lancer, and Skills, so Protoss players. Solar, of course, is a Zerg player. Rogue now up against Clem. I'm excited. I'm curious to see kind of what Rogue's ZVT is looking like nowadays. I'm curious to see. There we go. And once the vetoes are done, once we have our map order, we'll get those predictions going. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be World Team League. We also have, what else do we have over the weekend? We have Sparkling Tuna Cup, Master Swan Open. There's no big event this weekend, as we just had Home Story Cup, so I appreciate that we have like a week of break and a week of reprieve. But only a week, because next week is the Esports World Cup qualifiers. Oh boy. For the Esports World Cup, they are inviting based off of EPT points, that is true, based off of like EPT standings. They do have invites, likewise based on placements in tournaments as well, but they will also have some qualifiers, region-based qualifiers. So we're going to be casting that next week. There's going to be a qualifier for the Americas, for Europe, for Asia, for Korea. So a lot of qualifiers that are going to be on the horizon here for the Esports World Cup. And yeah, it's going to be next weekend. So everyone is preparing, everyone is getting ready for either the qualifiers or the main event. So, oh boy, it's all coming up. It's all coming up. When is Esports World Cup itself? I don't quite remember. Esports World Cup Wikipedia. I know it's next month. It's July, right? But is it middle of July, end of July? Let's have a look here. Sorry, not July. August. Okay. My mistake. So the qualifiers are in July, and the event is in August. It's like August 14th. Oh boy. It feels weird to have the World Championship in the second half of the year. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. It feels really weird. It feels... Yeah, it feels a little bit uneasy because... To reiterate, for those who may be unaware, IM Katowice this year was not the World Finals. It was just another kind of like another stop, another event that gave EPT points, basically. And the World Finals is in August, which is wild. It does make the season look really weird because it means that the next season of EPT will start in like October or November. Like if we have another DreamHack Atlanta, that's in November, right? And that's where we start the next season, DreamHack Atlanta in November of the year, which is, yeah, weird. It feels weird. And that's gonna be leading into IM Katowice next year. So yeah, like the year, the quote unquote season or the year of StarCraft is looking a bit odd. But I guess we'll settle into it, I guess. We'll settle in. Are we having another DreamHack? No, it feels like S2 is out of money at this point. Why would you say that? Blizzard, they already pulled out. They already pulled out, what, a year ago? Basically, the DreamHacks that we got last year, I would expect the same thing. So there's no reason for there not to be a DreamHack in the Americas and a DreamHack in Europe. Yeah, just because like last year we already didn't have Blizzard support, so. And ESL is saving money because of the Esports World Cup. A lot of tournaments this year are ending even sooner than last year, like GSL. I think a lot of that is because of the Esports World Cup. I don't think there's anything that says that there aren't going to be any more DreamHacks. I don't think there's any sign of that. Especially because of the deal that was made with the Esports World Cup, with the partnership with ESL. Because of that deal, like, they have more reason to keep the season going if there's going to be an Esports World Cup every year, which is the plan which is the current plan. So yeah, I don't know. I would say with the announcement of ESWC, I would be more certain that DreamHacks would continue. I can't speak about GSL, but yeah, I would imagine that DreamHacks would continue and stuff like that. The new RTS is coming very soon too. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they do. So far, none of the RTSs have really grasped my attention, but I also just haven't had the time to play them. Like, yeah, I haven't had time to touch and like, what is it, Stormgate or No Space? Zero Space, Zero Year, that one. I haven't had time to play that. Battle Aces, the beta's out. I haven't touched it. So we'll see how they go. As for now, we're diving into the grand finals and we're finally here. And before we introduce our players, predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think is going to be our champion this week. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Clem or Rogue, Zerg or Terran? Up to you to decide. As predictions are open for the next couple of minutes. Predictions open. There we go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Side Delta, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. So yeah, the next season of EPT is gonna look a little bit wonky, like year-wise. To like start the season of EPT like at the end of a year instead of the start of a year, it's gonna be a bit weird, but we'll acclimate. We'll acclimate as we are opening up 2-Rax Reaper. Let's go. It's gonna be a 2-Rax Reaper opener here out of Clem. 2-Rax Reaper initially. Of course, this is not an all-in, but this is a way to get some pressure down early on, to apply pressure to contain the Zerg player, to deny the economy, and to get a handle of the early game as Reapers are on the way. Basically, the goal here is to deny the third. Deny the third base, delay the third for as long as we can, potentially get some economic damage done, but more than anything, just contain the Zerg on 2 bases. As Reapers are moving out. Reapers are moving out across the map. Rogue did open up with his hatch gas pool. Lings are on the way. Overlord does confirm. And Rogue did not pull out a gas early on, which means we already have Link speed in production. Not bad. But we're contained. And again, that's all we did once. Third base yet to be thrown down. Ooh, first Link falls. Additional Reapers making their way across the map. And Rogue, he will hide that drone. Reapers fan out. They check, they confirm that there is no third base taken. But Rogue did successfully hide the drone, and now he can go back in. Cannon, he will dip back in. Third base on the way. Clem did cut Reaper production at 3. And if he doesn't scout this third, he won't be able to force a cancel. And dances with the queens instead. So far, Rogue's holding his own. And Clem, yeah, he's going to scout this a little bit too late. Does confirm the hatchery. And so far, a very nice defense here out of Rogue. He was able to hide the drone, get his base. If he didn't hide the drone, he would be stuck on 2 bases. He would still be stuck on a 2-base setup. So very important that he was able to hide it. As the Reapers are forced out, Link speed kicks in. We can catch the Reapers. We can try. We do try to cut them off here towards the left-hand side. It looks like we will get us around. We get 1 Reaper. We're going to get 2. We're going to get 3. All the Reapers do fall. Very nice cleanup here out of Rogue. Papi, calm down. He gets his third much earlier than he should have. He's also able to clean up all the Reapers. Very nice defense here by Rogue. Very nice response against the 2-Rax Reaper. Now, we're not done. Behind this, it is going to be a 3cc 2-1-1. We have the third CC before the starport, before the factory. So the third CC is finishing up, very economic variation. And we're working towards a stim timing. Basically, 16 Marines, stim, and 2 medevacs is what we're building up towards. And how does Rogue respond? Roaches. This is a very common response if we are up against a 2-Rax Reaper. The reason for this is because roaches are very larva efficient. We are lacking larva, we're lacking production, lacking economy because of the late third. So because we have limited larva available, roaches can help make up for that. Again, they don't scale amazingly into the mid game, but they're a nice defensive option here for Rogue. As again, you need a lot of larva if you want to make Ling Bane work. So for now, we're just settling in. Again, Clem looking to eventually take his third base, but more importantly, move out with that double drop. And here we go. We are moving out. Remember, stim is done. We're moving out with slightly less than 16 Marines, but moving out nonetheless. The Overlord will confirm this. And Rogue has time to respond. He pulls his queens together. Roaches are amassing as we speak. And with the help of Roaches, as long as we're in position, Rogue should be fine. He should be able to defend against this. The double drop has arrived. Catch an Overlord. Catch an Overlord dropping into the main. And we're going to be able to get a second Overlord as well. Not bad. Can we get a third? Oh, not quite. Not quite. Clem does have the back off. The Queens are in position. The flanking Queens! We shut down one medevac, and can we get the other? Oh, at last it was the empty medevac that did go down. Queen does fall. And a really awkward engagement here out of Rogue. Bleeds out a second Queen. Oof. Takes down the medevac, though. Not a bad cleanup. We're going to be able to replace those Queens, thankfully. How many Queens are we on? Ooh, only 4 Queens, but would you clean it up? Would you hold? And behind this, Clem is stabilizing and saturating his third. Likewise, Rogue taking up towards an infestation bit and a 4th base. We're getting ready for Hive Tech. Rogue stabilizing and settling into Ling Roach Ravager. Knocking down those rocks. Baneless is on the way. Should be getting ready for Ling Bane Roach Ravager. That is, we're not going for range upgrades, we're going for melee instead. That tells us as well that Rogue most likely isn't working towards Hydras and Lurkers. Once the Hive is done, it looks like it's going to be Ling Roach Ravager or Ling Bane Roach Ravager into Ultras. Ultras would fare a little bit better just because of the melee-based upgrades. If we had range on the way, then it can, of course, kind of lean more into Hydra and Lurker tech. But we'll see, as the Hive is on the way. Meanwhile, back at home, Clem getting a 4th, stabilizing, building up his tank counts, working towards 2-2. 1-1 upgrades are done. We do have our 1-1 upgrades. You see Rogue, he's posturing, but he's not really intending to dive in. Doesn't really have enough of that. Just looking to poke forward and keep tabs on Clem. And yeah, he just backs off. we just back on off, hoping to force an overreaction. Second factory is on the way. Hive is about to finish. And we're waiting for that Ultra Cavern. As Rogue is still just building up. Bailey's now on the way. Taking a 5th. The creep is honestly looking very nice here for Rogue. Spreading between the left and right hand side. Looking solid. Rogue has plenty of vision and map control. No bailing speed yet, so engaging is going to be awkward. And there's that Ultra Cavern that we spoke about. Is on the way. Vipers as well. But yeah, we have seen a lot of this Ling Bane Roach Ravager into Ultra recently, as of late. I've seen a lot of it. So do see Clem going for a Doom Drop. Rogue trying to keep up. Just in the Biles. Oh my god. Very nice Biles out of Rogue. Zones away the drop. Papi, calm down. Quick reactions here from our Zerg player. Clem taking the 4th. Is expanding, is spotted by the Ling. By Rogue. There's kindness plating on the way. Now, even though we have the Ultra Cavern again, we shouldn't be making any Ultras yet until we get our upgrades up and running. Whether it's kindness plating, Ultra Speed as well. We have the tech, but it takes a while to really get going. Till then, just purely Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Vipers coming in for the abduction, for the Parasite Bombs. Again, the Vipers are what we have to rely on for anti-air, because we don't have any like Hydras. There are a lack of Queens, no Mutas, no Corruptors. Metax getting very low. But the Vipers will zone away the drops and deter drop play in general. Which is the biggest weak point of Rogue's army, is the lack of anti-air. Meanwhile, we're collapsing in. Files, they're going for the CC. Bailings, they get some okay connections. And more Bailings rolling in. And we're going for the mineral line. Ooh, we crash into the tank. Not the best trade here from Rogue. He does deny the base, but he has to retreat, has to back off. At the same time, he took down the planetary. And that was worth it. The base did fall. Clem, down to 3 bases, is double expanding. We'll be able to rebuild. We're getting there. CCs are on the way. Now, even though Rogue bled out a lot of Link Bane, and that was a lot of Link Bane going down, we can rebuild. We can replace it. We have map control. We have so much creep to work with. Rogue is still looking quite comfortable. And we are looking to hit that forward, that northern base once again. Banelings won't connect. Tank shots go up. Ling's trading okay against the bio, but we do have to retreat. Once again, we do deny mining. 8 SCVs go down. But I'm sure Rogue was hoping to reset the tank counts, and the tank count stands strong. Okay, that wasn't the best trade from Rogue. Now getting into Ultras. Ultras have revealed themselves. We have both upgrades. Do we have any Vipers left? We do. Thankfully. Do you have our Vipers? We coming to reinforce. Rogue rotating over towards the left-hand side. We have Ultras towards the right. We are pushing in. Going for the power bombs. Catching a medevac. Getting a tank as well. Banelings rolling forward at the same time. Ultras, oh, they're not going to gain too much ground here. I say that, yeah, Ultras are falling one after the other. Oh, extensive losses for Rogue. At the same time, doesn't get into the natural either. He does trade with the army, though. Plus in 4 Ultras and 40 Lings, but he got 3 tanks, a Ghost, Marines. So it was okay. Like, we're throwing away a lot here. We're going for the tanks. Let's go. Finally, tanks are falling. Lings can do what Ultras can't. Unironically. 4 tanks go down. A Ghost as well. A much more efficient trade here by Rogue. Making up for the dead Ultras earlier. Does make up for it. And now suddenly this position is compromised. We once had 4 tanks. Now we have 1. And Rogue, he's pushing in. And I don't think Clem has enough. Not anymore. Yeah, we go for the dive. There's 1 tank in the back line. Banelings are rolling in. We get the Blinding Cloud as well. We go for the tank. The tank falls. And Clem is struggling here. He pulls back to the safety of his 3rd base. Last he has to give up on the planetary. The Banelings roll in. They crash on 4. GG gets called, and Rogue takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Very nice early game here out of Rogue. Remember, as a reminder, winding it all the way back here, it was a 2-Rax Reaper opener out of Clem, and Rogue, he was able to get his 3rd base pretty nicely timed. Wasn't delayed for too long, as he was able to hide the drone and get his 3rd up and running. Likewise, he got a surround on the Reapers, and on top of that, the follow-up 2-on-1 timing, the drop play, was shut down as well. So, yeah, just a really nice early game. Allowed Rogue to stabilize, spread his creep, drone up to 80, get into Hive Tech, into Ultras. Just a very comfortable game there out of Rogue after, you know, having a solid early game. GG, very well done. Very well played here. And I'm impressed. I am impressed. But at the same time, this is also Clem putting himself out there with his opener, with his build of choice. I'm curious how Clem will adapt and how he will adjust coming into Game 2. I don't expect another 2-Rax Reaper. I don't expect that coming into our next game. I guess it depends on the map. Curious. Where are we loading in? Game 2 is going to be on Amphion. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Amphion, of course, being a much more unorthodox map in the map pool, has a very defendable triangular 3rd base that can be very difficult to punish. Because of that, we've seen a lot of Zerg players attempt Muta play. We've seen a lot of Zerg players attempt Mutas here against Terran with mixed success, very mixed success with Mutas. Just because like there's so much terrain that's so awkward to work around. There's so many brutal tank positions that can work quite favorably for the Terran. So we shall see. We shall see how Rogue approaches this map. Likewise, how Clem approaches it as well. So again, it's quite defendable here. Is Rogue crazy enough to try to go into something crazy like Swarm Host? Maybe Nidus play? Something more active? Even something more aggressive? Here we go. Zero Space is also fun, at least. I'm glad you enjoy it. Glad you enjoy it. I haven't touched any of the other RTSs yet. Haven't touched them. Okay. That's not how you spell it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the anonymous tip, the donation. Thank you so much for the $13.37 for the elite donation. Go Pappy. It's like this. Hold on. You're an animal. We even have an emote for it, Pappy. Ay. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. Gracias. Thank you for the donation. Always do appreciate it. And so we are settling in. Looks like Clem asked for a break. Did ask for a moment. Did ask for a break, so we're more than happy to indulge. To give Clem the time he needs. Here we go. Looks like Clem has returned, and we're getting into our next game. Getting into game number 2. Again, Rogue has a lead, and it wasn't like Clem was playing poorly in that game at all. Not at all. But again, Rogue able to keep up with the early game, able to keep up with the initial opener, with the follow-up aggression. Really impressive stuff there out of Rogue in game 1. But now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Team Falcons. Leading the series 1-0, it is Rogue. And coming into this, I was favoring Clem, 100%. I was favoring Clem coming into the series. I still favor Clem, but I'm very excited and very impressed by game 1 from Rogue. Very impressed. And we'll see if he can keep it up. We'll see if he can continue to go toe-to-toe with Clem, especially with a much more standard opener. That's what I'm curious about. So Clem opening up, this time with a Rax Expand. Rax here at the Reaper Cliff. The reason for this is because the Reaper goes and zooms across the map very quickly, right through the center. Meanwhile, Rogue going for a Hatch Gas Pool. We have seen Zerg players attempt to go pool first on this map just because they know that the Reaper is going through the center, so Lings could skirt around the right-hand side, get across the map, and get some economic damage done. But Rogue is just going for a standard opener. He is going for a standard opener. Reaper's on the way. Reaper is on the way. So again, just going to be the Racked Expanse. It's going to be on Rogue to keep up with the Reaper aggression of his opponents, and eventually take his own third, as we're easing our way into game 2. And when it comes to the features of this map, we spoke about the triangular third. Specifically, I'm referring to this base here. If you can mine through these mineral patches, this base is so secure. You have to knock down rocks to gain access. You have to mine through your own minerals as well. It does have the high ground advantage. Ooh, as the gas geyser is denied, one drone goes down. Very nice pick up here from Clem. Very nicely done. But he gets surrounded. Oh my god. Suddenly not quite worth it here. Clem, sure, he got a drone, but he got a little bit too greedy. He got surrounded in the end, and Rogue has map control. This also means that Rogue can freely expand, take a third base. I say that Clem is being as annoying as possible, is in position to delay that third. He is in position. Lings move out. There is one Marine to defend. We have Mod Marine. The boys have to be pulled away. We deny mining here at the natural. We're going straight for the main. It's all about the worker micro. Can Clem minimize SCV losses? So far, so good. We zone the Lings away. Third CC has been scouted. There's a third CC before starport. Economic build here at Clem. Rogue confirms and he backs off. Wise choice as the Hellions about to spawn in. Ooh, looks like we had a bit of latency from one of our casters. Shout out to Saber. Saber, he's a Chinese caster. Does cast in Chinese. Overlord confirms. Interesting. No add-on swap. Okay, it's going to be a 3cc 2-1-1 variation. I imagine going for stim. Okay. Okay. I see you. Very interesting. So this is a very similar build to the game that we just saw in game 1. It's a very similar build to game 1. So it is going to be 3cc 2-1-1. What does this mean? This means working towards a heavier bio count, working towards a stim timing with 2 medevacs. This means 0 Hellions. 0 Hellions here for Clem. So Clem, he's not really vying for map control. I mean, I should say 1 Hellion. 1 Hellion here for Clem. He doesn't really have much map control. He can't really threaten the bases of Rogue. It means that Rogue can be quite greedy. As Rogue did go for an early... Oh my god, he did go for a very early lair for an early Spire. If you remember, leading into this, I spoke about how a lot of Zerg players have been trying to play with Spire tech and mutas on Amphion. The reason for it is because all these rocks and all these, again, really brutal terrain positions, or the terrain itself does lend towards more defensive play. It's harder to be aggressive and be active with Ling Bane or with a ground army. And we're going for the Spire. The Hellion dives in. No! The Hellion dives in, and we do get eyes on the Spire. We have spotted it, we have seen, we know. Spire has been scouted. One of the big kind of power points. One of the power spikes here of Mutatech is to hide it, to get your mutas hidden, of course, and get across the map, but Clem is now aware. If he clicked on it. It does kind of look like a spore. It could be mistaken for a spore. That does happen sometimes. But Clem should be aware. Here we go, moving out with our double drop. 16 Marines and Stim. And Rogue is investing into those mutas. That means that he's going to be able to shut down the medevacs, but will he have enough on the ground to deal with the bio? What do we have? We have 22 Lings, we have 4 Queens, very low Queen counts. I'm concerned for Rogue. He does miss the drop. And he's droning. Yeah, we stim in. The first Queen falls. We have 3 Queens left. Mutas have a right, but they can't touch this. Yeah, we need the Lings. Very nice target firing at a Clem. He gets 1 muta, he gets 2 mutas. Almost 3. 3. Oh, almost 4 mutas towards the end. Expensive trade there for Rogue. We'll shut this down. And now Clem is getting ready. Turrets are on the way. Third base getting up and running. The bio army staying back home. At least Rogue has map control, and now he can drone up heavily. And he needs to. He needs to drone up as much as possible. Taking it forth may even be worth double expanding. It is a catch a stray Marine. Catching another. 3 more Marines go down. So far, not bad trades. Trades aren't looking too bad. Honestly, we could even try to dive on top of these Marines. Could dive on the bio. You see Rogue trying to bait the army out into the open. But Clemmy plays it safe. He throws down a depot here to create a choke point. To reduce surface area. Scan does get eyes on the further attack, or at least on the 2 Evo chambers. The gases. Oh my god. Meanwhile, Rogue is doubling down. He's going mass muta. Mass muta, pa. +1 air attack. Continuing muta production here as much as he can. Trying to keep Clem busy back at home. Rotating around. Wings get caught. Mutas, they go for the production. And they can they take down the reactor? It looks like they barely can. Reactor goes down. We'll delay Medivacs. And we've built up towards 17 mutas, and now we're working on the Ling Bane. Bane is amassing. Oh, this dive is not worth it. Oh, we beat out mutas. Imagine get 4 Cs at the same time. Bailing run by gets 17. Okay, let's go. 17 workers go down. A very successful Bailing run by, and Clem, he's moving out. That does mean there's that many less Bailings to defend. But we have 29 Bailings finishing up. Bailing speed has completed. Very nice spread. Rogue has to be very careful. This is a brutal position to push into. As Clem is wedging himself in between the bases, or in between the 4th and the 3rd. Like, the choke points here are brutal, right? Both on the right and left-hand side. We've seen many a Zerg player die to tank pushes here. Ling Bane rolls on in. And we do get on top of the Marines. Yeah, the mutas, they shut down the tanks. The final tank barely goes down, but do we have enough Ling Bane left over? The answer is no. Uh-oh. Clem, he's going to keep on pushing. May not have tanks, but has plenty of Marines. And without Bailings, there's nothing to stop the bio. Yeah, it looks like we're snowballing out of control. We shut down the Lings. Not enough Bailings. They're being targeted down. And this is the danger of going into mutas like this, is your ground army is lacking. And without a ground army, how do you stop the Marines? The man with gun is too good. We get into the mineral line. Clem may have lost 17 workers earlier, may not really have an economy, but doesn't need it. Doesn't need it. Not anymore. Nice splits. The hatchery falls. And the Marines, they stand their ground. The mutas, they're doing what they can. They're going to be able to barely clean this up. Oh my god. We barely clean up the army. We can shut down the reinforcements. It did cost us a base and, was it 20 workers? Yeah. It did cost us 18 drones. But we're forcing Clem back. We hold. We do barely hold on. Once again, diving on top of the Marines. Ooh, bit of an overextension. Yeah, we're running out of mutas. As the final tank goes down. The Rogue barely forcing the issue here. But we have too many reinforcements. Yeah, too many Marines. Rogue overextends down to 3 mutas. And as the dust settles, Rogue is on 3-base saturation. Clem, likewise on 3 bases as well. Clem may be down in workers, but he has mules. And he has a more efficient army. Oh, we catch out the mutas. Expensive losses there for Rogue. Not just that, but Clem, he's got 2-2, is working on 3-3. Like, the upgrades for Clem are insane. Now, can Rogue stabilize? There is a chance. If he can catch the Medivacs, then hey, he gets 1. If he can catch out the Medivacs, if he can deny the drop play, then there is a chance. There's a little micro potential with these mutas, forcing back the army. Reactor goes down. Throughout all of this, we're droning. Throughout all of this, like Rogue, he's droning up as much as possible. Getting up to 80 workers. Catching up on upgrades, working on 2-2. And if Clem is not able to take a 4th base, if he's not able to expand, if he's just contained here on 3 bases, then Rogue is going to be the first to max out. As Rogue, he's done droning. He's on 80 workers. But Clem is moving out once again. The creep by Rogue is impressive. I pointed this out in game 1 on side Delta, but the creep was crazy from Rogue. And likewise, despite the push, and I mean, there's no creep here in the center of the map, but we still somehow managed to get creep across. With very few tumors, by the way. Very few tumors. Mutas, they catch reinforcements, they force out a stim. A few medivacs, every stim does hurt. Once again, Clem is establishing himself here next to the rocks. We saw earlier, like, how much it takes to break this. The mutas, they catch Marines. They catch reinforcements. Let's go. We do catch the reinforcements, forcing another stim out from Clem again. One medevac for this entire army. The one medevac, he's got a lot of work to do. As reinforcements are cut off. This entire time, Rogue has been building up his Ling Bane. And Rogue, he just has to wait for Clem. He just has to wait for Clem to push onto creep. That's all he has to do. No reason to rush anything. No reason to force the issue. Lings, they go for a run by. They hit the third. Fourth is now being established. It's going in. +1 attack is crazy. Almost got a meter. Not quite. Another medevac! No, okay, we survive. Barely do survive. Medevac does make it out. And Rogue is about to max out. Once he does, then Rogue, yeah, we're collapsing in. We do push forward. Bailing's rolling it in. They force back the Marines. Tanks are going down. And we reset the tank count. Still a brutal trade. Again, just because we're fighting off a creep here and the choke point is brutal. But we reset the tanks. We can back off and do that again. Meanwhile, Clem, rebuilding those tanks is going to take time. It's going to take far longer here for Clem. And we're going for the medevacs. Ooh. To get one medevac. Fourth base is up and running. This is a big moment for Clem. His economy is on par with that of Rogue. Does have his fourth. Clem has 3-3. Getting into Widow Mines. As I say that, Rogue is going for the planetary. Takes down the first turret. Won't quite get the next. Clem does get here in time. Likewise, he has control of the center of the map. So far, so good. Clem is refining his army with Widow Mines and Thors. Now his army is becoming a lot more like anti-air focused. The mutas are becoming less effective. Yeah, and Clem is catching up in supply. Is catching up. And we still have control of the center of the map. If we had been able to like clear this up and spread creep, then it'd be a different story. I'm not so sure about this. Mine's just gonna be going off, yeah, but the concave is too brutal. Yeah, the concave here was insane. Rogue has to back up. At this point, I don't think we can fight off a creep like that anymore. Even that last fight was questionable. Like, it doesn't feel good, but like we just can't push into this. I feel like that's just gonna kill the Zerg. Some decent Bailey connections. Decent connections. We have more links on the way. Ultra Cavern as well. The hatchery. Oh, it's gonna be going down. Rogue does collapse in. But these Bailings, it's just not efficient. We take down one tank. Yeah, Clem has momentum. Yeah, he's pushing in. He knows. That was just such a brutal fight for Rogue. And now we can stim one forward. Rogue just be trying to morph in more Bailings. Mine Shot's going to be going up. Yeah, they shut down the Ling Bane. The Bio Army stims on forward. Bailings once again, they try to connect. We do split quite well. We barely clean up the Marines. And the mutas, can they clean up? It's so close. The mutas cannot. The base falls. Okay, reinforcements on the way. Now, because Rogue has this base on the left-hand side, like, he can afford to lose this hatchery. Like, the hatchery doesn't matter too much. He can maintain himself. But he needs time. Rogue desperately needs time right now. Ultras are on the way. Bearing in mind, there are no ghosts. No ghosts. No marauders, or few marauders. Rogue needs to expand. As Clem is taking another CC, lifts up the main. Rogue could deny this base though. To get in. focus on some of the Marines. A handful of them. Uses a force back. Yeah, Clem, now that he has his space, he can still maintain himself. The Ultras will clean up the initial army. Oof. Oh, massive mine shots. But the mines will connect. Still a very tense moment, and we catch a full medevac. Okay, looking at the army sizes here, how many Ultras do we have? We have 4 Ultras, soon to be 5. So 5 Ultras, 4 Rogue. Clem, no Ghost Academy, I believe, right? Yeah, no Ghost Academy. No Ghost, no Liberators. He's not quite ready for Ultra Tech. Now, these Ultras aren't going to be ideal. It's going to be 2-3 Ultras, as they do not have +3 melee, but they're going to have all the carapace upgrades. They have kindness plating, no Ultra Speed, so the Ultra's going to have a bit of a harder time off of creep, as Ultra Speed has not been researched. Rogue still not mining through these mineral patches. We need a base! Oh, this Ultra counterattack is questionable. These are expensive losses. We get 1, we get 2 Ultras. Did I say 2? We get 3 Ultras. Ay, ay, ay. Like, Rogue doesn't have any gas. We can't afford this, Pappy. Three Ultras go down. Again, Clemmy's got the more efficient army here, even without Ghosts. Again, Ultras, they're quite vulnerable if they're on their own. They need Ling Bane to support themselves, to buffer, essentially, for the Ultras to close the distance. If we don't have that, then, I mean, you see what happens. Ultras melt that. As Rogue does rotate with his entire army this time. We're down to 3 Ultras. Mine Shot's not quite going up. Mine Shot's gonna get baited out. We do try to engage, but nice kiting here from Clem. The Marauders, they hold the line, and Clemmy just shuts down the ground army. Now, ideally, we needed to come in from both angles, but we mainly came in only from one. So just a rough engagement there from Rogue. And it does feel like Clem is just not just out trading him, but yeah, now he's got momentum himself. Well, we can catch the Marines and the tank. Not bad. Tank does go down. You can see the economy was in favor of Rogue, but you can see now it's swinging in favor of Clem. That's thanks to the new base. Catching up some of the fire. One of the saving graces here for Rogue is the lack of medevac, so the bio army is pretty oversimmed. So all it takes is a couple of Ultra swipes. Yeah, Lings, they go for the mineral line. The army does turn back around. The Ultras are on their own. Oh, they get a couple of swipes in. They get 1. Yeah, just 1 big swipe. Ultras go down. We do get 18 SCVs. Is that enough? Oh my god. Calm down. As Rogi's expanding on the right-hand side, is taking another base. Did attempt to expand on the left, but just wasn't able to hold on to that hatchery. Wasn't able to hold on. Clem taking the center base here. Rogue knows he cannot allow this base to get up and running. At the same time, Doom drop into the main. Rogue, no vision, nothing in position. Lings, they're trickling in. Oh. Yeah, rough trade here for Rogue. He will force his back. He can shut down the medevacs. He can try to shut down the medevacs. Oh my god. As the medevacs, they do escape, they do unload. At the same time, Link can secure across the map. And Clem is pushing through. Oh, we lost so many Links earlier. Rogue losing 2 hatcheries. The most important mining bases here for Rogue. Center base, really. But can he punish this? Can he chase down the medevacs? He's got 13 mutants. Nah, not quite. Medevacs still escape. Center base is being taken. Rogue has not spotted this. He's not aware. Desperately expanding on the right-hand side. Sorry, on the left-hand side. Attempting to double expand. Wooden Mines is still left over. Now, Clem is down to 36 SCVs. That is important. He is muling, but he doesn't have, like, for example, we casted Gumiho earlier. With Gumiho, he had, like, 12 orbitals. Clem doesn't have that same setup. Clem has got 5. He's got 5 orbitals, so his mules are limited. So he has to be careful. Uh-oh, we're cornered. There's no way out of this. Again, we haven't mined through the minerals. Yeah, mutas are racing back over. Okay, Clem doesn't push in. Papi, we need to mine through this. we need an escape route, Papi. Aye. Or even just just an easier way to reinforce. Just mine it open. It's hurting you more than it's helping you. The space is really kicking in though. Yeah, you can see now going in favor of Clem. The mules coming in clutch. Another double drop on the right hand side. Rogue is now aware. Is aware of the base. Rogue attempting to expand. Once again, Clem is in position to deny. And no side defense. Rogue does spot this. Does attempt to respond. Units are coming in. They're cutting off the medivacs at the same time. Main army pushes forward. We have left some Link Bane left over. Some Link Bane to defend. The Ultras as well. Oh, we haven't been using Adrenal? Oh, that's crazy. The Might Shot! Oh no! Oh my god. Calm down. When we had Ultra, I just assumed we had Adrenal, Papi. Aye. That's huge. That's so often we've been relying on pure Link to defend. That would have been so impactful. Aye. And Clem, now he's maxed out. He's maxed out with Ghosts. One of the big features that was missing with Clem's army. And I don't see us pushing this stroke point. Like, this position is brutal. It's a minefield. Even the main force, even without the Winter Mines, we're holding our own. Massive mine connections on the Lings. The army picks up. And Rogue, he plummets in supply. And Rogue, he cannot maintain himself. Not anymore. Doesn't have the bank, doesn't have the economy. He's going to break through initially, but we have plenty of reinforcements, and we are looking to make a series out of this. What is left to defend? No Ultras, no Banelings, just purely Lings and Mutas. We can see Rogue going for a counterattack. He knows that he cannot fight head-on. And we'll get some economic damage done. SCVs are going down. Likewise, the base will fall. We do borrow the drones. Let's go. Can Rogue pull this off? Oh, he can't fight the Thor. Oh, he's going for the Thor. We do take some shots to the face. Mutas are going down. Oh. Good, Mutas so valuable. We're down to how many Mutas? Down to 7 Mutas. To get the Thor in the end for the cost of 2. Bio army rotating around, and Clem, oh god, mine shot's going off as well. Clem has a massive supply lead. Hatchery's going down. And scans, he sees lack of saturation, sees the attempted saturation, and he's rotating over. And he's rotating over to knock down at this base, likewise taking top right at the same time. There is a chance. Right now the army is fragmented, so if we were able to engage in the top right first and focus on the ghosts, then maybe. But Clem is bringing everything together. Pulling together his forces. Muling quite hard once again. Jesus, that's a lot of mules. Lings are amassing. Finally, they're cracklings. It took 27 minutes, but now we have 3 cracklings for Rogue with Adrenal. Something that we were lacking for most of this game. Alright, Lings, they're going for the base. Clem, how does he respond? Does he go for a counterattack or does he come back home to defend? He's coming back home. A really nice moment here for Rogue. Forces the pickup. Does rotate back around, gets into another mineral line. His base is left untouched. Very big moment here for Rogue. And now he rotates over in time to defend against the push. And there are no Widowmines with this. No Widowmines, we have enough Lings. Yeah, we can engage. Oh, here we go. 2 Widowmines do come in to reinforce. 3 Widowmines even. How good are the shots? The friendly fire! Ooh, force a bit of friendly fire. We collapse here on top of the Medivacs. A much better engagement here for Rogue. Going for the surround. Collapsing on the Ghosts. Oh my god. And Rogue, he shuts down most of the main army. Liberators have sieged up. The Freedom is here. We go for the mineral line. No shot. Rogue. Is he doing it, Papi? We're getting down, we're getting dirty, and Rogue, he likes it. 12 SCV kills, we're down to 9 workers remaining. We're muling our hearts out. We caught the Ghosts. Oh my god. Again, finally, the Lings are useful. They have comparable upgrades. Same time, Ling counterattack. We're done with the Ultras. Ling's even burrowing here, which I'm not too sure if we've noticed. Uh-oh. Bring that back in. Force friendly fire. Liberators have arrived. That's gonna be a big factor here. We have limited anti-air. We really only have our mutas. Wouldn't mind to set up. Oh, some pretty good mine shots. Yeah, the mutas, they have to. They're gonna be engaging. And mutas, can they deal with these lives? We clean up the ground army at least. The queens are coming in to reinforce. Yeah, we shut down the liberators. They do fall. The queen helps out as well. There's 1 lib left. We deny mining. You can see here we're out of money. We're out of money here at the center base. Center left. The center bases are still important though. We're still able to mine. Still some economy here for Clem. But for the first time in a long time, Rogue is up in supply. Like, up in army supply, more importantly. He's crazy. Oh, speaking of massive mine connections. Yeah, I mean, now Clem is getting back into Widow Mines, and Rogue has to respect that. Takes a big connection to the face. Top right is denied. Still muling. Still maintaining. Rogue has gold minerals. You know, one of these days we're gonna mine through this wall, right? One day. One day. Just so we can expand and take some of these bases. These are 2 fresh bases, by the way. They're untouched for the most part. Likewise, so is top right. Like, this base hasn't really been mined from either. So we're running out of resources in a sense, but I mean, there's potential for mining. It's maybe a better way of putting it. Still plenty of resources on the map. Plenty of resources. Clem once again looking to deny the hatchery. Scan top right. Attempting to rebuild. It's gone back into mutas. Now up to 13. Uh-oh. Ooh, take a mine shot to the face. Down to 12. Not worth it for Rogue. Clem stabilizing once again. I do appreciate that he's investing into liberators like this. Like, our gas income for Rogue is so limited that we don't actually have that many mutas. So getting to liberators, now getting back into ghost production, into widow mines. Mining is continuing. Yeah, Clem, he was down to 9 SCVs, now he's back up to 26, plus mules. Like, Rogue's army is so fragile, but also has so much potential. Like, there's so much DPS here, and all it takes is 2-3 mine shots and Rogue can lose the fight and lose the game. Likewise, if he avoids the mine shots, if he's able to even drag mine shots and do some friendly fire, then we can win it. Nice on burrow there out of Clem. Mine shot still goes off. Clem taking the center base. Uh-oh. Very important base here for Clem. Can he get it up and running? Bad meters between the bases. Catching a handful of units here and there, but we cannot allow this base to get up and running here. More so because it's a hybrid base with gold patches. Do you find the Liberators? Oof. Mine shot goes off, takes down an Overseer, takes down the Muta. The Liberator count was reset. Those are the only Liberators on the map. So no more Libs. But we have plenty of Ghosts. Just like last time, we're hoping to catch the Ghosts overextending. Oh god, the mine shots! Oh, the big mine shots going off. Yeah, much more efficient trade here for Clem. That was 33 Lings. And Rogue, he's rotating over. Again, he knows how important it is to shut this down. I just don't know if he can. It's coming from behind. The mine! Oh, gets baited out. Yeah, we come in for the surround. There's no way out of this. We catch the army, and we're gonna collapse on. We're gonna collapse on in. Yeah, the bio army does crumble. The ghost did survive, but I spoke too soon. We're looking to catch the ghosts. We get a surround. Every ghost goes down, and we've done it. GG gets called. Rogue takes game number 2. Oh my god. GG. Vappy. GG, well played. Rogue does take a 2-0 lead in the best of 5 finals. My god, that was a very, very clutch game. There were moments for both players. There were moments where Rogue was overextending, Clem was overextending. Very, very tense there between Clem and Rogue. It was 35 minutes long, but it felt so intense the entire time. I could have gone either way. GG, well played. Oh my god. Rogue taking lead is insane. I mean, again, coming into this, I favored Rogue 100%. I was, you know, in my mind, I was like, yeah, maybe Rogue can take a game. Sorry, I meant to say, I favored Clem 100%. In my mind, I was thinking, you know, maybe Rogue can take a game. Maybe a game. Maybe make a series out of it. That'd be great. But he's leading 2-0. That's crazy. Like, Clem, and Clem hasn't been playing poorly. Clem has not been playing, like, he's been playing really well. He's not been playing poorly at all. Again, we saw like the brutal positioning in the center of the map. We saw Clem trading incredibly efficiently as well. But both in game 1 and game 2, there were a couple of things that were excelling for Rogue, which was interesting to take note of. One were his counterattacks, his Ling counterattacks, his Ling Bane run-bys as well. We saw a lot of that in game 1. We saw it here in game 2. His Muta harass, again, like, there were so many moments where Rogue had so little to work with, but he was able to drag the army back home, able to counterattack and distract Clem and get some damage done and buy time. It's his harass and it's also his creep spread as well. Like, both coming into play, both excelling, both in game 1 and game 2. Having so much map vision, map control with the creep, and likewise able to punish Clem's move outs. Those are things that have been standing out to me at least, and it's been carrying him throughout the series. It's impressive. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid down in this series. I was, again, not expecting this scenario here, but one more loss and he's out. He has to fight back here and now. He has to fight back. Can we force a series and force an ace match out of this? Personally, I hope so. I want to get all 5 games out of this. He is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. The Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. Leading the series 2-0. One more game is all he needs to take the series and take the best of 5 and become our champion. It is Rogue. Oh my god. And I also don't want to take away from Clem because both Game 1 and Game 2 were... I mean, I feel like Game 1 was more comfortable for Rogue. I will say that. Game 1 was a lot more comfortable, a lot more... Like, Rogue was a lot more in control in Game 1. But Game 2 was very scrappy. And I feel like any other Zerg player, like, give us Dark, give us Solar, give us Raynor, and I feel like they would have fallen then and there. Where are we headed? Okay, we're a little bit paranoid. Okay, calm down. But most of the top tier Zerg players, I feel like would have fallen then and there to Clem on Amphion. Like that was wild what Rogue pulled off. I'm not naming Cyril, of course. I would say, I would put him definitely a tier above. But yeah, Rogue looked very impressive in that second game. To be able to survive that and make a game out of it in such a way. And now we're settling into Game 3. Is going to be Hatch. Interpool into Hatch. Okay, you have my attention. You don't often see this on Oceanborn. We've seen this on Golden Aura, and we've seen this on Post-Youth. What I'm referring to, Gasless. This is a gases build out of Rogue. Very fast third hatchery because we have not spent money on the gases, and we prioritize mineral income instead. So very greedy build here out of Rogue. We'll see if we can get away with it. I'm a little bit concerned, but we'll see. I'm not convinced, but I'm ready to be convinced. The reason why we see gasless openers on Golden Aura and on Post-Youth is because the bases are closer together and easier to defend with purely Ling Queen, slow Lings and Queens, mainly Queen really. That's kind of the scenario and the criteria that you need to get away with this kind of build. To go for this on Oceanborn is quite bold, and the Reaper does confirm the hatchery was early enough to tell Clem of the opener, and behind this we respond with a third CC before Starport. So economic follow-up here at a Clem, and we'll see if Clem can punish Rogue. So the way to punish this, as you can imagine, without link speed, is Hellions. Like Hellion dives and Hellion movement, it's so important for Rogue to keep up with it. To spread out his overlords, to keep vision on the Hellions. If he's ever out of position, then we can just dive into a mineral line and just barbecue everything. Again, with slow Lings, we're not going to be able to keep up. So the Queen movement and the Queen positioning is going to be so important. Yep, Roach Warden as a follow-up. Because link speed is so delayed, we're just going straight into Roach play from here. Meanwhile, interesting move out of Clem. He is not embracing Hellion, he's going for a different route. He's going for Cyclones. Now, with these Cyclones, the goal is to hunt down Overlords initially. We're going to be hunting down these Overlords, then applying pressure, pushing forward on top of the Queens. Bearing in mind that we have limited capacity to support the Queens, as these Lings can't do too much against Cyclones. Which I'm sure is why this is our response for Clem. Going for the Overlord. Queens do force the Cyclones back, at least for now. And you can see that Clem is under no real danger of losing these Cyclones. Like, we're just freely getting damage done. Going for the Overlord, and oh my god, we barely don't get it. Barely does survive. And can we get a Queen? We can! One Queen goes down, already worth it here for Clem, and now we're snowballing out of control. Here comes a third and a fourth Cyclone. We were struggling with two, now we have four. And lock-ons are brutal. The Queens are so low, we do get a transfuse off. Again, no link speed inside. Another Queen goes down. And you can see how much you can punish a Zerg player for skipping link speed like this. So again, a very nice response by Clem. He takes down 14 Lings and 2 Queens. Did I say 2 Queens? 3 Queens! Again, these are brutal losses. This does impact not just the crease threat, but also the production, the injects here of Rogue. And behind this, we're building up towards that third CC. It's being taken as we speak. Getting into bio play. Stim is almost done. Getting into our drops, into our metamax, into 1-1 upgrades. So just a very nice start here from Clem. And now we do have link speed, and Rogue, he's committed. We're cutting workers. This makes sense. Rogue lost so much, we have to go for the all-in. We're going for the all-in. We're doubling down with Lings and Ravagers. And can we surround this army? Stim isn't done. We're 3 seconds away. 3, 2, 1. Stim now completes with Lings. They get us around, and Clem, he gets caught out. The all-in has arrived. The army, it's so low. Medivacs, they come into support. They do lift up and they evacuate the Marines, but here come the Roaches. Here come the Ravagers looking to knock down that front door. No tanks whatsoever. No factor-based units. And we can break through. Yeah, the Biles, they connect. They shut down the depot. Bunkers are on the way. Clem is in trouble. Yeah, as we're flooding 30 Lings across the map, Clem was punishing Rogue, but he didn't scout, he didn't check the saturation, and he forced the all-in. He made Rogue do this. You made this happen. This is probably what Rogue is screaming at him. And Clem was not quite ready for this. E-waves are going down one after the other. Tank has arrived. And we do have control of the high ground, but we deny 1-1. When we can keep pushing. We can and we will. Once again, we shut down so many Marines that tank will fall. And Rogue, he's looking to take the series. GG gets... and is this week's KungFu Cup champion. GG. Oh my god. He's crazy. GG, well played. We saw more macro play out of Rogue in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1 was much more standard and very macro oriented out of Rogue. Game 2, we rushed into Muta play, was very scrappy, was back and forth. Here in Game 3, Rogue opened up very greedily. It was a gasless opener. Clem identified it. Clem punished it quite well. I mean, again, Clem was doing very well early on with his initial Cyclone aggression. He did punish it, was killing queens, was killing Lings, and because of how much damage he dealt, Rogue made the decision to go for the all-in. He just went straight for the all-in, went for a Ling Ravager all-in, and even though Clem dealt a lot of damage, he did not confirm what was happening, and he was caught out. He was caught out with his pants down. He was not ready for the all-in, and Rogue takes it. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'm a little bit in shock, not gonna lie. I'm in shock and I'm impressed. I'm very impressed here. I mean, again, Rogue has only been back for 2 months, right? He's been back for 2 months, maybe 2.5 months. Has not been back for long at all, and yeah, to make a run like this, bearing in mind, Rogue, he took down Skillers, he took down Solar. I mean, Rogue, he's been looking really good in ZVZ. Ever since his return, ZVZ has, I mean, because ZVZ has changed the least over the years, it makes sense. But Rogue has been looking very impressive in the ZVZ matchup. Took down Skillers, took down Clem. These are not easy players. Like, Clem, he's the best Terran in Europe. Skillers, he's top 3 Protoss in Europe. Solar, he's like top 2 Zerg in Korea. Very impressive. Very impressive stuff here. GG, well played. Now, is this the return of Rogue? I would say this is a strong indication. Rogue has been winning a lot of games. Like, he's been taking series off of Bjorn. He's been taking series off of Solar. Like, here and there, like in ESL Open Cups, right? Like, in ESL Open Cups, he's been taking series. But he hasn't won any of these weeklies until now. Like, this is his first big win since his return, I believe. I may have, like, missed a weekly here or there, but, like, this is pretty significant. And is this a sign of things to come? Is this a one-off, right? Like, was Rogue feeling on fire and all the Europeans hung over like a week after Home Story Cup? Like, maybe. But Rogue has my attention at least, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of Rogue in next week's KungFu Cup. Looking forward to seeing him in the next week's ESL Open Cups as well. We'll see if, again, this is going to become a trend, or if this is kind of like Rogue peaking tonight, and then he goes back down a little bit, and then he peaks again like in 2 or 3 weeks. Like, it's about consistency here, and whether or not Rogue has that yet. I think it's too early to tell. But it bodes well. For returning players like Rogue, like Trap as well. It's exciting. It's always exciting to see the hierarchy of the top players kind of shift and change. It isn't really something that's happened in quite some time. I feel like when it comes to the top Koreans, it's been like Maru, Dark, and Hero for quite some time now. With Classic, with like just behind them, you have like Classic and Bjorn and Cure. So yeah, really cool to see Rogue shake things up here and threaten that hierarchy in a way. It's cool to see. We will have to see Cell versus Rogue in post-military. I want to see... What do I want to see? I want to see Rogue versus Hero. I want to see Rogue in ZVP against some of these more aggressive Protoss players. I want to see him against Hero. I want to see him against Max Pax. I want to see him against Showtime. Right? Didn't Rogue, he missed Showtime, right? Yeah. Rogue, he didn't hit Showtime in this bracket. I want to see him against some more robust Protoss players. That'd be really cool. When it comes to Terran, I mean, you don't get much better than Clem, like. But there are other styles out there, definitely. But I'm very curious to see how Rogue compares and how he competes against some of the other top Protosses. But GG, well played, very well played. Congratulations to Rogue. My condolences to Clem, but hey, top 2 is still amazing. Like, Clem, he still had a very nice run. And Clem still had a really good performance. As a reminder, Clem, he popped off in TVP tonight. He took down Nightmare, Classic, and Lemon. So really impressive stuff there out of Clem, really showing off his TVP prowess. And yeah, and again in these finals, Clem didn't look bad whatsoever. He didn't look like he was playing horribly or anything like that, which is what makes Rogue look impressive. But with that, GG. Rogue versus Eva. Let's go. True. Yes, Rogue versus more Protoss like Eva. True. GG, well played. Rogue knows Kung Fu, it seems. True. He knows Kung Fu. Neo confirmed. And with that, we're done for the night. With that, we are going to be wrapping things up. We are done for the evening. So thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for watching. It was a bit of a longer broadcast. It was, how many? 5.5 hours. Jesus. Oh my god. And we're going to be back tomorrow. In less than 24 hours, we're going to be returning here on the channel with World Team League. WTL is usually Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's usually World Team League. But this week, we're moving the Saturday slot back a day. So it's going to be Thursday, Friday, and Sunday instead. So no WTL on Saturday, instead tomorrow. So if you want to tune in to World Team League, we got you covered tomorrow in less than 24 hours. Do tune in for that. Otherwise, thank you so much. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. !socials in the chat. !socials. We got you covered. You can follow us on all the social medias. Likewise, you can follow us on YouTube. We are streaming both on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So you can follow us there if you wish. Our VODs are available on YouTube immediately. Under the live tab, they're all there. They're all on YouTube. Likewise, they're also on Twitch. But people don't really watch VODs on Twitch, so we got you covered on YouTube. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. We appreciate all the subscribers that we got today as well. Thank you. Thank you so much for the subscribers that we got. We do appreciate it so much. Thank you. And with that, we're done. With that, we are done for the day. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao. Ciao. See you next time.